Bold theme this year, democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, "Man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen." In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Firebase Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that opening address, Barunji. Thank you for that. And with that, without any further ado, again, we have a long packed day ahead of us. It's time for our first ministerial address of the day. It's a keynote on 25 years of strategic partnership between India and Germany. News9 Global Summit essentially is a celebration of those 25 years of strategic partnership. And this keynote is by a leading voice in German politics, who has played a key role in shaping Germany's foreign, security, and European policy. Decades of public service behind him, and he stands at the forefront of debates in Germany's role in a changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Germany's Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Johann David Wadephol. Take a look.
In a world of shifting alliances, where conflicts test stability and cooperation defines resilience, diplomacy becomes the most powerful tool. Germany stands at the heart of Europe, a voice of stability, a force for dialogue, and a partner shaping the new global order. At the forefront of this vision is Germany's Minister of Foreign Affairs, a leader committed to dialogue, diplomacy, and building stronger bridges between
Street 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others.
When we started our strategic partnership back in 2000, the world looked completely different. The internet was in its infancy. Global politics was still adjusting to the end of the Cold War. The Berlin Wall had fallen just a decade earlier, and India's economic reforms of the 1990s began to bear fruit. Back then, our economic ties to take shape. But there was already a strong sense that Germany and India were natural partners. Germany with its technological expertise and industrial backbone, and India with its entrepreneurial energy, fast-growing market, and dynamic young people. Today, 25 has become a powerful reality. India offers Today, our economic ties are stronger than ever. Germany has become India's largest trading partner in the European Union, and India is Germany's most important partner in South Asia. German-Indian trade volume was already 31 billion euro last year. Why don't we jointly create the conditions to double that? The upcoming free trade agreement between the EU and India will further boost our economic relations. However, our relationship is not just about beneficial impact on our economies. It is also based on a shared commitment to democracy, human rights, and sustainability. This is why we are working together in multilateral fora to address global challenges. And this is also why we are considerably expanding our areas of cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have already achieved a great deal together. Nonetheless, we are facing a multitude of geopolitical challenges. In times of regional conflicts, shifting power balances, global supply chain disruptions, and a rapid digital transformation, it is more important than ever to maintain and enhance stable and reliable partnerships. Not only in one's own neighborhood, but more than ever, partners across continents. Therefore, it was very important to me to receive my Indian counterpart, Foreign Minister Jaishankar, in Berlin and to travel to India shortly after having taken office. Because I wanted to feel our partnership in action. I wanted to see where we are already doing well and where we can further strengthen our relations. And I'm being completely honest when I say I was very impressed by India's liveliness and dynamism. Whether in Bangalore's tech hubs, in the mission control rooms of India's space agency, in Delhi's policy dialogues, or at the Goethe Institute, I was welcomed by a very dynamic Indian society full of innovation, optimism, and a deep commitment to cooperation, apart from the flattering fact that a journalist called me Mr. Wonderful. In my conversations with Prime Minister Modi, my esteemed colleague Foreign Minister Jaishankar, and Minister of Commerce and Industry Goyal have confirmed my belief our countries are committed to jointly uphold a rules-based international order and to further deepen our cooperation in skilled migration, energy transition, digitalization, as well as security and defense. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing faster than ever before. But I have no doubt that India and Germany will tackle these challenging times together. Let us deepen our partner and friendship with mutual respect, ambition, and a shared commitment to progress. There is to inspiring and fruitful exchange, to exciting encounters, and to the next 25 years of strategic partnership between India and Germany. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Johan Waddeful, for taking time out to be with us over here. We're going to be quickly moving on to the next item or the next speech. Very important one. A very special guest joining us on a very special day for her as well. But before we invite that special person on stage, I'm going to invite Mr. Ruben Kasper to give the welcome from 4FB Stuttgart's side for the News9 Global Summit Germany Edition 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Ruben Kasper.
Ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests, our Excellency Minister Samant, our Excellency Ambassador Gupte, Minister Thakur, Our Excellency Minister Hofmeister Kraut, whose birthday is today, which is an which is an incredibly strong commitment and honor having you here today. I'm not sure if I would be here on my birthday, but I think we will have a little present for you later on, but thanks again for being here and congratulations. Such as my dear friend Barun and esteemed partners and friends from India and Germany. Welcome to Baden-Württemberg, welcome to Stuttgart, welcome to VfB Stuttgart, and welcome to the News9 Global Summit. It is both an honor and privilege to stand in front of you today at the News9 Global Summit, the second edition here in Germany and the second edition here in Stuttgart. A city known not only for its cars, engineering excellency and innovation, but also for its deep cultural heritage and the love for football. Today we gather in a MHP arena, the home of our wonderful football club VfB Stuttgart. While this space is normally filled with the energy of 60,000 fans every match day, the next 2 days this hosts something similarly dynamic. The shared aspiration and ambitions of two nations whose collaborations holds boundless potential. And therefore, the right people are here together at the right place. A place with a breathtaking view on the grave chapel of our Queen Katharina von Württemberg, on the top of the wonderful Swaben vineyards, which are right now in the fog, but you will see later on for sure. This is a place that symbolizes reflection, legacy, and vision. It's the perfect setting for a summit that looks ahead to the future while honoring the strength and our history and shared journey until today. This year's theme, Democracy, Demography, Development, the India-Germany Connect, could not be more timely or relevant than these days of geopolitical uncertainties, and speaks to the heart of what brings us together. As India and Germany celebrate 25 years of strategic partnership, we are not just here for marking a milestone, we are shaping a new chapter. A chapter defined by resilient global leadership, state-to-state collaboration, and industry-driven innovation. It is a relationship rooted on shared values, innovation, sustainability, development for society, and the desire to make a meaningful global impact. From Berlin to Delhi, from Stuttgart to Mumbai, our businesses and institutions are crafting solutions that define and are important for the future. With what we are proving that the fusion of Indian ingenuity and German precision creates a partnership like no other. Not only on a national level, but also through regional alliances like Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra, whose cooperation has become a role model for bottom-up diplomacy in a multipolar world. As Chief Marketing and Sales Officer of VfB Stuttgart, I see every day how sport can be a bridge. Football teaches teamwork, strategy, resilience, and the principles of performance. Values that are just as vital in diplomacy and economic cooperation. Many people will ask themselves why we as a football club engage so deeply into a global summit and bilateral relations with India. The answer is because we are more than just a football club. We are a strong platform, bringing networks together and being an engine for culture and business in our region and beyond. And because we know how strong sport can build bridges between people, states, and businesses. That football, much like business, goes beyond borders. It brings people together of different cultures, unites them with shared goals, and fosters a sense of community. Similarly, the Indo-German partnership is not just about profit margins. It's about progress that uplifts societies on both sides. And because in Germany we believe in India and the potential of. As we engage in dialogue today, I encourage all of us to think beyond borders and sectors. Let us explore how we can deepen our ties, because true progress is measured not only in economic growth, but in the bridges we build between each other. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to our co-organizers, especially Barun Dash and State Secretary Florian Hassler, to all speakers and visionaries, such as sponsors and partners who made this summit possible. Welcome once again to Stuttgart and our wonderful MHP arena. Let us make this summit a celebration of collaboration and a launchpad for a brighter, more connected future. Vielen Dank, Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you, Reuven, for that. Let's take a moment to, to realize the fact that we're here at the iconic MHP Arena in Stuttgart, the home of football in Baden-Württemberg, the home of 4FB Stuttgart. Thank you, Reuven, for being the co-host for that. And now with that, without any further ado, moving on to the special address I was talking about. India is the world's largest democracy, and Germany is Europe's biggest economy till date, despite everything. And they share a very special relationship. And it's time now for a very special address on India and Germany, the land beckons, by someone who champions industry, entrepreneurship, and international collaboration, with a focus on strengthening small and medium-sized enterprises, advancing digitization, and promoting sustainable growth. She plays a key role in positioning Baden-Württemberg as one of Europe's most dynamic economic regions. Take a look at this first.
Germany has long been known as the land of innovation, of advanced manufacturing, engineering excellence, and sustainable industrial development. For India, now one of the fastest growing economies in the world, the German opportunity is both strategic and transformative. At the heart of this partnership is Baden-Württemberg, Germany's industrial powerhouse and Europe's innovation hub. Today, it opens its doors wider, inviting India to co-create value in a changing global order. Please welcome Minister of Labor, Economy and Tourism, Baden-Württemberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Nicole Hofmeister. Crowd, please take the stage. All yours, man.
So thank you very much for spending time with me on my special day, on my birthday. So, dear Honorable Minister Samant, dear Mr. Virmani, dear Mr. Thakur, dear Honorable Ambassador Gupte, dear Mr. Das, dear Mr. Kaspar, dear Honorable Consul Mr. Lapp, and a very warm welcome to my colleague from the Baden-Württemberg Parliament, dear Dr. Erik Schweigert. Dear guests from India and Germany, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mr. Das, for your warm, welcoming words. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today at the second edition of the News9 Global Summit Germany here in Stuttgart, a city that stands for inspiration, innovation, and internationality. Indeed, the land, how we call Baden-Württemberg, beckons as a vibrant hub of progress where tradition meets culture, where technology and open-mindedness is crucial. We come here together at a time when the world feels less predictable than ever before. Uncertainty in global markets, political tensions, and the need for sustainable solutions remind us that partnerships across borders are not only valuable, they are vital. That is why today's summit theme, democracy, demography and development, the India-Germany Connect, couldn't be more relevant. It captures what we need in these times: strong partnerships, a shared path, and new impulses. And here in Baden-Württemberg, we are eager and ready to take up this challenge and deepen our ties. In recent years, India has increasingly come into the spotlight of world affairs. It's currently not only the most populous country in the world, but also one of the fastest growing economies. With an average age of 28.4 years, a rapidly growing middle class, and a dynamic industrial base, India offers enormous potential as a trading partner. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to lead a delegation to India in New Delhi, Pune, and Mumbai with representatives from business, politics, academia, and associations. They were experienced firsthand the vibrancy of India's economy and openness for cooperation. A free trade agreement between the European Union and India would take this to the next level. Such an agreement would strengthen trust, reduce barriers, and open new doors for business on both sides. Our global network and the spirit of partnership, I think it will be able to successfully tackle the current challenges in our world. And this is why I welcome all ongoing efforts to bring this forward. Few places in Europe embody technological progress as strongly as Stuttgart and Baden-Württemberg do. We are home to world-renowned global players, innovative small and medium-sized enterprises, and leading research institutions. Our industries, from mechanical engineering to technology sectors, are deeply rooted but always looking forward. This secures our prosperity but also requires strong international partnerships. Our bilateral economic relations with India are precisely that. With approximately 350 companies active in India and 50 Indian companies in Baden-Württemberg, our region is an important investment partner of India. From Baden-Württemberg in India are the Mercedes-Benz Group, Robert Bosch, and Lab Cables. In 2024, the trading volume between Baden-Württemberg and India amounted to 4.2 billion euros, consisting of, among other things, trade in machinery, electrical equipment, and motor vehicles. India is therefore a valuable partner for us, which goes far beyond its economic importance and is rooted in many years of partnership at state and city levels. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the partnership between Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra. Long-standing city partnerships between cities such as Stuttgart and Mumbai or Karlsruhe and Pune further underline the depths of our cooperation. On this basis, we work together in aspects like skilled labor migration and vocational training. A milestone in this regard was the Memorandum of Understanding signed in February 2024 between Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra, which lays the foundation for even closer collaboration in these areas. The land beckons Indian partners to expand these connections further, creating sustainable growth and innovation together. Today's summit is once again organized in partnership with VfB Stuttgart, a club that itself is building a strong partnership with India through sport. During my trip to India, I had the pleasure to visiting the Sudeva Delhi, a football club with whom the VfB Stuttgart has launched a youth partnership for cooperation between young talents, including training camps and tournaments for young players. Here, sport is much more than a competition. It builds a bridge between countries, between cultures and people, resulting in exchange, understanding, and lasting partnership. This sporting link illustrates how diverse our relations already are and how we can further deepen the friendship between our countries through exchange in different fields, be it business, culture, or through the universal language of sport. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me close by returning to the summit theme: democracy, demography, and development. Democracy gives us the values we stand for. Demography gives us the energy and talent to shape the future. Development shows us the path of partnership we walk together. As we move forward, let's remember the land beckons all of us to seize these opportunities to innovate, to collaborate, and to grow stronger together. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that a strong connection between India and Germany will help us all to shape a successful common future. I look forward to seeing this relationship grow and wish us all inspiring discussions, fruitful encounters, and long-lasting partnerships. A very warm welcome to all of you to Baden-Württemberg.
Dr. Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut, requesting you to please stay on stage, Dr. Kraut. All right, one second. Requesting Dr. Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut to please come on stage. Requesting Barun Dasji and Reuven Kasper to please come on stage. It is Dr. Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut's birthday. We have a very special presentation for her. So I'm going to ask people backstage to bring us the shawl. And we have something very special as a birthday gift for you from our side. Yes. I'm going to invite Shri Santosh Ji as well to please come on stage. It's very important. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Dr. Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut and a very happy birthday. That's right. That is the special gift from our side, requesting Dr. Hofmeister-Kraut to please open it. There you go. It's a wonderful portrait. And the man, Mr. Shri Santosh Ji, is the one who made this portrait for her as her birthday gift. Barun Ji, please.
Well, the credit goes to Santosh, obviously, is my colleague. Santosh, he's drawn it. I think 2 nights before we started off for Germany, he stayed up and drew this picture. Dr. Nicole Hofmeister. So what I was telling Dr. Hofmeister is Santosh has stayed up 2 nights before he started off for Germany to draw this. He drew this wonderful thing over 2 nights. But I would like to request some of the special guests to come on stage and join us for this photo ops with this for this special occasion. I think Minister Uday Samant, please come on stage. Mr. Anurag Thakur, Ambassador Gupte, Mr. Andreas Lab, please. Honorable CG, please come.
Requesting Dr. Arvind Vermani to please come on stage as well. Dr. Arvind Vermani, please come on stage. 1 second. All the shutterbugs, Dr. Arvind Vermani as well on stage. Thank you so much, sir. dear Nicole. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Woo! Thank you, Ruben. All right, requesting all of you to please. Requesting all of you to please take the stage, to please sit down. All right, moving on, it's time now for our next address. It's a keynote address on the main theme of this year's News9 Global Summit Germany edition: Democracy, Demography, Development, the India-Germany Connect. That is going to be the theme of the next keynote address, and we have a very special person, another very special person giving that address. As Germany and India deepen their economic ties, his work is what Europe has to say. Time now for what India has to say, and leading India's economic integration and talking about the force behind the landmark trade agreements between India and Germany, between Baden-Württemberg and the state of Maharashtra. It's time now to invite somebody very special. We have honored to introduce Minister of State for Europe, Gunther Kirschbaum. Take a look.
In an age when borders blur and power shifts, three forces decide the world's future: democracy, demography, development. India, the world's largest democracy. Germany, Europe's industrial core. Two nations shaping policies, populations, and progress for a shared century. At the heart of this dialogue is a European statesman, a voice for stability, inclusion, and a united future. Minister of State for Europe at Germany's Foreign Office. Please welcome Minister of State for Europe at the German Foreign Office.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Mr. Gunther Kirschbaum, who is joining us live as we speak. Mr. Kirschbaum, all yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the nice introduction and especially for the invitation. And dear Excellencies, ministers, colleagues, and also members of Parliament, dear guests of honor, I'm very grateful and also pleased that I'm here, part of your conference. And of course, I accepted immediately when Florian Hasler asked me to join this important summit, because you should know the economic heart of Germany is beating in Baden-Württemberg. And I can say it not only as somebody who is coming from the state of Baden-Württemberg, but also as a supporter of the VfB Stuttgart. And VfB Stuttgart is a very, very important team, also in the so-called Bundesliga and our league. And we look for the competition in Germany as Stuttgart, but also in the world when we talk today about the Indian and German relations, and especially the economic relations. But allow me first to congratulate Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut, because we know each other since a long, very long time. And dear Nicole, all the best to your birthday, and especially for all the upcoming events which we have to focus in the next time, especially in Baden-Württemberg, when I look also on the elections. And this is part of the democracy, of course. Well, let me make a few introductory remarks. Yes, you are right. We are negotiating at the moment about a free trade agreement, and we need more free trade agreements in the world. As Germany, especially as Baden-Württemberg, but also India will benefit from it. Why? I give you a short example. we are living here in the European Union. And European means we are living in a single market, without tariffs, without borders, free movement of persons, free movement of goods. And this is a huge advantage. Also, it has shown an impact
.4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon. Mr. Johann Waterfull, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Waterfull, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, as vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility. That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year, democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen. In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Firebase Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon. Mr. Johann Waterfull, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Waterfull, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, as vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility. That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year, democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, "Man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen." In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Feuerwehr Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon. Mr. Johann Waterfull, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Waterfull, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, "As vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility." That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year: democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, "Man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen." In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Feuerwehr Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon. Mr. Johann Waterfull, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Waterfull, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, "As vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility." That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year: democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, "Man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen." In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Firebase Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon. Mr. Vahan Waterful, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Waterful, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, "As vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility." That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year, democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, "Man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen." In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Firebase Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon. Mr. Vahan Waterful, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Waterful, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, "As vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility." That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year, democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, "Man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen." In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Feuerwehr Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon, Mr. Johann Waterfull, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Waterfull, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, as vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility. That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year, democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen. In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Feuerwehr Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon, Mr. Johann Waterfull, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Waterfull, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, as vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade. Experience with you. As a corporate executive, I often encounter foreigners who are curious about the new India story. One such recent incident on my flight to Frankfurt stands out in my memory. So here I was sitting, there's a German gentleman sitting next to me who told me that he had been reading about the story of New India and asked for my views, that what my thoughts are about the most profound changes of India in recent time. It was a rather intelligent question, and it got me thinking. As I told the gentleman, the answer is India's unique ability to leapfrog to modernity while remaining core to the core value of Indianness. He gave me a quizzical look, and I went on to explain. Indianness is all about inclusivity, taking everyone together, a principle that the whole world is now realizing is the only way to peace, prosperity, and progress. And this must go hand in hand while including everyone. India's quantum leap to modernity can be witnessed, for example, in its adoption of wireless and digital technology. More than 20 billion transactions took place in the month of August 2025 on India's Unified Payment Interface, or the UPI system. The poorest of poor Indian now can not only transact on their smartphones, but they also get information and services which are vital to their livelihood. Billions of dollars of government subsidy get transferred directly to the intended beneficiary's account without any leakage. So what India has done is converted smartphone into a powerful tool of economic prosperity, and no wonder the result is apparent. 240 million Indians have emerged out of poverty over the last 10 years, 240 million, which is almost 3 times the population of Germany. Thank you. Thank you. I make this point to highlight why we have gathered here this morning. Mr. Anurag Thakur, Member of Parliament, Mr. Vimani, Member Niti Aayog, Ambassador Gupte, Minister Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut, Ruben, my friend, Consul General of Munich, and the Honorary Consul General, Mr. Lapp of the state of Baden-Württemberg. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of News9 Global Summit, Germany, which is co-hosted by the state of Baden-Württemberg and VfB Stuttgart. This year marks the completion of 25 years of strategic relations between India and Germany. Under the leadership of India's Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the successive German chancellors, the bilateral relations have reached new highs. Now, as we witness the global order undergo dramatic transformation at an unprecedented speed, leading us to a sort of uncertainty that the modern world hasn't witnessed recently. The need for two countries to come together is even greater than ever. The opportunity that India and Germany have is not just to forge a mutual win-win. Instead, the opportunity is to create a partnership model which can be adopted by the free world. After all, Germany is India's largest trading partner in European Union, with an annual trading volume of close to 30 billion US dollars. And the UAE, on the other hand, is India's largest trading partner as a bloc. Therefore, India-EU free trade agreement that is being currently negotiated will be a transformational pact. Various estimates suggest that the EU's export to India could go up by 50 to 60%, while India's export to EU could rise 30 to 35%. Once the FTA is signed by the end of this year or early next year, the bilateral trade between India and EU could double to almost $260 billion by 2028. Germany's Mittelstand companies are already at the forefront, leveraging this relationship. There are more than 150 global capability centers, or the GCCs, German GCCs in India, and more are coming up. German companies are no longer looking at India as a low-cost destination. In fact, the GCCs are driving the next wave of global innovation across digital engineering, Industry 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs, who will be speaking to us soon, Mr. Johann Wadephul, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Wadephul, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, as vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility. That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year, Democracy, Demography, and Development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, "Man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen." In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Fire-based Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. Experience with you. As a corporate executive, I often encounter foreigners who are curious about the new India story. One such recent incident on my flight to Frankfurt stands out in my memory. So here I was sitting, there's a German gentleman sitting next to me who told me that he had been reading about the story of New India and asked for my views, that what my thoughts are about the most profound changes of India in recent time. It was a rather intelligent question, and it got me thinking. As I told the gentleman, the answer is India's unique ability to leapfrog to modernity while remaining core to the core value of Indianness. He gave me a quizzical look, and I went on to explain. Indianness is all about inclusivity, taking everyone together, a principle that the whole world is now realizing is the only way to peace, prosperity, and progress. And this must go hand in hand while including everyone. India's quantum leap to modernity can be witnessed, for example, in its adoption of wireless and digital technology. More than 20 billion transactions took place in the month of August 2025 on India's Unified Payment Interface, or the UPI system. The poorest of poor Indian now can not only transact on their smartphones, but they also get information and services which are vital to their livelihood. Billions of dollars of government subsidy get transferred directly to the intended beneficiary's account without any leakage. So what India has done is converted smartphone into a powerful tool of economic prosperity, and no wonder the result is apparent. 240 million Indians have emerged out of poverty over the last 10 years. 240 million, which is almost 3 times the population of Germany. Thank you. Thank you. I make this point to highlight why we have gathered here this morning. Mr. Anurag Thakur, Member of Parliament, Mr. Vimani, Member Niti Aayog, Ambassador Gupte, Minister Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut, Ruben, my friend, Consul General of Munich, and the Honorary Consul General, Ms. Lapp of the state of Baden-Württemberg. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of News9 Global Summit, Germany, which is co-hosted by the state of Baden-Württemberg and VfB Stuttgart. This year marks the completion of 25 years of strategic relations between India and Germany. Under the leadership of India's Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the successive German chancellors, the bilateral relations have reached new highs. Now, as we witness the global order undergo dramatic transformation at an unprecedented speed, leading us to a sort of uncertainty that the modern world hasn't witnessed recently, the need for two countries to come together is even greater than ever. The opportunity that India and Germany have is not just to forge a mutual win-win. Instead, the opportunity is to create a partnership model which can be adopted by the free world. After all, Germany is India's largest trading partner in European Union, with an annual trading volume of close to 30 billion US dollars. And the UAE, on the other hand, is India's largest trading partner as a bloc. Therefore, India-EU free trade agreement that is being currently negotiated will be a transformational pact. Various estimates suggest that the EU's export to India could go up by 50 to 60%, while India's export to EU could rise 30 to 35%. Once the FTA is signed by the end of this year or early next year, the bilateral trade between India and EU could double to almost $260 billion by 2028. Germany's Mittelstand companies are already at the forefront, leveraging this relationship. There are more than 150 global capability centers, or the GCCs, German GCCs in India, and more are coming up. German companies are no longer looking at India as a low-cost destination. In fact, the GCCs are driving the next wave of global innovation across digital engineering, Industry 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon, Mr. Johann Wadefull, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Wadefull, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, as vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility. That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year, democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen. In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Farbase Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. Experience with you. As a corporate executive, I often encounter foreigners who are curious about the new India story. One such recent incident on my flight to Frankfurt stands out in my memory. So here I was sitting, there's a German gentleman sitting next to me who told me that he had been reading about the story of New India and asked for my views, that what my thoughts are about the most profound changes of India in recent time. It was a rather intelligent question, and it got me thinking. As I told the gentleman, the answer is India's unique ability to leapfrog to modernity while remaining core to the core value of Indianness. He gave me a quizzical look, and I went on to explain. Indianness is all about inclusivity, taking everyone together, a principle that the whole world is now realizing is the only way to peace, prosperity, and progress. And this must go hand in hand while including everyone. India's quantum leap to modernity can be witnessed, for example, in its adoption of wireless and digital technology. More than 20 billion transactions took place in the month of August 2025 on India's Unified Payment Interface, or the UPI system. The poorest of poor Indian now can not only transact on their smartphones, but they also get information and services which are vital to their livelihood. Billions of dollars of government subsidy get transferred directly to the intended beneficiary's account without any leakage. So what India has done is converted smartphone into a powerful tool of economic prosperity, and no wonder the result is apparent. 240 million Indians have emerged out of poverty over the last 10 years, 240 million, which is almost 3 times the population of Germany. Thank you. Thank you. I make this point to highlight why we have gathered here this morning. Mr. Anurag Thakur, Member of Parliament, Mr. Vimani, Member Niti Aayog, Ambassador Gupte, Minister Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut, Ruben, my friend, Consul General of Munich, and the Honorary Consul General, Mr. Lapp of the state of Baden-Württemberg. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of News9 Global Summit, Germany, which is co-hosted by the state of Baden-Württemberg and VfB Stuttgart. This year marks the completion of 25 years of strategic relations between India and Germany. Under the leadership of India's Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the successive German chancellors, the bilateral relations have reached new highs. Now, as we witness the global order undergo dramatic transformation at an unprecedented speed, leading us to a sort of uncertainty that the modern world hasn't witnessed recently, the need for two countries to come together is even greater than ever. The opportunity that India and Germany have is not just to forge a mutual win-win. Instead, the opportunity is to create a partnership model which can be adopted by the free world. After all, Germany is India's largest trading partner in European Union, with an annual trading volume of close to 30 billion US dollars. And the UAE, on the other hand, is India's largest trading partner as a bloc. Therefore, India-EU free trade agreement that is being currently negotiated will be a transformational pact. Various estimates suggest that the EU's export to India could go up by 50 to 60%, while India's export to EU could rise 30 to 35%. Once the FTA is signed by the end of this year or early next year, the bilateral trade between India and EU could double to almost $260 billion by 2028. Germany's Mittelstand companies are already at the forefront, leveraging this relationship. There are more than 150 global capability centers, or the GCCs, German GCCs in India, and more are coming up. German companies are no longer looking at India as a low-cost destination. In fact, the GCCs are driving the next wave of global innovation across digital engineering, Industry 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs, who will be speaking to us soon, Mr. Johann Wadephul, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Wadephul, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, as vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility. That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year, democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, "Man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen." In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Fire-based Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. Experience with you. As a corporate executive, I often encounter foreigners who are curious about the New India story. One such recent incident on my flight to Frankfurt stands out in my memory. So here I was sitting, there's a German gentleman sitting next to me who told me that he had been reading about the story of New India and asked for my views, that what my thoughts are about the most profound changes of India in recent time. It was a rather intelligent question, and it got me thinking. As I told the gentleman, the answer is India's unique ability to leapfrog to modernity while remaining core to the core value of Indianness. He gave me a quizzical look, and I went on to explain. Indianness is all about inclusivity, taking everyone together, a principle that the whole world is now realizing is the only way to peace, prosperity, and progress. And this must go hand in hand while including everyone. India's quantum leap to modernity can be witnessed, for example, in its adoption of wireless and digital technology. More than 20 billion transactions took place in the month of August 2025 on India's Unified Payment Interface, or the UPI system. The poorest of poor Indian now can not only transact on their smartphones, but they also get information and services which are vital to their livelihood. Billions of dollars of government subsidy get transferred directly to the intended beneficiary's account without any leakage. So what India has done is converted smartphone into a powerful tool of economic prosperity, and no wonder the result is apparent. 240 million Indians have emerged out of poverty over the last 10 years. 240 million, which is almost 3 times the population of Germany. Thank you. Thank you. I make this point to highlight why we have gathered here this morning. Mr. Anurag Thakur, Member of Parliament, Mr. Vimani, Member Niti Aayog, Ambassador Gupte, Minister Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut, Ruben, my friend, Consul General of Munich, and the Honorary Consul General, Mr. Lapp of the state of Baden-Württemberg. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of News9 Global Summit, Germany, which is co-hosted by the state of Baden-Württemberg and VfB Stuttgart. This year marks the completion of 25 years of strategic relations between India and Germany. Under the leadership of India's Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the successive German chancellors, the bilateral relations have reached new highs. Now, as we witness the global order undergo dramatic transformation at an unprecedented speed, leading us to a sort of uncertainty that the modern world hasn't witnessed recently, the need for two countries to come together is even greater than ever. The opportunity that India and Germany have is not just to forge a mutual win-win. Instead, the opportunity is to create a partnership model which can be adopted by the free world. After all, Germany is India's largest trading partner in European Union, with an annual trading volume of close to 30 billion US dollars. And the UAE, on the other hand, is India's largest trading partner as a bloc. Therefore, India-EU free trade agreement that is being currently negotiated will be a transformational pact. Various estimates suggest that the EU's export to India could go up by 50 to 60%, while India's export to EU could rise 30 to 35%. Once the FTA is signed by the end of this year or early next year, the bilateral trade between India and EU could double to almost $260 billion by 2028. Germany's Mittelstand companies are already at the forefront, leveraging this relationship. There are more than 150 global capability centers, or the GCCs, German GCCs in India, and more are coming up. German companies are no longer looking at India as a low-cost destination. In fact, the GCCs are driving the next wave of global innovation across digital engineering, Industry 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs, who will be speaking to us soon, Mr. Johann Wadephul, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Wadephul, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, as vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility. That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year, democracy, demography, and development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen. In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Fire Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. Experience with you. As a corporate executive, I often encounter foreigners who are curious about the new India story. One such recent incident on my flight to Frankfurt stands out in my memory. So here I was sitting, there's a German gentleman sitting next to me who told me that he had been reading about the story of New India and asked for my views, that what my thoughts are about the most profound changes of India in recent time. It was a rather intelligent question, and it got me thinking. As I told the gentleman, the answer is India's unique ability to leapfrog to modernity while remaining core to the core value of Indianness. He gave me a quizzical look, and I went on to explain. Indianness is all about inclusivity, taking everyone together, a principle that the whole world is now realizing is the only way to peace, prosperity, and progress. And this must go hand in hand while including everyone. India's quantum leap to modernity can be witnessed, for example, in its adoption of wireless and digital technology. More than 20 billion transactions took place in the month of August 2025 on India's Unified Payment Interface, or the UPI system. The poorest of poor Indian now can not only transact on their smartphones, but they also get information and services which are vital to their livelihood. Billions of dollars of government subsidy get transferred directly to the intended beneficiary's account without any leakage. So what India has done is converted smartphone into a powerful tool of economic prosperity, and no wonder the result is apparent. 240 million Indians have emerged out of poverty over the last 10 years. 240 million, which is almost 3 times the population of Germany. Thank you. Thank you. I make this point to highlight why we have gathered here this morning. Mr. Anurag Thakur, Member of Parliament, Mr. Vimani, Member Niti Aayog, Ambassador Gupte, Minister Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut, Ruben, my friend, Consul General of Munich, and the Honorary Consul General, Ms. Lapp of the state of Baden-Württemberg. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of News9 Global Summit, Germany, which is co-hosted by the state of Baden-Württemberg and VfB Stuttgart. This year marks the completion of 25 years of strategic relations between India and Germany. Under the leadership of India's Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the successive German chancellors, the bilateral relations have reached new highs. Now, as we witness the global order undergo dramatic transformation at an unprecedented speed, leading us to a sort of uncertainty that the modern world hasn't witnessed recently, the need for two countries to come together is even greater than ever. The opportunity that India and Germany have is not just to forge a mutual win-win. Instead, the opportunity is to create a partnership model which can be adopted by the free world. After all, Germany is India's largest trading partner in European Union, with an annual trading volume of close to 30 billion US dollars. And the UAE, on the other hand, is India's largest trading partner as a bloc. Therefore, India-EU free trade agreement that is being currently negotiated will be a transformational pact. Various estimates suggest that the EU's export to India could go up by 50 to 60%, while India's export to EU could rise 30 to 35%. Once the FTA is signed by the end of this year or early next year, the bilateral trade between India and EU could double to almost $260 billion by 2028. Germany's Mittelstand companies are already at the forefront, leveraging this relationship. There are more than 150 global...
How the next 25 years will plan out for both the nations, marking growth across domains, especially in the newest technologies like artificial intelligence, climate, and on the human side, skill and talent opportunities. We are steadily emerging as the world's most sought-after consumer market. Today, we shine as the world's most resilient, self-reliant, diversified, growth-oriented economy that believe in empowering the last man of the socio-economic order. Our economy has 3D model.
Capability centers, or the GCCs, German GCCs in India, and more are coming up. German companies are no longer looking at India as a low-cost destination. In fact, the GCCs are driving the next wave of global innovation across digital engineering, Industry 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon, Mr. Johann Waterfull, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership. While hosting Minister Waterfull, Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when he said, as vibrant democracies and leading economies, India and Germany see immense potential to scale up mutually beneficial cooperation in trade, technology, innovation, sustainability, manufacturing, and mobility. That is why our summit took on the bold theme this year, Democracy, Demography, and Development, the India-Germany Connect. Over the course of the day, we will explore many important aspects of bilateral relations and hear from some of the most key important stakeholders, including policymakers, industry captains, and thought leaders. Going back to the gentleman I met on the flight, I invited him to visit India and form his own opinion about the opportunity that the new India has to offer. I would make a similar invitation to all of you. Please visit India and join us on our journey to Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India, by 2047. And since I stand here with you at Germany's automotive hub, I should point out that by 2047, we aim to become the second largest automotive producers in the world, with an annual production of close to 200 million vehicles. As the famous German-Swiss poet and Nobel laureate Hermann Hesse said, "Man muss das Unmögliche versuchen, das Mögliche zu erreichen." In English, it means you have to try the impossible to achieve the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of TV9 Network, Fire-based Stuttgart, and the state of Baden-Württemberg, I welcome you once again to the second edition of News9 Global Summit. Thank you very much. Experience with you. As a corporate executive, I often encounter foreigners who are curious about the New India story. One such recent incident on my flight to Frankfurt stands out in my memory. So here I was sitting, there's a German gentleman sitting next to me who told me that he had been reading about the story of New India and asked for my views, that what my thoughts are about the most profound changes of India in recent time. It was a rather intelligent question, and it got me thinking. As I told the gentleman, the answer is India's unique ability to leapfrog to modernity while remaining core to the core value of Indianness. He gave me a quizzical look, and I went on to explain. Indianness is all about inclusivity, taking everyone together, a principle that the whole world is now realizing is the only way to peace, prosperity, and progress. And this must go hand in hand while including everyone. India's quantum leap to modernity can be witnessed, for example, in its adoption of wireless and digital technology. More than 20 billion transactions took place in the month of August 2025 on India's Unified Payment Interface, or the UPI system. The poorest of poor Indian now can not only transact on their smartphones, but they also get information and services which are vital to their livelihood. Billions of dollars of government subsidy get transferred directly to the intended beneficiary's account without any leakage. So what India has done is converted smartphone into a powerful tool of economic prosperity, and no wonder the result is apparent. 240 million Indians have emerged out of poverty over the last 10 years, 240 million, which is almost 3 times the population of Germany.
I have a 6-point action agenda for India-Germany leadership. If you allow, let me outline the practical agenda, concrete, actionable, and time-bound, so that this summit here in Stuttgart catalyzes a roadmap for delivery. Green energy and industrial decarbonization, resilient and rule-based trade, technology and supply chain partnerships, innovation, startup and research bridges, skill and vocational collaboration, climate finance and sustainable infrastructure. So let me come one by one. Green energy and industrial decarbonization. We need joint projects in green hydrogen, electrolyzer manufacturing, and industrial decarbonization can accelerate both nations' climate goals. India offers scale and demand. Germany offers technology and standards. And let us start a target for launching at least 3 pilot green hydrogen hubs, shared manufacturing partnerships by 2027. Resilient rule-based trade, tariff volatility, and ad hoc trade measures have harmed investments and jobs. We should strengthen mutual recognition of standards, deepen custom cooperation, and prioritize predictable trade rules that protect industries on both sides. A joint India-Germany Trade and Standard Forum could meet annually to monitor and resolve friction. Technology and supply chain partnership. From semiconductors to advanced materials and automotive electrification, we must move from buyer-seller relationship to a co-development, joint R&D labs, shared test beds, co-investment in fabs and component clusters. Karlsruhe and Stuttgart are ideal innovation hubs and nodes to pilot such clusters. Innovation, startup, and research bridges. We must facilitate two-way flow of talent and capital, joint incubators, exchange fellowship of PhDs, dual degree programs between our universities and applied research centers, and India-Germany Innovation Corridor would institutionalize these ties. As Mr. Vermani was saying about the education and the skilling part, I think Germany is a good model of dual education system. We have a demographic advantage. You have the dual education system which can work together, and for that skilling and vocational collaboration. Indian industry, so the industry needs skilled technicians. German dual training models can be adopted at scale in India. Let us establish vocational training partnership that certifies hundreds of thousands of young Indians in advanced manufacturing and green tech skills over the next 5 years. Last not the least, climate finance and sustainable infrastructure. We must scale blend finance solutions to de-risk green investments in emerging markets. German institutional capital, Indian demand, and multilateral co-financing can mobilize the funds required for climate resilient infrastructure and energy transitions. India today has a lot to offer to the VUCA world. Its old age calling card for peace, brotherhood, amity is a global acceptance template. India has the unique advantage of democracy, demography, diversity, digitization to offer to the world. It is an unrivaled template where at one level the civilizational dividend marries the digital prowess to aim for an inclusive growth worldwide. Yes, of course, India is ever willing to learn from the best. We believe in adopting for the best global practices for global good. The immediate case in point being the Indo-German collaboration. Our ethos stems from our core ideology of Vasudev Kutumbakam, meaning the world is one family, and we firmly believed in that. We practice it as a way of life. India is set and ready to take on the responsibility of leading in the era of disruption and reset. It is neither aligned nor non-aligned. It is committed to serving the interest of 1.4 billion people and share the learning of global good. Together we win, and together we strive for a better future for humanity at large. Thank you for the patient listening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Requesting you to please take the stool, bar stool, so that we can have the Q&A session with Shri. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Thakur. I think that was a brilliant speech. You actually outlined 6 agenda points for us, which I think we will take very seriously and incorporate in the next summit. One of the questions that's going to come to mind of all the German investors who are here today, well, fine, you're calling us to do all these and partner for across various activities and sectors, but what is the incentive, or how can Indian government facilitate or incentivize them to, for example, even bring their internship or the apprenticeship program? Because once the government steps in, I think they have the comfort to put in their commitment to the thing. So how, first of all, let's address the issue of skilling, Anuragji. How can we incentivize German companies, because that is really is the need of the hour. We talked about the demographic dividend. Dr. Virmani also talked about it. How can we incentivize more skilling to happen in India?
I think it's the need of the hour. You need a mic or?
Yeah.
Can I go there? I can go there.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
I think the India has the advantage of demography. Nowhere in the world you will find a population between 15 to 19 years of 400 million. Only India can offer that. Demography is the advantage. Now, as I said about Germany, dual education system is the advantage which worked well for them. We have made the changes in the policy. We also have the internship program where government is spending more than 5,000 crore rupees only for the internship with the corporate houses. Secondly, we have thousands of crore rupees earmarked, budgeted for the skilling part. Under the Prime Minister Modi government, we have a separate Ministry of Skills. So it's much easier to, have the partnership collaboration among the government to government, industry to industry. And there are so many German industries already working in India where we can take up the German language course and also the skills which can match the German standards. Before coming to Germany, they can also do some internship or work with the German factories in India for a few months or for a year rather than coming directly to Germany. This will help to bridge the gap. What is lacking in Germany? They need a young manpower for their industries. They need a young workforce, and India is the only alternative.
Right.
And as far as the industry is concerned, apart than skilling, when Prime Minister Modi took over as the Prime Minister in the year 2014, the total compliance burden from the national to the state to the municipality level used to be 63,000 compliances. Today it has been brought down to 24,000. And every month we are cutting down on the compliance burden and making much easier as far as the ease of doing business is concerned. Our ranking in the area of ease of doing business is getting better and better.
Right. A related question to that, Mr. Thakur, is the fact that India is a federal country. We are comprised of so many different states. How can we incentivize states to offer single window clearances? For example, Maharashtra, we have the industry minister sitting here with us today. We are fortunate to have him, and the chief minister will be addressing us. Maharashtra is the home to the largest FDI investment in India. So it's a state which is very, very investor friendly. How can we create more such templates in other states, not necessarily, let's say, ruled by BJP, but how do we make sure that India as one offers the same face to global investors?
I sometimes believe that Prime Minister Modi has a solution for every problem. If you look at his past speeches, he spoke about cooperative federalism and also the competitive federalism. Whereas we should cooperate as building capacities, we must compete to get more and more investment into our states. And that is why Maharashtra is here, one of the leading states of India. And a young dynamic chief minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, is leading it from the front. And Mumbai is the financial capital. So if you look at, we have an advantage of, on one hand, the demography, the young population. On the other hand, skills to the local market, which is of large size. The ports, a large coastal area to connect to the world. So I personally feel on one hand, the country is investing a lot. If you look at India's investment into the capital investment, it is the highest ever. And if I have to mention about, in 2014 we have 74 airports, today we have 160 airports. 2014 we have 5 cities connected with metro, today we have 21. From medical colleges from 380 to 760. Every sector you see the investment is growing. But when you talk about the industry, we need more partnership and collaboration. Standing in Germany, in Stuttgart, I would like to say, my first visit to Germany was way back in 1995, 30 years back. When as a young entrepreneur, I used to manufacture hand tools. I came here to participate in a clone hardware fair. And for many years, I used to come here and sell my products. But I've seen the change. They talked about learning German language today. At that time, they never used to speak in English. It was very difficult to communicate at that time. Today they are speaking English very fluently, the German people. So with time you need to change. We are ready to learn German language. We know how to learn languages and how to do well as an entrepreneur also. I mean.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Thakur. A big round of applause for the Minister.
Shri Anurag Thakurji requesting to please stay on stage. Sir. Shri Anurag Thakurji, please come back on stage. And requesting Mr. Barun Das to please present him with the shawl. And of course, the jersey from 4FB Stuttgart. Nadine, please go ahead.
My birthday also comes in this month only. I think the leader is the one who has a vision, who can foresee. At least Barun should have foreseen my birthday comes also in this month.
So we still have chance to extend the summit till your birthday comes, as long as you are staying back. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Time now to quickly keep things moving. As I cannot stress upon this enough. We have a very, very, very packed day ahead of us. And time now to put the focus on a very, very special partnership between two of the most prosperous states in Germany and India. Of course, I'm talking about Baden-Württemberg and the state of Maharashtra. A partnership that has lasted a decade. And what can only be called as the perfect partnership. And it is growing stronger with every passing day. And to talk more about it, I'm going to invite somebody very special on stage. But before that, take a look at this.
Every summit begins with a voice that opens the door. A voice that frames the dialogue and sets the tone for collaboration. Baden-Württemberg, Germany's industrial heartland, a hub of innovation, sustainability, and global enterprise. Today it welcomes the world and India. At the forefront of this welcome is a leader who drives political coordination, fosters international dialogue, and champions deeper Indo-German ties. Please welcome State Secretary for Political Coordination, Europe and International Affairs, State Ministry of Baden-Württemberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Herr Florian Hassler. Sir, all yours. Thank you, please.
Excellencies, Honorable Minister Samant, Ambassador Gupte, MP Singh Thakur, thank you very much for this inspiring speech. I also welcome State Councillor Kaspar Sutter from our neighbor country, Switzerland, Consul General Sina, dear Mr. Barun Das and dear Mr. Ruben Kaspar, thank you so much for bringing this summit again to Stuttgart. A very warm welcome to all corporate and business leaders from India and from Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you here at the News9 Global Summit in Stuttgart. And unfortunately, our Minister President cannot be here in person today, as the Chancellor has invited him to attend the Automotive Summit in Berlin. However, he was yesterday delighted to welcome the delegation here in Stuttgart and is sending his best greetings today from Berlin. The second edition, ladies and gentlemen, of this great event makes 25 years of strategic partnership between Germany and India. It makes 10 years of sister state partnership between Baden-Württemberg and the state of Maharashtra, and a new strategic agenda that the EU has announced last month to reinforce cooperation with India. Today, reliable partnerships are more important than ever. In a world facing geopolitical challenges and global transformations driven by digitalization and climate change. And this is why policymakers, leaders, and business people come together to discuss collaboration and innovation. From India, the largest democracy in the world, and from Baden-Württemberg, Germany, and neighboring Europe. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, I think there is no better place than Baden-Württemberg for this. A true hub of industry and cutting-edge technologies, of excellent universities and research located right here in the heart of Europe and distinguished by a strong culture of hospitality. 10 years ago, we started our partnership with Maharashtra, uniting two economic powerhouses in Germany and in India. Our companies are heavily involved in India. Around 350 companies from Baden-Württemberg are already active there. At the same time, more than 50 Indian companies have come to Baden-Württemberg. I think this shows how much trust is on both sides. Our universities now almost have 100 active partnerships with India institutions, many of these located in Maharashtra. The topics covered are wide-ranging and very modern, from geoinformatics to medical research, and these projects bring our students and researchers together and prepare answers to the challenges of tomorrow. Together, we have built strong bridges in skilled labor, migration, and vocational training. Young qualified people from Maharashtra can come to Baden-Württemberg to work in various skilled trades, for example. And I think this is beneficial for both sides, for the young skilled workers and for our state. But our partnership is not just about business and science, it is also about culture. For more than 20 years, the Indian Film Festival Stuttgart has been taking place in our state capital in Stuttgart. It is the largest Indian film festival in all Europe, and the festival is a strong cultural bridge and shows how closely we are linked in the creative industries. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the Stuttgart meets Mumbai Wine Festival. For more than 20 years now, our honorary consul Andreas Lapp has been organizing this event in Mumbai with passion and commitment as one of the most important networking platforms between our two states. And I think these cultural events show us something very important. Cooperation is not just about numbers and contracts, it's also about meeting each other, learning from each other, and exchanging experiences. However, an anniversary is not just about the past. It is also about the future. In 2024, we have signed a new letter of intent to deepen our cooperation in the areas of labor, migration, and skills. Since then, several projects have been started, and some programs are already in stage of scaling up. Let me highlight one point that is very close to my heart. This partnership is about people. It is about students who come from or to Baden-Württemberg to study. It is about the researchers who work together on joint projects. And it's about entrepreneurs who invest time, money, and energy in new partnerships. These people are the true bridge builders. They give our partnership a face, and they give our partnership a heart. What does this 10th anniversary mean to us? It means that we are proud of what we have achieved together, and it means, Minister, that we say thank you to all our partners and to the many people who have made this cooperation possible. And it means that we make a promise to ourselves to make our partnership even stronger over the next 10 years. And we are facing together major challenges: digital transformation, geopolitical challenges, climate change, and the need for skilled workers. None of us, not Baden-Württemberg, overcomes these challenges alone. But together, with our strong partners, with our strong partnership with India, we can find solutions together and move forward with confidence. Let us, ladies and gentlemen, continue to build bridges. Let us continue to build trust, and let us continue to bring our people closer together. Thank you very much.
And of course, Mr. Hassler, please, requesting you to stay on stage for the presentation of the shawl. In fact, requesting all the guests who are going to be speaking to please stay for just a minute longer after you're done with the session so that we can present the shawl as quickly as possible. Requesting Mr. Barun to please take the stage. And yes, the jersey from 4FP Stuttgart as well. All right, thank you, Mr. Florian Hassler, from the state of Baden-Württemberg in Germany to the state of Maharashtra in India. I'm sure most of you know this. India's financial capital, Mumbai, is the capital city of the state of Maharashtra, one of the most prosperous states in India, and always been one of the top 2 contributors to India's GDP. And it's a state that's had a very special partnership with the state of Baden-Württemberg. So we heard from the state of Baden-Württemberg. It's time now to hear from the state of Maharashtra. For our next special address, before I invite the gentleman on stage, take a look at this.
Industry is more than machines. It is jobs. It is progress. It is the backbone of every economy. For Germany, industry means precision. For India, it means scale. Together, they drive growth, shape innovation, and redefine global competitiveness. And at the center of it, Maharashtra, India's growth engine. Leading this momentum is a policymaker and strategist, a leader driving India's industrial transformation and new opportunities for global business. Please welcome Government of Maharashtra.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Uday Samantji. Sir, please.
नमस्कार. सर्वप्रथम मी TV9ला मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो आणि TV9चं कौतुक देखील करतो, कारण TV9च्या माध्यमातून पुन्हा एकदा जर्मन आणि भारत हे एकत्र आणण्याचं काम TV9ने केलं. त्याबद्दल आपलं मनापासून कौतुक आणि सरकारच्या वतीने देखील आपल्याला धन्यवाद देतो.
Hello everyone. I'm grateful to TV9 for giving me this opportunity. Without TV9, it would certainly not have been possible.
And thanks TV9 for bringing Germany and India together on this platform.
आज महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा उद्योग मंत्री म्हणून स्टुटगार्टला येताना देखील मनापासूनचा आनंद आहे, कारण पुन्हा एकदा आपली पार्टनरशिप आहे त्याच्यापेक्षा चांगली करण्यासाठी आपण प्रयत्न करतोय.
As an industry minister of Maharashtra, it's an honor to come to Stuttgart.
ठीक है. Warm greeting to all dignitaries, respected officials and German partners. I am honored to be among leaders and industrialists who are committed to strengthening India and Germany ties in innovation and technology. Under our Prime Minister Narendra Ji Modi, India advancing to goal the becoming Vikasit Bharat 2047 with clear roadmap to achieve 5 trillion economy maybe in 2047. Maharashtra is the economic powerhouse of India. In terms of economic strength, Maharashtra contribute 13.5% India's GDP in year 2023 and 2024. Maharashtra continues to remain the top destinations for domestic and global investors, attracting close 31% of India's total FDI in between 2022 and 2024. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Ji Modi and Honorable Chief Minister Devendra Ji Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Ji Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, our government committed to developing infrastructure project. Flagship project include Samruddhi Mahamarga, Diba Patil International Airport, coastal roads, metro, and smart township in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. Under the startup ecosystem and innovation, Maharashtra leads India with 27,000 plus registered startup. Maharashtra has led India's industrial growth, innovation, and investment landscape. At the World Economic Forum, Maharashtra secured 16 lakhs crore with leading global companies across sector, including EVs, semiconductors, logistics, renewable energy. These key investment reflect not only investor but confidence, the starts policy, readiness, and infrastructure capability. We launch our AVGC policy and GCC policy. Going forward, Maharashtra launch key policies for industrial growth. One is industrial policy, second is media and entertainment, third is renewable energy, fourth is electronics, fifth is aerospace and defense policy. Maharashtra rolls out the red carpet for investor from Germany and welcomes Germany investor with the open arms. We reaffirm our commitment to a strong and forward-looking partnership with Germany. Thank you for invitation to be part of this meaningful gathering. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. TV9 ला पुन्हा एकदा मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो की महाराष्ट्र सरकारला आपण या ठिकाणी बोलवलं, आपल्यामध्ये सामील होण्याची संधी दिलीत. भविष्यामध्ये TV9च्या माध्यमातून आहे त्याच्यापेक्षा जर्मनी आणि महाराष्ट्र यांचं नातं आहे त्याच्यापेक्षा मजबूत होईल अशी या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्तानं आशा बाळगतो.
Once again, I thank TV9 for inviting Maharashtra state government to this platform. And moving forward, I hope TV9 would take and show India, Maharashtra and Germany relation more stronger.
Thank you, Shri Uday Samant ji, for that. Requesting Mr. Barun Das to please present the shawl to Shri Uday Samant ji. And requesting for FP Stuttgart to present the jersey as well. Thank you, Shri Uday Samanji again. I'm going to also invite quickly Mr. Florian Hassler on stage and Ruben Kasper on stage so that we can present Mr. Florian Hassler with the jersey of VfB Stuttgart. And Mr. Barun Das as well to present Mr. Florian Hassler with the shawl. There you go, the perfect partnership between Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a decade of perfection in this partnership that is growing only stronger with every passing day. Here's wishing this partnership more and more prosperity. Thank you, Shri Uday Samanji, thank you, Florian Hassler, thank you, Ruben, and thank you, Barun, for that. Moving on. Barunji, stay close by, because right now we have a very special address from a very special person. We're talking about Maharashtra all the time. To introduce you to the next speaker, I'm going to invite Mr. Barun Das to please take the stage and welcome this next very special speaker. Sir, all yours.
Good morning again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to welcome the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Sri Devendra Fadnavis ji, who is joining us from the Stuttgart's sister city, Mumbai, to address us at News9 Global Summit. Mr. Fadnavis was very keen to be here in person, but for the fact that he's hosting Honorable Prime Minister of India and Honorable Prime Minister of the UK in Mumbai today. Mr. Fadnavis is what I call, my own version is a political prodigy. He became the youngest councillor of the city of Nagpur at 21, and then the city's youngest mayor at 27, and the second youngest chief minister of Maharashtra at the age of 44. In fact, Modi ji has described Mr. Fadnavis as Nagpur's gift to Maharashtra. So if Mr. Fadnavis looks like a man in a hurry, it is because he is. He has set himself an ambitious goal of giving India's first $1 trillion state. I have no doubt that he will be able to achieve it, because as I often say, that DF is the initial of Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, which also means development focus. Without further ado, let us look at a small AV that we've created for Mr. Fadnavis. Subsequently, we would hear from him. Thank you very much.
A decade that changed the map of industrial ties. Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra, two powerhouses separated by continents, connected by ambition. In technology, mobility, and sustainable industry, these two regions have built bridges of innovation, sharing knowledge, attracting investment, shaping jobs of the future. Joining us is a leader who has steered Maharashtra's transformation, strengthened global alliances, and championed this decade-long collaboration. Please welcome, joining us virtually, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
Namaskar. I extend my heartiest congratulations to Barun and the entire TV9 family, VfB Stuttgart and the state of Baden-Württemberg for creating this timely and meaningful platform to deepen the India-Germany partnership. Germany, at the core of the Europe's industrial and technological prowess, has long been a trusted friend to both India and Maharashtra. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, this relationship has grown stronger, evolving from that of trade to that of true collaboration aimed at building the industries of the future. Whether it is green hydrogen, smart mobility, digital innovation, or skill development, our cooperation spans across sectors vital to the global economy. Germany brings engineering excellence and precision. India offers scale, youthful energy, and world-class digital infrastructure. A pivotal step in this journey is the ongoing India-EU Free Trade Agreement, which holds great promise for job creation, innovation, and resilient supply chains. With 1.9 billion people between us, this partnership could become one of the world's most significant economic bridge, with Germany playing a central role. Nowhere else could this partnership be more tangible than Maharashtra and Baden-Württemberg. Since becoming sister states in 2015, we have built a vibrant relationship rooted in opportunity, trust, and shared vision. Baden-Württemberg is a global leader in automotive and engineering innovation, while Maharashtra stands as India's industrial engine with a robust manufacturing base, a thriving service sector, and a booming startup ecosystem. Pune, often called the gateway for German investment in India, is home to 1 in every 5 German companies in the country. This is a clear reflection of our synergy. Maharashtra contributes nearly 14% to India's GDP and leads in industrial output and foreign direct investment. In 2024 alone, we attracted $20 billion in FDI, 31% of the national total, thus reaffirming our position as a top investment destination. Our investor-friendly initiatives like the Mahaparvana single window clearance system make investing smooth and transparent. German companies such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Volkswagen, and Siemens have made Maharashtra their Indian home, powering innovation and creating high-quality jobs. For Mumbai's financial ecosystem to our world-class industrial corridors, ports, digital infrastructure, and focus on sustainability, Maharashtra offers unmatched opportunities guided by the vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047 by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. We are determined to lead from the front. To our German friends, Maharashtra is your partner in growth and innovation and long-term success. Let us walk this path together towards a brighter, shared future. I wish the News9 Global Summit Germany a great success. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
All right. Big thank you to the Chief Minister of the State of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, for being a part of the News9 Global Summit. We're going to continue this focus on the partnership between Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra. Maharashtra, a state known for industry and innovation, just like the state of Baden-Württemberg. And we have another representation from the state of Maharashtra. I'm going to invite some of these gentlemen to take the stage and also invite my colleague to take over this next session as well. It's called Maharashtra, where innovation meets expertise and enterprise. We have Dr. P. Anbaragan, the Industry Secretary of the state of Maharashtra. Huge round of applause for Dr. P. Anbaragan. Vanakkam, sir. Please take the stage. And we also have Mr. P. Velrasu, CEO of MIDC, requesting Mr. Velrasu to take the stage. Vanakkam, sir. Please take the stage. And we also have Mr. Upendra Kushwaha as part of the session as well. Please, huge round of applause for Mr. Upendra Kushwaha as well. Please take the stage. And I'm going to let my colleague Shweta Kothari take over from here. Shweta, all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Krishna. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for three of you for taking time out. Please take your seats. We've heard a lot about Maharashtra in the last couple of hours. We heard how Maharashtra is the hub of industries, of startups, of the revolution that India has seen by the way of economic development. Also, it's the home of Mumbai, which is the financial capital of India. And do you know how rich Mumbai is? Well, it's the 12th richest city in the world, but the richest people in Mumbai have wealth over $1 trillion. Now, the volume of that money is, when you compare it to the Indian and German economy, which is about $4 to $4.5 trillion. So that's how rich Mumbai is. And what is making it rich? Let's talk about that. Dr. P. Anbalagan, what exactly is making Maharashtra stand out? Why is it a financial powerhouse? Why are people so rich there as compared to the rest of the country?
Thank you for the opportunity. So I think we have heard of a minister, also an honorable chief minister. Like if we had been us like a country, we would be like 19th largest economy on a PPP terms. This is what we want to say. And secondly, unaudited numbers are like 570-80 billion is about the size of the economy. The state is going to be the first $1 trillion economy, sub-national economy for the country. This is one thing. As a legacy, Maharashtra was like home to the entrepreneurs. As a legacy, the Maharashtra advocated always the ease of doing business, and we make the investors, entrepreneurs very, very comfortable even in a foreign soil. So that is what the I would say universal selling point for the Maharashtra in the front. And Maharashtra also changes with the time. With we have 25 sectors which you look at, like we look at Stuttgart. Still we dominate all the legacy sectors, but while we are also looking at all the sunrise sectors, like we have signed close to probably around 8 billion USD for a semiconductor chip, and also close to be 12.8, almost close to be for a display fab. And very dominant player for the country is defense aerospace. We contribute close to around 1/3 of weaponry for the country, and almost I would say 1/5 for the aerospace thing. So all the sectors you need solar vapors, ingots. You look at all the sunrise sectors, the state is dominating. So we are changing with the time.
All right, changing with time. I think that's the message there. P. Vellaras, what are Maharashtra's policies that are aligning with the futuristic ambitions of India? So my question to you is, how are Maharashtra government policies, infra policies aligning with what we want in terms of e-mobility, a cleaner fuel? Run us through the policy developments in your career, in your course in Maharashtra.
Thank you for this question. The Honorable Chief Minister said, Maharashtra is one of the leading states in India. We always look forward to the futuristic way of doing things, and our value systems in terms of sustainability and keeping the quality controls, everything is in tune with the European standards. We have very futuristic policies covering the fuels, the semiconductors, and the energy. To talk about energy, our Chief Minister is pushing for most of the renewables. We'll be going to be, within another 2 years, will be one of the largest states producing maximum solar energy in our state. And not only that, we have a special policy for the EV vehicles. So some of the big EV manufacturers, they will be placed in Maharashtra. They are going to start. We signed MOUs with them in Davos. And if you look at green fuel, we have announced policies to invite people to come and set up plants in Maharashtra. So even though we are focusing on basic manufacturing, but we keep our foresight. We want to do things in a futuristic way. So we look at currently the manufacturing, but we have the sight at what is going to happen in the future also. Thank you.
I'll just add on, having spent 2.5 years with energy, look at energy transition of our state plan. So by 2030, our entire energy reckon. Today we consume around 30 gigawatt. And largest renewable footprint is already there. We have close to around 48 gigawatt of installed capacity. By 2030, 52% of our actual consumption will come from renewables. Okay. And the state will be the capital of pump storage projects, and we signed for 80 gigawatt. State can be the, I would say, the final point for the grid stability of the entire nation, and also it can be for a global grid. So
right.
that is where the state is looking at.
All right, that deserves a huge, in fact, round of applause. Maharashtra, they're standing out when it comes to green energy. Dipendra Kushwaha ji, you're working very closely for MET3 2.0. I want to understand from you, what has been the movement on ground? What's been the uptick of MET3 2.0? Run us through the project.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. As we are discussing and we are hearing about ease of doing business, deregulation, creating an environment for industry to grow faster. So our leadership, Honorable Chief Minister, taken an initiative that we should create a platform, actual single window system where each and every investor will get all kinds of help to set up their factory from the very beginning until the final functioning or manufacturing production start. So this MET3 2.0 is enabled by Act, and this Act says whatever permissions and approvals and support required to an investor will be provided by this single window system. And if any authority fails to provide that support or approval or permissions within a given time frame, then the MET3 will come into picture and will give those permission in next 7 to 15 days. So this is
It's like a single window clearance.
It's a single window. It's a fully online. It's fully integrated, providing 120 plus services as on today with advanced features of AI and everything.
And what's the uptake?
Sorry.
How many people, how many companies, how many entrepreneurs are enrolling for it?
So now Honorable Chief Minister have made it mandatory for all the departments to provide these services to investors. So each and every company going to make an investment, going to set up their plant or running their factories are coming. So more than 44,000 applications have reached in few months time, 3-4 months time.
That's brilliant.
And we are seeing a long jump in these number of applications.
All right.
And our disposal rate is 99.9% so far.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a brilliant rate. Before I let you go, now we've heard all good things about Maharashtra. Anybody who's been to Mumbai or Maharashtra, I think I'm going to keep it closer to my mouth. Anybody who's been to Mumbai or Maharashtra often has a grouse, and that is, the state of infrastructure, the roads, the congestion. So I have to ask you, all of you for that matter, what exactly are you doing? And I'm very short on time, so maybe 1 minute each. What are you doing to ensure that the infrastructure is resilient, given that every time during monsoons, problems are same, they're not changing?
I think I'll take this because I work with the local self-government in Mumbai Corporation. So Mumbai, it houses about 15 million population. So there is a huge pressure to maintain upkeep the infrastructure. But if you see, in the last 5 years, we have been upgrading the road infrastructure in a big way. If you happen to visit Mumbai recently, you would see the coastal road, where there won't be any difference between Dubai or the big cities and Mumbai. And that is only the tip of the iceberg, because what we are going to do is, we are going to encircle the full Mumbai with a coastal road.
Okay.
It is going to go all the way to the north till Virar. On the eastern side also there is going to be the freeway, and the Setu which is connecting to the Navi Mumbai. So these all infrastructure projects will roll out within 5 years. Not only that, we are going to have about 35 kilometers of metro. That all will be coming into action within another 7 years. That is a plan. And not only that, Mumbai will be having soon at least 2 more airports. So yesterday was a good day where the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi ji, inaugurated the 3rd airport, that is Navi Mumbai Airport. And we are likely to get another airport north of Mumbai. So we will be like New York, we will be having boasting of 4 airports within Mumbai. And to add to that, we will have the 5th international airport coming up in Pune, and that will be hardly 2 hours from Mumbai. So I think in my take, within another 5 years, there will be a tipping point. You will see massive infrastructure changes in Mumbai. Currently, Mumbai is undergoing that pain of carrying out the infrastructure. So, but the people, we are grateful to the people for tolerating that. But within another 6-7 years, you'll see massive changes in Mumbai. Yeah.
Like to add on,
Right.
100 billion USD is the number which will be spent in another 3 years. And which Velu mentioned, along with this coastal road, there is like a circle crossing from Vasai Virar to Alibag, which will circumvent, which will bisect Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Delhi, Mumbai, Agra, Mumbai, Pune, Mumbai, Goa. It will circumvent that, so no need to get into the city to get into the port. That's what. And we are coming up with a Vadhavan port. It's going to be the biggest port in Asia, which will also commissioned in 7 years.
I'll take 1 minute. As we have discussed about the port, airports, roads, metro, rail connectivity, everything we are working more than 100 billion. Yesterday only our Honorable Chief Minister, he is known as the infrastructure man, said Mumbai in 59 minutes. So from anywhere to any point of Mumbai to another point, you should reach in Mumbai, and he said that we are going to achieve by 2028. Thank
All
you.
right, that's the
It's all
timeline.
one Mumbai.
You know, okay. You know, there has to be a question on the equitable infra development as well. There are places in Maharashtra, including Vidarbha, Marathwada, that do not have enough industrial nodes or hubs. What is the government doing about
I will
it?
just take this question. Two corridors, which one is already completed, like some prosperity corridor we call it, which connects like our winter capital Nagpur, the eastern part of the state, with the Mumbai. It's almost close to 720 kilometers. It will have at least minimum 15 industrial nodes on way. It caters almost 17 districts which were like interland. This is one thing which we are doing. Secondly, the similar highway, prosperity corridor, like on like access controlled highways connecting Nagpur to Goa, Panjim. So the entire Maharashtra, both like I would say the central Maharashtra and the eastern Maharashtra will be connected. Secondly, the state boasts world's one of the best iron ore reserves in place called Gadchiroli. Probably in another 5 years we will be producing 30 million tons a year. Only 10% of the steel will be produced from one district. So the entire like interland of like Gadchiroli, Chandrapur, which are part as well sometimes like I would say like a Naxalism affected area. So absolutely there is also a way in connecting with 4 lane with all the district quarters with the divisional headquarters like the big towns. So that way like state is looking into the inclusivity and our policy also. If you like add on like more than 50% of the women workforce, you get more than 10 to 20% of the incentives. That way like inclusivity is brought not only like Mumbai, Nasik or Pune, also into like other like eastern part of the state.
All right, I think with that we've come to the end of this fireside chat. Mr. Dr. An Balagan, P. Valurasu and Dipendra Singh Kushwaha, thank you very much,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
gentlemen, for
Thank you.
joining
Thank
us.
you.
Gentlemen, please stay on stage. Please stay on stage. As always, requesting all future speakers as well to please take a minute after you're done with your sessions. Requesting the presentation of shawl. I'm going to request Shri Barun Das ji again to please take the stage to present the shawls. And requesting 4FP Stuttgart as well. Right, thank you, gentlemen from Maharashtra. Wonderful. Before we go any further, we'd like to give a warm welcome to the Chairman of the Committee of Economic Affairs, Dr. Erik Schweikert, who's with us. Dr. Erik Schweikert, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us over here as part of the News9 Global Summit. It's great to have you with us. Thank you for coming down. And now, huge round of applause for Dr. Erik Schweikert. Now, moving on, as we have known so far already, India and Germany are two great nations with not just shared goals, but shared capabilities to reach those goals as well. And we, as India's #1 news network, are proud to play a part in fostering this very special relationship at the national level and at the state levels. And hence, with that, it's time for our ambassadorial address. And for that, before I invite the gentleman on stage, take a look at this.
Every strong alliance begins with dialogue, with trust built across borders, with voices that carry nations closer. As India rises as a global growth engine and Germany leads Europe's innovation drive, their relationship grows deeper in trade, in mobility, in education, in climate action. At the heart of this relationship stands a diplomat who champions collaboration, strengthens economic and cultural ties, and carries India's voice to Germany's corridors of power. Please welcome India's ambassador to Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Ajit Vinayak Gupte, sir. All yours.
Shri Uday Samant ji, Minister of Industries, Mr. Barun Das, MD and CEO of TV9, and dear friends. A little less than a year ago, we were gathered in Stuttgart for the inaugural TV9 summit. It was an epoch-making event because this was one of the first times ever that such an event was organized. We then had the privilege of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving a virtual address. We also had the honor of receiving two very important cabinet ministers from India, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia and Shri Ashwini Vaishnav-ji. I'm very happy to be here again with you today. A lot has happened in the last 11 months. We've had the visit of the former Chancellor Scholz to India for the 6th intergovernmental consultations. Soon after the German government took office in May this year, our External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, visited Germany from the 22nd to 24th of May. We've also had a very important parliamentary delegation visiting Germany in June in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. They interacted with the German Parliament and with representatives of various political parties. Germany has also reciprocated. Foreign Minister Wadeful paid his first visit to India last month, and we've had the privilege of listening to him today. He visited Bangalore, as he mentioned, where he met a number of Indian companies and German companies, and he also visited Delhi. We look forward to continuing the intensified engagement between India and Germany. I would just like to briefly highlight some of the key aspects of the relationship. Germany is by far India's largest trade and investment partner in Europe. India's exports to Germany in terms of goods and services reached a record high last year of $50.3 billion US. Speakers spoke about the trade in goods amounting to $33 billion, but there is also trade in services which has crossed 17 billion. The trade in services has doubled in the last 5 years, and I think this is an indication of how much interaction there is in sectors like IT, fintech, shipping, etc. More than 2,000 German companies have invested in India. I think about 700 of them are based in Pune. Pune is known as the secret capital of Germany in India. And as this year we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the state-to-state relationship between Maharashtra and Baden-Württemberg, I think there are exciting opportunities for deepening the cooperation between Maharashtra and Baden-Württemberg. Friends, I would like to briefly narrate some of the areas where there is scope for cooperation. A lot of German companies have set up global capability centers in India. I think this is a platform where we can accelerate cooperation. India is a leader in artificial intelligence and in IT. A couple of incidents. When the Foreign Minister Vadeful visited the Mercedes-Benz Research Development Center in Bangalore, he was briefed that there are more than 9,000 software specialists working for Mercedes-Benz. And in fact, most Mercedes-Benz cars today are using software which has been developed in Bangalore. Similarly, the well-known German semiconductor company Infineon has nearly 19,000 software experts working in design centers in India. The European company NXP, which is a leader in semiconductors, has another 10 to 12,000 Indian engineers and IT experts. And in fact, they told me recently that the latest 2 nanometer chip, which is going to be built across the world, has been developed entirely in India. I increasingly find German companies doing the latest engineering design, semiconductor design, and the latest software from their operations in India. And this is a trend which is likely to gather momentum in future. What we would like to see is more German Mittelstand using Indian expertise in the IT sector. When I visit German companies, I can't help noticing more and more Indians working there. When we visited Airbus recently, they confided that there are more than 300 Indians working in Airbus. Airbus itself is sourcing a lot of components from India, and there are more than 100 Indian companies which are supplying aircraft components to Airbus. The total value of such components is over $1.4 billion. If you had followed the news just last week, the board of Airbus visited India for the first time ever. And they called not only on the Prime Minister, but also had meetings with the Commerce Minister and External Affairs Minister. I deliberately gave you some of these examples because a lot has been spoken, but I wanted to mention some specific areas of ongoing cooperation. Friends, I'm happy to say that the embassy and the 3 consulates in Germany have been working very closely with German industry. And over the last 15 months, about $5 billion of investments have been confirmed by German companies. Some of this has already been implemented, while the other investments are in the process of being implemented. India has emerged as the #1 partner country for skilled mobility. Germany is increasingly open to having Indians come in semi-skilled roles. We have, for example, butchers from Maharashtra who are working in Bavaria. We have some bus drivers who are under training in Munich. We have Deutsche Bahn recruiting train drivers. And of course, we have a large number of nurses, more than 10,000 nurses. Germany and India have been very close development partners for more than 30 years. At a time when global aid is being reduced, India and Germany remain committed to providing support for the global south. India has dedicated and provided more than 100,000 scholarships under ITEC for the last few years to countries from developing countries. And similarly, we have made commitments to projects worth $32 billion. Many of these projects have been completed and have made a decisive impact on the lives of people in developing countries, particularly in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Africa. We look forward to continuing our cooperation with Germany in this area, particularly through triangular cooperation, that is between Germany and India working together to facilitate cooperation in the global south. We have an interesting program called the Make in India Mittelstand. Under this program, a large number of Mittelstand companies have been facilitated entry into the Indian market. I am glad to convey that 246 companies have been facilitated with an actual investment of 2 billion euros. These companies are active in the pharmaceuticals, engineering, and logistics sector. Friends, as you know, Western Germany, particularly Baden-Württemberg and Bavaria, have been the center of industrial development, entrepreneurship, and innovation. As we look forward, I would urge companies in the area to not wait for the EU-India FTA. It is well on the road to being finalized, but do go ahead with your investments in India. India is a growing economy, one of the fastest growing economies. Enough has been said about the demographic advantage, the growing market, and the boundless opportunities. Let me once again reiterate Prime Minister Narendra Modi's comment on the bilateral relations. When India's dynamism meets Germany's precision, when Germany's engineering meets India's innovation, when Germany's technology combines with India's talent, a brighter future is envisioned for the Indo-Pacific region and the world. Friends, let us take the opportunity to redouble our efforts to ensure that the next 25 years of the India-Germany partnership are very fruitful and that we cross many new thresholds. Thank you for giving me the opportunity of speaking to you, and I'm really very delighted and grateful to TV9 for once again organizing this event, which has given an opportunity to bring together a large number of companies, decision makers, and institutions from India and Germany. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Ajit Gupta ji. Requesting to please stay on stage. Requesting Barun Das and Ruben Kasper. Gentlemen, please, for the presentation of shawl and the jersey. All right, thank you, Shri Ajit Gupta ji, and thank you, Ruben, and thank you, Barun. Quickly moving on, time now to dive deeper into that special partnership between Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra. And for that, it's time for a coach speak, as we like to call it. And I'm going to invite somebody with years of expertise in building global partnerships, is passionate about fostering collaboration in everything from business, science, technology, just about everything. He plays a vital role in strengthening the presence of Baden-Württemberg internationally, not just India. But before I get that gentleman on stage, take a look at this.
Every great partnership begins with a first step. Between India and Germany, that step was forged. Between Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra. This precursor alliance is more than geography. It is a bridge between two powerhouses. Baden-Württemberg, Europe's industrial heartland. Maharashtra, India's economic engine. At the center of this partnership is Baden-Württemberg International, and the voice that has championed Indo-German collaboration for years, steering opportunities, building networks, and opening doors. Please welcome Managing Director of Baden-Württemberg International.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Mr. Gunnar May. Gunnar, all yours.
Thank you very much. Especially thank you very much for putting so much pressure on me now. Being the new guy, I just started last week in this new function after spending 2 decades in the exhibition business. Well, it's my pleasure. I really like the soccer environment and the sporty language, so please allow me to do it in a very sporty way and just say hello to anybody here, to anybody involved, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to do this coach session. Maybe looking at some coaching, there is going to be some Ted Lasso moments within the next 10 minutes. And as in every good sporting exercising session, we will start with the warm-up. So please, next slide, and please hit the button for the movie.
Württemberg. Simple for people in southwest Germany, not so simple for everybody else. Luckily, finding simple solutions is at the core of our DNA. For instance, when our Arthur Fischer was fed up with his favorite picture constantly falling off the wall, he simply revolutionized the fastening industry by inventing the dowel. Or when we had the simple idea of getting from A to B without horses. The car. Simple idea, simply revolutionary. Our inventiveness makes us the #1 innovation region in Europe. Simply put, we love inventing things like this and that and this and that and that and that, that, and also that. Simplicity is key, because simple ideas are the ones most likely to fly. So even for elaborate processes, we always find a simpler solution. Almost always. No wonder we're the perfect home for 35% of German world market leaders. We think that the best place to grow young talents is in your own front garden. That's why we have over 70 universities, more than 100 research institutions, Cyber Valley, and Europe's largest ecosystem for artificial intelligence, the EPI. We are Germany's sunniest state, so we simply use this advantage to power a more sustainable future. We are convinced that everything you do should be simple. This is why we even found an easier way for you to say Baden-Württemberg. Simply call us the land.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Well, yeah, obviously I'm here to promote Baden-Württemberg, to promote the land, representing Baden-Württemberg International as the central marketing agency of the state of Baden-Württemberg. We are centered in Stuttgart, downtown. We also have an office in China, and of course we are part of this whole agency network of Baden-Württemberg. Next slide, please. What we are doing in detail is shown on this map. We are providing either marketing access, we are providing either scientific access, we are providing academia as well as economics in organizing delegations, in organizing trade show participations, in welcoming delegations, but also in outbound delegations. Next slide, please. Looking at the relation of Maharashtra and the land, we heard before it started more than 10 years ago, and during all this process, Baden-Württemberg International was part of being or of offering enabling services in establishing this relationship. Next slide, please. Of course, it's very easy to put these key factors on a slide. It's also very easy to put these key factors on the wall of an office. Talking about Baden-Württemberg International, I can assure you it takes energy, it takes a lot of belief, and it takes a lot of daily strength to keep the pace. And I can assure you, Baden-Württemberg International, I'm representing roughly 100 colleagues of mine. They are burning to promote the land, to assist international companies to come to the land, but also to assist the companies of Baden-Württemberg and the academia to join, for example, in the Maharashtra area and set up businesses. Next slide, please. Just to name a few, you will see some of the activities set up in the very near future, organized by the team of Baden-Württemberg International together with our partner networks. There is some science missions going on, there is trade missions going on. We are providing several participation opportunities in trade shows, and there will be a big trade mission headed by the Minister for Economic Affairs to Delhi Pune and Mumbai right in February 2025. Next slide, please. I also want to show you some facts and figures of Indian life in Baden-Württemberg too. As you can see, already more than 70 Indian companies in Baden-Württemberg, including the JVs. Our job, our aim is to attract even more companies to Baden-Württemberg, so please feel free to get in touch with us. We also have a little booth right in the foyer, so please come to us. We are eager to help. We like to see us as the one-stop agency assisting you in your way and in your activities coming to Baden-Württemberg and link you either with the government, either with the municipal services or with the chambers of commerce being active in Baden-Württemberg as we are. Next slide, please. You already heard a lot of Baden-Württemberg and our economic strength, our strength in research and development and the high density of research and development, for example, in universities. Of course, I want to point this out once again. Next slide, please. Let's skip the numbers because I was cut off in time. Next slide, please. I was just participating at an event where one of our ministers was comparing Germany to a company, and he was setting up the different departments, and as it's obviously shown, the research and development department would definitely be located in Baden-Württemberg. Next slide, please. We already heard a lot of economic insights in the speeches beforehand. Me and my colleagues, we wanted to point out all the variety and the broad sectors we got in Baden-Württemberg to all of you, and I hope you can spot the fitting sector for you. Once again, feel free to contact us, feel free to make use of our services, and we are happy to assist. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for having me on stage today. It is a great honor to be here, to be part of this event. I am looking forward to the further networking, and to stay in the sporty language, I'm looking forward to the after-match party this evening and to see you again tonight in the Newcastle. Thank you.
As always, requesting Mr. Barun and Mr. Ruben Kasper. That's right. Important message. Bear in mind, it is a long power-packed day, but at the end of this long power-packed day, we will all be heading towards Neues Schloss or Newcastle for a dinner hosted by the state of Baden-Württemberg. So, can't wait to get to that, but we have a lot to accomplish before we get to that dinner. And as you can see on stage, the next session is already in progress. And it's on a very interesting topic. It's the topic of our times. It's what we discuss all the time, that dreaded word, tariff, and one Mr. Trump and his tantrums. So the question is, how well are India and Germany positioned in the face of his tariff tantrums? Our playoff is on the theme free trade agreement and trade wars, the India-Germany advantage. Take a look.
Tariffs, tariff. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary.
Trump hits global trade with a hammer blow.
Multinationals lose billions.
Unilateralism is back.
A single signature shook global markets.
And supply chains never looked the same.
Everyone's asking the same question.
What's the new safe zone? But in the storm came recalibration.
In the noise, a quiet alliance grew louder.
India and Germany, two democracies with deep industrial roots and futuristic ambition,
began to write a different kind of trade story.
In a world of economic warfare,
They chose cooperation. In a decade of decoupling, they chose reinvention.
this is not about free trade. It's about fair, fearless futures.
The playoff begins.
That's right. Playoff begins on the biggest topic of our times. I'm going to first invite the players of this playoff on stage. From Germany, we have State Councillor Kasper Sutter, Head of Department of Economic, Social and Environmental Affairs, Canton of Basel-Stadt. Thank you, Mr. Sutter. Please. We have Mr. Joachim Erdle, Member of Board of Managing Directors, LBBW. Please, huge round of applause for Mr. Erdle. Thank you. And from India, we have Mr. Sachidanand Shukla, Group Chief Economist of Larsen & Toubro, requesting you to please take the stage. Huge round of applause for Mr. Sachidanand Shukla. We also have Professor Sachin Kumar Sharma, Director General, Research and Information System for Developing Countries. Sir, please, requesting you to take the stage as well. And as I said, this is a playoff, which means the playoff will have a referee. And let me now invite the referee to take the stage, Mr. Stefan Halusa, former Director General, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce. Stefan Halusa, please, requesting you to take the stage and referee this playoff for us. All yours.
Now? Yeah, now it works. Thank you very much. And of course, a very good evening, good afternoon. Evening is later today. We're looking forward to that. But now we would like to talk about and spice the conversation up a little bit by talking about trade agreements and trade wars happening at the same time. The scene has been set. Obviously, this whole discussion has been triggered about a year ago. And I remember last year when we met here for the first News9 Global Summit, Mr. Trump had just been re-elected into the office of the President of the United States. And we all know how often in his campaign he has mentioned the fact that he's going to impose tariffs right after the elections. At that time, I was surprised that many Indian entrepreneurs and top management were of the opinion that actually that may play out to the benefit of India, because most certainly Mr. Trump will focus on another country with those tariffs. And that was again confirmed by a survey that the Indo-German Chamber did together with KPMG earlier this year, where the majority again thought that again, India, the Indian economy, Indian industry may actually benefit from these tariffs. Now, of course, we are a little bit further down the year, and I think that seems to be quite a miscalculation. India is now, or Indian products are now burdened with 50% of tariffs, and I would like to ask my first question to Professor Sharma. You are in your function as the Director General of an Indian think tank also observing, you're monitoring these mega trade agreement negotiations. Now, where are we with the discussions between, or negotiations between the US and India? Is there any progress? Can we expect an agreement sometime soon? After all, it has hit India quite hard.
Thank you very much, and thanks TV9 for inviting me for this wonderful event. On this Trump tariff, one or two things which I would like to mention about this. Yes, this is a very uncertain time, and even if you are trading with any country, there are trade issues are there with many countries, but this trade issue need to be tackled with negotiation, with dialogue. But if a country imposes unilateral measures, then it's not going to work. It is going to create more uncertainty, and it's not good at all for any country. Now, about the narrative being built about India like a tariff king, or we are creating barrier, let I make it also very clear that if these countries themselves introspect, and if they see their tariff and non-tariff barriers, what they are imposing on the global south, then the picture would be very different. I give one example. Even in many countries, like a product like peanut, the rich country, they impose more than 160% tariff. Where you will get this kind of figure? The problem is that to make a narrative that the country is a protectionist, and then they wanted to make or take market access. That is not going to work. For this, we all countries need to understand the sensitivity of each other. And if we are not able to understand the sensitivity of each other, then it's not good for any country. We need to believe in the rule-based multilateral system. That's what we are believing. There need to be a rule-based world order, and this world order should not be dictated by the unilateral action. That's the one thing. And yes, to make the trade negotiation further, the government of India is taking steps. We believe in the dialogue, and we are working on this aspect. Yes, we have a lot of sensitivity, and if these sensitivities are considered, then yes, very soon we will work on, we'll have concrete trade deals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, of course, we would all like to see this agreement sometime soon. I guess the complication comes when one side believes in conversations and in compromises and playing by the rules, and the other side doesn't. That makes the playoffs slightly more difficult. But I would like to move on to Joachim Erdle. You are in close contact with industry, with companies of all sizes in all sectors. So what do we hear from them right now? How much does that uncertainty, especially the uncertainty coming from changing tariffs overnight without any notice period, how is that impacting their plans, their investment plans, and does that affect all regions, all sectors, or are some regions or sectors maybe kind of immune against these uncertainties?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Immunity would be great, but I guess nevertheless, I mean, this is not really the case. I think what we need to have in mind is the export-oriented economic model of Germany, I mean, really is under pressure. And it has not been started some months ago, it started some 10 years ago. And therefore, a lot of our customers already invested international. So most of our customers are well prepared. However, what we have seen in the last couple of months, maybe 1-2 years, there was an enormous increase in capex, especially in the US, mainly driven by subsidies like the IRA. And therefore, most of our customers, first of all, stick with their strategy and their plan, because in most cases, it's a long-term strategy. But given the uncertainty which we are facing at the moment in the market, mainly driven by tariffs and some other issues, I would say some of them starting to postpone investment. I think the good news is they only postpone. They don't cancel. So they are waiting for a more stable environment and then again pick up their plans and go further with their international investment strategy. This is what we hear from our client. So overall, I mean, the US and all the other countries remain attractive markets from a commercial point of view. Again, I mean, all of our customers look very, very carefully at the environment and appreciate stability, which is not the case at the moment. But once they feel comfortable, they definitely restart with their activities.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think stability is an important factor in this game, and of course, one of the other results of the business outlook is always that political stability speaks for India, because this is one of the criteria that is always ranked highest when we ask what are your reasons to invest in India. So I guess stability is really the name of the game here. I would like to move on to Kaspar Sutter from Switzerland, not from Germany. I think there was a small mistake at the beginning here. But looking at, of course, Switzerland, Switzerland has now been burdened with 39% of import duties. I think that was something that was completely unexpected. Now there is the threat, at least, to impose another 100% of tariffs on pharmaceuticals, which I guess would hit the industry in China, in Switzerland quite hard, especially also in and around Basel. Is there already a way of assessing the kind of damage that is doing to the industry in Switzerland, or how are companies responding? Are they also continuing with their plans or just postponing? What's the reaction of the industry in Switzerland?
So first, thank you very much that I can be here as a Swiss person at the German-Indian Summit. It's very interesting to see all that thing. Me coming from Basel, mainly focused on pharmaceutical and life sciences. It's the biggest one in Europe. So And yeah, a lot of exports of Switzerland, half of the exports are from the pharmaceutical products, so mainly our companies of Basel would be affected. Until now, yeah, Switzerland, a free trade orientated small country, economically very potent and very strong. We are always looking for free trade because we think that free trade is in the best of everything. We are always looking for multilateralism, which is very much hurt and not accepted anymore by the US. So we see at the moment this situation of insecurity, that you never know what's going to happen. If a tweet can change the rules in the United States, the country where a lot of companies would like to invest, but at the same time you have all these insecurities. And so I think it's the main thing we try to keep on is to be reliable and predictable and to give this safe situation for foreign investments which investing in Switzerland. So up to now we have this 39% of tariffs, which is very high compared with our European neighbors and also with other countries. So it's not 50 like India, but 39 is very much. US, as you can imagine, is after Germany the most important trading country for Switzerland. So, but yeah, pharmaceuticals are not included yet. So we have these tariffs on machinery, very much hit, watches, chocolates, and things like that. So up to now, it's quite difficult to see the effect on our economy, because a lot of companies that did like brought all their goods before the tariffs to the US. So when you see the first half of this year, numbers look very good because everybody produced a lot and brought it to United States. And now to see what's happening if the companies are able to increase prices in the US, if they find other partners in other regions of the world, it's quite difficult to see, or if it's also a reduction in the profits of these trading. It's for us, it's very difficult. From the pharmaceuticals, we always said tariffs on innovative medicine is not a good idea because it's paid by the patients and nothing else. So normally states are not taking these measurements because it's not in the interests of their patients. So we don't know. It looks like a power play to try to bring investments to US, which our big companies, they're very strongly invested in the United States already. So, and of course, since COVID, you can also see that investments in production, at least of medicines, is going closer to the patients and the markets. This is already before Mr. Trump came into power. So I think this is the shift we see globally, that medicines production is going closer to the patients. But yeah, up to now, to your main question, the impact on the economy, I can't really give you an answer at that moment.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I would like to ask a similar question to Sachidan and Shukla. I mean, L&T has, if I remember correctly, 5 locations in the United States. So you're operating in the United States. Do you already see an impact on your business development, the operations in the US? Or what are you expecting in the months to come?
Thank you, TV9 and the land. Thank you, TV9 and the land, for this opportunity. I am an economist, and therefore I would want to talk about economics rather than the company's plans. But before that, let me give you a caveat as an economist. For whatever I'm going to say now, for every economist, you have an equal and opposite economist, right? And whatever he or she says about the future, it's likely to be wrong on the both sides. Having said that, I think on a serious note, it's very easy to get swept away with this whole talk of tariffs and the problems that it is causing to the rest of the world. But I think the US is not new to protectionism. We have seen various regimes and presidencies actually come up with tariffs. Remember the 1980s when they tried to throw out the Japanese and so on and so forth. So there have been multiple such episodes. Let us also look at some of the positives. What is happening is, because of the US policies, you now have multipolar demand from the global economy. What I mean is, earlier there were only the US and the Chinese growth. Now what you have is he's shaken the pot, and therefore the fiscal inertia that existed in Europe and some of the other places, that is beginning to change. You will get to see more levers of global demand. Also, let's not forget what we are getting is low oil prices, lower commodity prices, and new age, emergence of new age sectors and technologies. It's also led to diversification plans and strategizing by corporates like us everywhere in the world. And finally, it has given India an opportunity to look inwards in terms of what's been wrong, the tariff policies, the kind of policies that we have been using or in international trade. It is time now to cleanse a lot of that. If we do that, there is a huge opportunity. We can work with partners who share the same vision and who have the same shared goals and shared future, like Germany, and there is a much brighter future ahead. You did talk about stability and reliability. Let me give you a couple of stats. If you look at India, last 30 years, this economy has grown at 6% compounded. That means the economy has gone up 13 times in the last 30 years. The per capita income has gone up by about 9 times. If you compare that to the US, it's gone up by 4.7 times in terms of GDP. Per capita, just under 3, right? Look at Germany or France or UK. The GDP has gone up by just 2.5 times in this period. And also per capita incomes have gone up by 2.1, 2.2 times. So I think if you look at it from a future perspective, even if India does no better than the past, growing at 6%, real terms 6.5%, plus some inflation, nominal terms 11%, this is an economy, $4 trillion and doubling every 7 years. Where are you going to find that? So I think if you look at reliability, stability, you mentioned about political stability, I think there is no better place to do business than India.
Thank you very much. And also for now shifting the attention maybe more to the Indo-German or Indo-EU corridor. And I would like to take this up next with a question. I mean, we've heard this, the negotiations are ongoing between India and the EU now for some time. And we heard Mr. Šefčovič speaking this morning, and the Commissioner said that he's, I think, maximizing efforts, which is, of course, good news. But I listened very carefully. I didn't really hear any detail about the progress that we're taking. And I would like to start with Professor Sharma again. I mean, again, assuming that you're watching these negotiations, do you see the progress? And if so, can you indicate where the best or how the best known obstacles are being approached, like agriculture, CBAM, because these have been blocking, I think, the negotiations for a long time. And in addition, of course, now there's again the threat by the US of additional tariffs on all countries which are importing Russian oil. Will that add complexity? Will that slow down the negotiations? What's your view here?
Yeah, thank you very much. About India-EU FTA, there is much progress is happening at the moment. Yes, since morning, the prediction that by end of this year we will able to finalize the this India-EU FTA. But yes, there are some sticking points as well there. One point is all about the sustainability. The sustainability means all like sustainability, whether it's Indian or Germany or Swiss, but the approach to sustainability is very different country to country. The definition is very different. For instance, when we talk about the sustainability from India's perspective, there are 3 dimensions: environment, social, economic. But if we take only environment sustainability and make unilateral rules like CBAM, then it may happen that many of the SME industry may be excluded from the multilateral system. This is the one concern which in India we have about the sustainability. In agriculture, like European Union, we also have a lot of sustainability. I, being the negotiator of Government of India to the WTO for 16 years, I have seen the sensitivity of the European Union, where the US again and again they wanted market access in the European Union, but EU was reluctant to even to negotiate the market access. We also have the defensive interest, because we have millions of low-income or resource-poor farmers, and the livelihood, the life, the rural development, all is connecting with the agriculture. So these are some of the issues which are sensitive, and for this sensitivity, both India and EU need to come together. The one thing that we are in this football stadium, and in football, each team tried to score against each other to make more goal. But here, India and Germany have to come together to make one goal. That is a shared prosperity, where we can all come together and we can make all trading system very inclusive. That is the way forward.
Thank you very much, and I would like to ask Mr. Adler as well, what is your assessment now about the progress in the negotiations? I mean, both countries have proven that they're capable of concluding agreements. India concluded with EFTA last year, with the UK this year, and then there was the agreement signed between Indonesia and the EU just recently. Just between India and the EU, somehow things get stuck, and we heard today we're looking at an agreement by the end of this year, or maybe early next year, which seems to be an indication that progress is not as fast as we hoped it to be. From your point of view, how would your clients react if that would be postponed again? Would that cause companies to maybe then relook at or revisit their investment plans and say that I go rather to Indonesia, or maybe Indian companies would say, well, then I'm going to Switzerland or the UK because there we have agreements?
Very good question. What we are seeing is that, our customers are looking maybe for stability, but more important is predictability and clarity. So once we know the framework, the circumstances, it's much easier to deal with them. And this is currently a real issue for our customers. So finally, I would say a lot of our customers already invested in India, but they invested in India due to the attractive local market. And the market is attractive, as we have learned, huge growth rates, highly attractive employees levels, etc., etc. So I would say having a clear framework in place will definitely help to finally decide now to either extend investments in India or start really entering the Indian market. And therefore, if it will be postponed to the beginning of next year, our corporates will look at it and say, okay, we're not surprised because we experienced this for now 20 years roughly. But finally, they are really prepared because they have their plan, as already mentioned. They have the strategy, and once they have clarity, then they will really start either investing more or really start entering the Indian market. And the Indian market is highly attractive. And putting together the competences of India and EU corporates obviously create additional value on both sides. And this makes it so attractive, and therefore, I would rather prefer to have the FTA in place earlier than later, because then we will really start lifting these advantages on both sides. But I would finally, it's not only a question, if it is the end of this year or maybe in Q1 26, but it should be finalized on a really short-term basis.
Yeah, I guess we all hope so, that it's going to be the case. Now, of course, Switzerland or the EFTA has been successful in concluding a trade agreement. I'm not sure whether it's a free trade agreement, but it's called a trade agreement with India last year. So the question would be, what can we learn from EFTA, from the negotiators? What did you do better, or how was the approach different to come to this result? Obviously, one big commitment was made, and that is 100 billion investment from EFTA companies or corporates into India over the next 15 years. Is that like the ticket price for an agreement? Is that what you have to pay to get one, or were there other means?
For Switzerland as a small country, it's very important to have clear agreements with the best, with every country on globally. So obviously with the European Union, where we had very good bilateral agreement, where we have a new package, we are now going to find the ratification and the popular vote, I guess, in Switzerland, for have a clear situation with the European Union. But with India, I'm very happy that it was able to conclude as a EFTA, so we did it together with Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway, to have this free trade agreement. It's called Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement actually, but it brings lower tariffs on 95 of the exported goods, no tariffs on almost 85 of the exported goods within 10 years, so it's like a temporary, it's a change in every year. And on the other side, it's this commitment to have direct investments of 100 billion from these 4 countries in India in the upcoming 15 years. And for us, what was also very important was the protection of intellectual property rights. I think that's, if we want to have fair trade, it's very important to find agreements on that. That's innovation, which is also important for Baden-Württemberg, is clearly protected. It's good for both sides to have clear rules on the protection of intellectual property rights. And now, 8 days ago, it started. It's in power, so obviously we don't see the effects in this short time. But yeah, I'm convinced, because India is a growing market, very important with young population, that it will have a big impact on the trade on both sides and also on the investments on both sides. So normally when you're trading with each other, then you also start investing in the other country, which helps both sides. So I'm looking quite forward to that agreement we have as Switzerland with India, and I hope that it will strengthen the trading and the investment relations between the two countries.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kaspar, because of course that's the expectation when you conclude an agreement. And so let's see about the progress. And I would like to ask Sajid Anand again about, from your point of view, when we look at the conclusion of the trade agreement, would that mean that also Europe gets much more attractive as an investment destination for Indian companies? Would you see that there is a lot of investment then coming from India into Europe, hopefully, of course, Germany, hopefully Baden-Württemberg, but also other European countries? And or in the case of a failure, could that also mean that investments are going to Switzerland or to the UK or other countries India has an agreement with?
It's never a good idea to let an economist stand between lunch and people. But I think it's very, very important to ask that question. If you look at the FTAs or the negotiations that we've been having forever, very, very important to understand what we are striving to achieve. As one of the largest blocks of economic growth, and if you look at India, it's soon going to become the 3rd largest, and so on and so forth. I think it's very important to understand the shared values, where we are going to in terms of, so while it may have taken us more than a decade to arrive at an agreement, but I think whatever we get, maybe this year or the next, I think is going to be good for the rest of the world. India, with its basic pillars of democracy and demand, is likely to be one of the forces of good for the rest of the world. And I think Europe can partner with India in its journey. And if you look at the way Indian economy is going to grow and multiple sectors, for example, just infrastructure, we have invested about $1 trillion in just the last 7 years, right? And the consumption market is about another $3 trillion. And all of this, if it is going to double every 7 years, it offers tremendous scope for investments and for shared prosperity going forward. And therefore, I think Indian companies, if you look at the FDI data, the last data that we had, outward investments have grown at a much faster rate. And that tells us that the ambition in this economy, the entrepreneurship is humongous. Also look at it the other way. If you look at the Indian IPO market, right, the primary market, what we've seen is it was the largest or the biggest such market in the world last year by value. And in terms of volumes, again, it was the largest. And therefore, if you look at not just the India macro story, right, which is the GDP and going on to become 7 trillion and doubling every 7 years, I think also look at the micro India story. Indian companies have an ROE of more than 20%, and which is second only to the United States. So India's story is backed by a macro and a promise of an economy that is going to double at 4 trillion every 7 years, and also a micro story where we have corporate governance, we have ambition in corporate India to grow, and I think this combination is going to be great for the partnership of EU and India going forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that positive ending that you have just announced or explained. You already mentioned it. It's us between you and your lunch, and we're looking into many hungry faces. We got the sign already, so I would like to thank you. There are more factors that we had to leave out. I would have loved to speak about China as well and the implications there, but again, let's end on a positive note and take what you just said, the attractiveness of the market, and of course the great potential of the Indo-German, Indo-European collaboration. Thank you very much. Thanks for your insights. Thank you for listening, and
thank you.
It's not thanks. Just
Requesting
thank you.
all the gentlemen on stage to please stay on stage. And of course, requesting Ruben Kasper to take the stage, and requesting Sridharan Ramakrishnan to please come on stage to present the shawl as well. And of course, requesting Stefan and everybody else to stay back for the photo opportunity as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Shri. Thank you, Ruben. And with that, it's time for what we've been waiting for quite a while now. It's time for lunch. Requesting all of you to please go for lunch. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock. You have 20 minutes for lunch. It's going to be a working lunch. You can, of course, carry your plates back into the conference hall as well. But requesting all of you to reassemble back in 20 minutes. 2 o'clock, we begin again with our post-lunch session. But for now, time for lunch. Thank you so much.
ये भी आ जाए पूरा।
The world is changing.
Democracies are tested.
The old order is collapsing. But in the chaos of disruption lie the architects of the future. A nation with scale.
A nation with precision.
India and Germany together. One vision, one future.
Here in Stuttgart, the conversation begins.
In questions that will define the next decade.
Leaders who decide.
Innovators who disrupt.
Icons who inspire.
All on one stage.
All for one dialogue.
This is more than a summit.
It is the writing of tomorrow.
Welcome to the News9 Global Summit Germany Edition 2025. The world is changing.
All right, time now for a ministerial address representing Germany's commitment to strategic collaboration in healthcare innovation. She is guiding Germany through a new era. She's guiding Germany's health system through a new era of reform. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Nina Warken, Federal Health Minister of Germany.
Healthcare is the measure of a nation's progress, but the challenge grows as innovation races ahead and affordability struggles to keep pace. From pandemics to rising costs, every nation now faces the same question: how to make cutting-edge care accessible to all. Leading this conversation is a voice driving Germany's health reforms, shaping universal care policies, balancing innovation with access, and ensuring that progress in medicine leaves no one behind. Please welcome Federal Minister of Health of Germany with her keynote on universal healthcare, balancing innovation and affordability.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. I would have loved Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. I would have loved to join you at the Indo-German Summit in my home state of Baden-Württemberg. To my deep regret, appointments are keeping me busy in the capital. Therefore, I send my warmest regards from Berlin to Stuttgart and welcome you all to this remarkable gathering. At this conference, you will engage in meaningful discussions, share your insights and inspire one another. 2 years ago, the meeting of the G20 health ministers in India provided an important platform for discussing the promotion of innovations in the global health sector. India's successful G20 presidency demonstrated the deep value of Indo-German cooperation. The summit here in Stuttgart highlights the close relationship that exists between India and Germany at various levels. Such close ties are very important in a fragmenting world. Multilateralism is being challenged as never before. Global health is under immense pressure. We need to adapt to this new reality and continue working together on the health challenges that affect us. We must strengthen the pillars that are essential for managing cross-border health risks, risks that are only set to multiply in the years to come. This means expanding technical expertise in fields of emerging crises, such as antimicrobial resistance. It means investing in research and innovation hubs that develop drugs against novel pathogens. And it also means bringing in technical expertise and engaging in productive scientific exchange and collaboration. India is a strong, reliable and important partner for Germany and for Baden-Württemberg, especially a close business partner. And from a health policy perspective, one of course has to mention the outstanding position India holds not only for pharmaceutical research but also as a production site. India is a hub for modern information technologies and offers advanced solutions in this area that are very relevant for Germany. Our aim is to strengthen cooperation and facilitate the exchange of knowledge around medical innovations, research and technologies, benefiting both our countries. The current era of turmoil might even serve as a catalyst. It is up to us to strengthen our cooperation in order to reimagine a global health system that is effective, less dependent, more resilient and fairer. As you come together, I encourage you to seize every moment, connect with one another and allow your dedication to fuel the dialogue that is bound to emerge from these discussions. Let us tackle the challenges before us, join forces and truly collaborate in an effort to strengthen our health systems and to shape the future of global health. I wish you all the best for the summit and a rewarding exchange. Namaste. Excellency.
Thank you, Ms. Nina Warkin, for that. Time now for another special message. This one from Mr. Bernd Lange, Member of European Parliament and Chair European Parliament's Trade Committee. Let's listen in.
Ich grüße Sie ganz herzlich hier aus Straßburg. Gerne werde ich zu Ihnen nach Stuttgart gekommen. Leider haben wir am Donnerstag um 12 Uhr eine wichtige Abstimmung hier im Parlament und deswegen muss ich hier vor Ort sein. Aber das Timing der Konferenz über Indien ist natürlich genau richtig gesetzt. Wir haben eine Situation, in der wir die Zusammenarbeit mit Indien wesentlich stärken. Wir haben auf der einen Seite natürlich die Verhandlungen über ein Handelsabkommen, da komme ich gleich nochmal drauf, aber die Intensivierung der Beziehungen hat wirklich Fahrt aufgenommen. Am 17. September hat die Europäische Kommission einen neuen Strategieplan für die Zusammenarbeit mit Indien vorgelegt, den wir heute am 7. Oktober hier im Parlament auch nochmal diskutieren. Und der soll ja die Grundlage sein für einen gemeinsamen Austausch und eine gemeinsame Verabschiedung einer Strategie in einem Gipfeltreffen im Januar nächsten Jahres. Da geht es zum Beispiel um die Frage des Austauschs von Fachkräften, die Frage der digitalen Zusammenarbeit, aber auch die Diskussion über regionale gemeinsame Aktivitäten bis hin zu der Frage der Sicherheitspartnerschaft. Also breit gefächert ein strategischer Ansatz der Zusammenarbeit mit Indien, diesem ja so wachsenden und dynamischen, ich glaube, das ist am stärksten wachsende Volkswirtschaft, die wir auf dem Globus haben und auch ein wahnsinnig wichtiger strategischer Partner. Und um das auch zu vertiefen, haben wir jetzt ja seit 1,5 Jahren die Verhandlungen über ein Handelsabkommen wieder aufgenommen, nachdem das 2013 etwas ins Stocken geraten war. Aber wenn man sich jetzt die geopolitische Situation anguckt, wo eben viele protektionistische Maßnahmen einleiten oder unfaire Handelsmaßnahmen gestalten, ist es wichtig, mit verlässlichen Partnern ein vernünftiges vertragliches System der Handelsbeziehungen zu etablieren. Und das verhandeln wir jetzt sehr intensiv. Gerade ist die 13. Verhandlungsrunde abgeschlossen worden. Und es sind natürlich noch ein paar Problemstellungen zu diskutieren. Und wie so häufig in Handelsverträgen ist die Frage.
Experience with you. As a corporate executive, I often encounter foreigners who are curious about the New India story. One such recent incident on my flight to Frankfurt stands out in my memory. So here I was sitting, there's a German gentleman sitting next to me who told me that he had been reading about the story of New India and asked for my views, that what my thoughts are about the most profound changes of India in recent time. It was a rather intelligent question and it got me thinking. As I told the gentleman, the answer is India's unique ability to leapfrog to modernity while remaining core to the core value of Indianness. He gave me a quizzical look and I went on to explain. Indianness is all about inclusivity, taking everyone together, a principle that the whole world is now realizing is the only way to peace, prosperity, and progress. And this must go hand in hand while including everyone. India's quantum leap to modernity can be witnessed, for example, in its adoption of wireless and digital technology. More than 20 billion transactions took place in the month of August 2025 on India's Unified Payment Interface, or the UPI system. The poorest of poor Indian now can not only transact on their smartphones, but they also get information and services which are vital to their livelihood. Billions of dollars of government subsidy get transferred directly to the intended beneficiary's account without any leakage. So what India has done is converted smartphone into a powerful tool of economic prosperity, and no wonder the result is apparent. 240 million Indians have emerged out of poverty over the last 10 years, 240 million, which is almost 3 times the population of Germany. Thank you. Thank you. I make this point to highlight why we have gathered here this morning. Mr. Anurag Thakur, Member of Parliament, Mr. Vimani, Member Niti Aayog, Ambassador Gupte, Minister Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut, Ruben, my friend, Consul General of Munich, and the Honorary Consul General, Mr. Lapp of the state of Baden-Württemberg. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of News9 Global Summit, Germany, which is co-hosted by the state of Baden-Württemberg and VfB Stuttgart. This year marks the completion of 25 years of strategic relations between India and Germany. Under the leadership of India's Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the successive German chancellors, the bilateral relations have reached new highs. Now, as we witness the global order undergo dramatic transformation at an unprecedented speed, leading us to a sort of uncertainty that the modern world hasn't witnessed recently, the need for two countries to come together is even greater than ever. The opportunity that India and Germany have is not just to forge a mutual win-win. Instead, the opportunity is to create a partnership model which can be adopted by the free world. After all, Germany is India's largest trading partner in European Union, with an annual trading volume of close to 30 billion US dollars. And the UAE, on the other hand, is India's largest trading partner as a bloc. Therefore, India-EU free trade agreement that is being currently negotiated will be a transformational pact. Various estimates suggest that the EU's export to India could go up by 50 to 60%, while India's export to EU could rise 30 to 35%. Once the FTA is signed by the end of this year or early next year, the bilateral trade between India and EU could double to almost $260 billion by 2028. Germany's Mittelstand companies are already at the forefront, leveraging this relationship. There are more than 150 global capability centers, or the GCCs, German GCCs in India, and more are coming up. German companies are no longer looking at India as a low-cost destination. In fact, the GCCs are driving the next wave of global innovation across digital engineering, Industry 4.0, healthcare, autonomous driving, amongst others. Germany's Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us soon, Mr. Vahan Waterful, who visited India recently, reiterated India's importance as a strategic partner for Germany across the board in the Indo-Pacific, and how it plays a crucial role in the system of global partnership.
I request you to kindly make your way back to the main conference hall. We will be beginning in a short while from now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on part 2 of our News9 Global Summit 2025 Germany edition. And to take the proceedings forward, please welcome News9's Sakshi Litoria.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the News9 Global Summit Germany edition 2025. This is the second half of the day, of course. I hope you enjoyed a delightful lunch and are ready to dive into an exciting afternoon of insightful discussions. It's not going to be afternoon only, it's going to be evening. It's a pleasure to see you all re-energized and on board for the next segment of this remarkable journey. Well, it's a long day, ladies and gentlemen, so without any further ado, let's proceed. Startups are the engines of innovation and cross-border collaboration. The Indo-German accelerator bridges entrepreneurial ecosystems between the two nations, fueling mentorship, networking, and of course, access to global markets. This initiative exemplifies how collaboration transforms ideas into international success stories. We've got a special video on that as well. I have the guests to be invited here. It's going to be our first playoff on the second half, which is about City of Karlsruhe presents Indo-German Accelerator Startup Ecosystems for International Markets. So please put your hands together as I invite our players, Marcus Bech, Impact Hub Karlsruhe, Shahnawaz Sheikh, Impact Hub Hyderabad, Sven Erik Asmussen, Only Greens, and Karlsruhe, Anuradha Misal Nimbalkar, Unbox, Volker Hasbargen, President Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Our moderator for this first playoff in the second segment, the coach, like I say, for this playoff will be Ralph Heishon, Head of Innovation and also International Contacts, Economic Development Department, City of Karlsruhe. Welcome everyone. Please join me here on stage.
Every big idea begins small.
In a garage, in a co-working loft, in the restless minds of founders.
Today, ideas travel faster than borders.
Capital seeks scale. Technology needs talent. Markets demand speed.
Karlsruhe, Germany's hub of tech research and digital pioneers.
India, the world's largest pool of builders and dreamers.
Together, creating ventures that can scale from streets to satellites.
From seed to scale up.
From local prototype to international player.
The Indo-German Accelerator isn't just fueling startups.
It's fueling the next economy.
City of Karlsruhe presents Indo-German Accelerator.
Startup ecosystems to international markets.
The playoff begins.
So very warm welcome to my panelists, to the audience here in the Stuttgart Arena, and to the audience in India. So my name is Ralph Eichhorn. I'm the moderator of this panel that is dedicated to the topic of startup, and we named it the Indo-German Accelerator. From regional startup ecosystem we will talk up to international market. And I'm very happy to be as Economic Development Officer of the City of Karlsruhe with me, all panelists, and we start from here now. We start with Mr. Volker Hasbargen. He is the president of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Karlsruhe. He's a successful entrepreneur himself and acting already international. Mr. Hasbargen, the first question comes to you. Karlsruhe and the so-called technology region are known for their dynamic and innovation ecosystem and a technologically and sustainably oriented startup scene. How do you see the significance of this for economic development in your region, and how important are startups with new technologies and their significance for transformation and sustainability? A long question, maybe we can ask it in a short time.
Well, good evening to everybody here and especially in India. My name is, as said, Volker Aspergen from the Chamber of Commerce in Karlsruhe. Startups. We have a huge base of traditional industry already, but they all started as a startup, so we have the tradition for startups since more or less since centuries. If you look to all the hidden champions, they all started as small companies, sometimes in the typical garage thing. Today, we have a huge environment for startups and to help because of different things. First of all, we have an excellent university called Karlsruhe KIT. This is especially for startups. They can spin off from there, and the chamber and all the participants, from the mayors till the land, Baden-Württemberg, we all try to force startups to get into real business. For example, my institution has an own building for that, where we have about 30 different startups, just with a lower rentage, with low rent, and with additional experts from the traditional industries to help them. So, Karlsruhe is one of the best places to go for young startups.
Thank you so much, and a lot has been talked in the morning and today about the startup, and we have a startup with us, and this is the question goes to Anuradha Nimbalkar. She gained a lot of experience as an international artist, designer, and entrepreneur. Today, she represents the company Unbox, successful in India and maybe looking on the market in Germany. So, the question goes to you. Please give us a brief introduction into your product and your Indian company. I think that's very important to understand. And you look not only to Indian market, even to the German. So may you can explain something about your ideas or next steps.
First of all, I said thank you to everyone, and thank you to Start Karlsruhe and TV9. And yes, my product is Unbox, which is not only the art-based, and is through my experience, I basically I'm an artist, so I checked is not only the art-based activity, but is innovative. Not only for the kids, but it's for the entrepreneur too. It's from kids to old age and then entrepreneur. So this journey, through my journey, I checked, okay, it's in India, Unbox in India, it's very successful. It's collaboration with schools, museums, and many centers. So I bring here in Germany, I'm looking forward. Why? Because in Germany, here is entrepreneur center is really good, and I experiment with many centers, and yes, they like it, and it's really out of thinking, and more who are in the startup, who are in the creative mind, who want something creativity in own startups or companies, and yeah. So Unbox is a perfect for the all entrepreneur centers, and we are ready to collaborate with them. Thank you.
So thank you. So from our experience, give these startups a heart and give them an opportunity to present, and that is already what I think that makes Mittelstand happen, really. So we come to the next startup. So now we look to a Karlsruhe company. I invited and asked Sven Asmussen. He's the founder of the Karlsruhe company and startup Only Greens, focusing on the future of farming. I think an interesting topic, with the product of a vertical farming rack. Sven, question about your own product and the German startup would be fine to present a little bit. And now you have taken already and participated in our India Karlsruhe Accelerator German program in February 2025. The experience, maybe.
Thank you, Ralph, for the introduction, and yes, thank you for having me here. Like I already said, I am having a technology-focused vertical farming startup. So I'm building vertical farming racks where you can farm, for example, microgreens. I have here, this is like, for example, broccoli. So I provide the technology to small farmers in Germany who are then have the chance to put new fresh produce all year long in their shops. So that's kind of the point at the moment. And I had also the honor to study in Karlsruhe at the KIT. And I'm also sitting at the moment with my startup on 20 square meter in a startup center. And I started it not in the garage, I started it in my rented flat for 2 years. So I built everything up there, hold the cost low, low burn rate to make this possible. And yeah, so far the startup is bootstrapped, so no investors or something are involved. And secondly, I had the honor to, like it was already said, come to India, to Hyderabad, which was very impressive to me. Especially I learned that maybe if I want to do the internationalization, which I was planning initially already, that's also why my startup name is an English name and not a German startup name. So what I learned is that I really need to maybe make collaborations, let's say also with Indians, that I ship, for example, the software hardware, which I'm building my own, and then a local partner builds the WEC, and because it makes no sense to ship the WEC, let's say, to, for example, in this case, to India. This is really one of the largest outcome out of this travel, and yeah, in total I was also impressed of India, especially in Hyderabad. There's this T-Hub, where like 2,000 startups are located in one building. I looked up in the morning, I mean in Baden-Württemberg we have around 2,000 startups, so in the whole state of Baden-Württemberg. So this was also really impressive how India is pushing into startups and help them to grow.
So thank you. So that is the challenge, to push the startups, and you need their networks and partners in the local regional ecosystem. I come now up to India, to Hyderabad. Shanavas Shan Sheikh, he represents the Impact Hub Hyderabad. He's an impact maker with more than 2 decades of international management and cross-continental leadership experience, and in ecosystems development. So a real friend of Karlsruhe. And the question goes to you. What challenges does the first impact hub in India, that is in Hyderabad, face, and what can support sustainable startups today and in the future?
Yeah, thank you, Ralph and TV9 team for giving this opportunity to share the space with impact makers, entrepreneurs. So it's most of you may be knowing, or some of you may be knowing, what is an impact hub. I'll just take a brief explain you. So Impact Hub is a network of, it's a community of impact makers, as Ralph has already indicated, right? So it's a global organization. We have got 500,000 plus impact makers. It's there in 120 hubs across the continents, like say in 70 plus countries it is there. So then we started this particular impact hub in Hyderabad in India. This is the first impact hub. And of course, there are many challenges as a startup. So I can name them many, but I would try to focus only on 3 of them. So one is, first of all, establishing the partnership, growing the ecosystem. So you know, like entrepreneurship is the word, is the buzzword. We need entrepreneurs. In fact, our planet needs more impact makers, more entrepreneurs, more collaboration, more innovation. So that's how we started off there. The first challenge was establishing these partnerships. So we had locally, again, it was mentioned, T-Hub as the largest incubator hub there. That's why we chose Hyderabad, because it has got a lot of ecosystem there. So forming the partnership was a challenge. And now we have got, like, in fact, the beauty of the Impact Hub is also we have the global partnerships already, but now setting up the local partnership. That was a challenge, And then next challenge was finding the right people with the right mindset. So finding your impact makers. So as of now, we are fortunate we are a team of 10 impact makers based in Hyderabad. So all working towards it. That was another challenge. And of course, the third challenge is also like funding. Yeah. So in India, especially, you may be knowing there's a huge startup ecosystem, but impact makers are very few. So when I say impact makers, I personally believe in the 3P concept, which is people, profit, and planet. So these impact hub, they focus on all these three things. So that's why finding those investments, the impact investments, that was also a challenge. But meanwhile, we have come across to these things. So these are the three things. And coming back to the next part of your question, Rolf, what we can bring to the sustainable startups. So that is exactly, we offer them the global space. So that means from the day one, you get access to the international market, you get access to the international funds, you get access to the international mentorship. This is what. And it's, as I mentioned, Impact Hub is a global network of 500,000 impact makers. Yeah, that's what we bring. And here you can see the live example. Unbox is there, Only Greens is there. Unbox, which is again from Hyderabad. So they were part of the Impact Hub Hyderabad, and we brought them here.
Okay, thank you. So I come back to Karlsruhe because the direct partner bridging is the Impact Hub Karlsruhe. And Markus Besch, he's the co-founder of this initiative run in Karlsruhe. He's a very experienced international management and entrepreneur that when I have a question, I will ask him about United States, what else, digitalization. So Markus, you came up with this idea of starting this Indo-Karlsruhe Startup Accelerator. And what are the experience you can summarize for us?
Thank you to be here. So my name is Markus. I'm reaching 40 years now in global experience about business development mostly. Since 2013, I really come into sustainable business and learned about Impact Hub. And I invited the Impact Hub here close by in Bad Cannstatt in Stuttgart here. That was my coming by with all of these things that you already heard from Sean. And as I have these 40 years of working with startups anywhere in the world, I'm a little bit experienced in that, and I come by in our very good relationship with Karlsruhe and mention that we can offer a startup accelerator program, especially for sustainable startups. So, because India is mostly known in Germany as a tech hub, a lot of IT. My background is digital IT. I know that, and I'm really surprised what I saw when we do it. So you have in India so many sustainable startups in any kind of industry. We take with us these two of them, so like agriculture, like education and art, and we take another one with agriculture, and we take another one on food with me. And I was not so sure what I find when we are going to Hyderabad. And I was very impressed, so very honored and very impressed about your development of India, what I saw. So there is a lot of potential, and I'm very happy that we go forward with next batch, and that will be 10 times bigger than before.
Thank you, Markus. Looking to the time, I open the final round of the questions, and that starts in the reverse order. So Markus, you are my... you have to answer me another question. Here and now, we have the stage set up for German and Indian decision makers. A lot has been spoken in the morning about how to support, and there comes input from business, science, research, society, and politics. What decisions help you as impact hubs worldwide to assist companies such as Only Greens or Unbox with their experiences? And the stage is yours to tell and invite.
The thing what I can say is really learn about this Impact Hub network. ImpactHub.net is the web address what you should address. You learn about the largest network in the world about sustainable business. As already said by Sean, this is impressive. We are like McDonald's all over the globe, but focused on social entrepreneurship. So anywhere in the world, we share the same values. Anywhere in the world, we work for people, for planet, and we do it for profit because anybody has in the end paid the bill. And we see all industries in there, and you can't imagine if you're coming from Germany. That's my impression. Because we do business now more and more like a classical business, and we know a lot about sustainable business, and especially in Baden-Württemberg, we find a lot of companies that have the right mindset doing these all over the time, but there is a lot of potential to go by. And we worked with the startups on that. Where are the reasons to do it more on a sustainable way than on a classical business way? And we have very few of them accelerators that are focused on these things, that are training these startups, that you can do the same, like if you do it in a classical way, which is more oriented on having a good exit in a very short time, but you can do it in a sustainable way too. Thank you.
So the next question goes to Sean. Impact Hub Hyderabad, you're one and are, I think, even actual in a growing phase, not in a startup, in a growing phase. Moving towards to expansion phase, so like a startup, but what goals has Hyderabad set itself with its vibrant startup ecosystem?
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. That's a big ask. I would say, like, we have got a lot of goals, but again, we have split it into short-term, mid-term, and long-term. So the short-term is we wanted to really grow the ecosystem. So we wanted to do this, we call it as a trans-local programs, like the one what we have done it, like the Karlsruhe and India Accelerator Exchange program, that we wanted to do many cohorts. The first cohort was done, and such programs we wanted to do it, where we wanted to connect the local and the global, yeah, these both ecosystems, and especially in the sustainability phase. And in fact, actually, I would say that India Board, the initiative which has been started by Karlsruhe also, that's a very good one because focused on the SMEs and entrepreneurs. And in fact, we have got already like a couple of companies which are there in the lineup. Like say, for example, in the charging space, like there's an Indian company called EVQ Point, which is really developing chargers for the 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, the charging stations and all. So like that, we have got identified both from German side and the Indian side. So we wanted to have these exchange programs. That's a short-term goal. And the mid-term is we wanted to be the go-to community for the impact makers. And then we wanted to spread across 2-3 locations within Hyderabad during the geography. And the long term is we wanted to spread across India, yeah, with multiple locations and spread the impact makers community. This is the USP, and India needs an impact makers, and it should be the India development growth phase should be tied up to this sustainable part.
Okay, Sven, you're the next, and I think it's to get on the road of success with your product as a technology company and a startup. Can experience gained through international exchange, is that possible? What is your opinion, and what makes you look forward to your next steps as Only Green?
Thank you for the question. I think definitely the trip to India was very valuable in case of, let's say, if my product, what I developed for Germany, has really a market fit also in India or in other countries. That was a bit questioned on that trip. Like I think Marcus said, we also, or I don't know if someone said it already, but one of the startups in Hyderabad was also doing vertical farming. And I found out with talking to him that he has completely different needs in the end. I mean, for example, I have a lot of automatization, and he told me he doesn't need it so much because he has cheap labor who can water the plants, and so the automatic watering system was cool, but for him, but not really needed. So I would not really hit a pain point for him with this function, for example. And this, of course, made me question that I need to, maybe even for each country where I want to sell my product later on, I need to look deeply what is the need and what is the product market fit.
Thank you. So Anurada, last question to you as the startup representative. Unbox, I think, is a successful company already in the Indian market. You already found the first clients and going forward. But now looking to the audience, what would you like to share with us all requirements or help, support you can need maybe in the future?
Yes, thank you for the question. Unbox is a support for all kind of people. It's like a school. The kids can develop our own creativity and they can learn. And as an old age, they can connect with some cultural tips or some as a group creativity, and they can share each other. And as a entrepreneurs and all normal people, they can get on like a path, like as an startup. We are learning every day on every step, like a finding a brand, finding a color brand, means coloring and designing everything. And Unbox is a help for the special for the startups. They can find own like its own design through innovative design, through the creativity, through the new idea. Yeah. So,
thank you.
So and we are, and I said is Unbox is all kind of people and open to collaborate with all. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So last question of the panel goes to the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. President Volker Hasbagen. How important do you consider internationalization to be, even as a very successful entrepreneur himself, particularly with regard to the export-oriented technology region, and what makes young companies stronger and more resilient?
More than 55% of our members are export-oriented. So the world is global. There is no borders anymore for products, and especially not for all the things we discussed already. So we have to mix up the talents. India is a big focus for Karlsruhe. Karlsruhe is a hub for India. And so we are very happy to work together, and working together makes everything more resilient, to answer up to your question. So startups can rely on a wonderful mindset in my home country, and also they will find everything they need for to develop and to grow on a profit way.
So thank you very much. I have to thank all the panelists for their input. I have to thank you as an audience for looking forward. Maybe one thing I should give you with me is that I think we should not only talk about the startups, we did already, we should have them here and make happen that they have the success. Everybody is invited, from the Indian side and the Karlsruhe, Germany side. So thank you once again, and have a good time. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Ralph. You were an amazing moderator. I would request everyone to please kindly stay with me here on stage, and I would like to invite Vikram, CEO South, TV9 Network, and also Simon for the shawl presentation. All right. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise. It was a pleasure having you all with us here, joining the stage. Now, without any further ado, let's proceed. Global capability centers are redefining how enterprises operate at large scale. But combining India's innovation with Germany's precision, these centers are driving transformation in technology, analytics, and also business services across continents. It's time to bring your attention to our next playoff, which is about global capability centers, Advantage, Germany, and India. Take a look at your screens.
The front office was always glamorous, but the real work was never in the room.
The pandemic pulled the thread,
and the back end unraveled.
The world's biggest companies are now moving.
not their offices, not their brands,
their minds.
Enter Global Capability Centers.
Quiet engines that do the real heavy lifting.
From compliance to code, from finance to future readiness, the real work is being done.
These are strategic arsenals manned by minds,
not just manpower.
India with its talent tornado.
Germany with its precision playbook.
Together, they don't follow markets.
They make them.
This isn't offshoring.
It's orbit shifting.
The playoff begins.
All right, and for this, I would like to invite the players for the playoff, Mr. Pankaj Vyas, CEO and MD, Siemens Technology and Service, Mr. Ujjwal Jyoti, MD and GCC Sales Lead, Accenture India, Barun Otto Warman, CEO, MHP India Private Limited, and Stephen E. Buchner Consulting. In fact, my colleague Krishna is going to be referee for this playoff. Krishna, over to you.
Thank you, Sakshi, for that. Requesting all our wonderful players for this playoff to please take the seats. And requesting all of you out there, reconvening after the lunch session for something that's fun, actually. All right, so we have 2 Germans and 2 Indians. And it's a topic that's very important to both the countries. India already hosts more than 50% of the GCCs of the world. India has scale. India has talent. Germany has precision. Germany has depth in R&D and technology. So how can we bring these 2 powers together is what I really wanted to ask you about. Very simple questions. So we begin by asking by Mr. Buchner. Talk to us. You've seen India, you've seen Germany, and India has gone from BPO powerhouse to GCC powerhouse and is moving towards GTC or Global Technology Centers as well. Tell us, how can India and Germany come together?
I strongly believe it's on. Can you hear me now? So now you can hear me. So
yes, I can.
I think there is not the question how can we bring the 2 countries together. I think the countries are already together, and they have a very successful history, so to say, in the collaboration. And I think one of the reasons is that both countries are willing to collaborate, to work together. On one hand, we have on the India side, we have the talents, we have the people who are willing to work so, and on the other hand, we have the technology, and we want to share that with the Indian colleagues. And this is a very good collaboration when they work together. What I think is very important, and I strongly believe that these GCC will improve and they will grow in the upcoming years. But I would like to also underline the importance, how important India is for Europe. Because I see big chances for the economy for both countries, and I think this is also a very important topic. And the GCC is the ground layer, so to say, for this future. This is how I see that.
Yeah, it is the ground layer for the future. Very well put, sir. And yes, So many big German companies, including Siemens, have been having their GCCs in India, and not just Siemens, there's so many others. So it's fair that the collaboration has begun. My only curiosity is, where is it headed, Mr. Pankaj Vyas? If you can talk to us and tell us, where is the future? Because there has been, as Mr. Bushner rightly put, already German companies operating big GCCs in India. And the GCCs have evolved in India. Now GCCs are not just about capabilities, it's about R&D. It's about technologies and everything for the future. So India is going towards that. India is even going towards GTCs, as I was talking about, the global technology centers as well. Germany in tow. Tell us, how do you see the synergies playing out? Because Germany is strong in automotive and engineering and so many things. And India is all about digital and cloud and the massive IT talent, the talent pool that we have.
Absolutely. And I would say GTC is not just global technology center, but I think they're really turning out to be global transformation centers, right? And precisely for a reason that when you look at a lot of these MNCs and the ones who have headquarters and who have a history of more than 100 years, like Siemens is one of those, we really have pretty much every business, every function, some part or other part of this GCCs, right? And it's a great opportunities for GCCs to look at this, not in silos, but see the opportunities to kind of come together and collaborate and drive the transformation that's required. And I'm sure the success story is here to see. I mean, if you look at 150 GCCs, German GCCs I'm talking about, employing close to 150,000 people today as we speak, that's because I don't think there's any place on the planet Earth today that can give you more than 2 million STEM English-speaking graduates every year, right? And they're not just technically good, but they have a great collaborative attitude. They have this culture of learning that's going together. And while we are in MHP and talking about football, I would say to be successful, all you need is endurance, agility, and collaboration, right? And that's a lot. That's a lot in talent back in India.
Fantastically put. Endurance is a great word, and capability. Mr. Holman, I keep referring to you as a German, but then you work in India. You worked in Europe before, setting up GCCs for a decade and a half in Romania, and you're now in Bengaluru, the Silicon Valley of India, the IT capital of India. Tell us, you've seen the evolution of GCCs in Europe and India. Where is India at? Let's talk about 150 German GCCs in India. That's a small number because India currently hosts 1,900 GCCs. There's room for more German GCCs in India, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. So I think we are again at kind of a landmark. So after volume, after BPO, after GCC, I think we should talk about value. We should talk about quality. And at the end, I think we have the chance now to transform GCCs into value hubs. That means we should focus on collaboration, we should focus on resilience. Not only India, not only Germany, only together. I think each country has its challenges, but together I think it's now time to build global collaboration and not just focus on cost arbitrage or cost leverage.
All right, it's strategic collaboration is what we need between GCCs and companies and India. Mr. Ujjwal Jyoti, tell us about that. That's the curiosity over here. 150 German GCCs, some existed for a very, very long time. We're not talking anything new over here. But there's the road ahead cannot be the road that we have just come by. There's lots more, and that's going to change and transform even with the newer German GCCs planning to open operations in India.
I know it's a widely used word, innovation, abused word in a lack of the better word. But truly some of the GCCs are actually becoming the innovation arm or innovation hub to drive scaled transformation. It is no longer about just a cost arbitrage. I mean, we advise a lot of enterprises who are thinking to set up GCCs in India. And the first thing we tell them that if you're actually looking for a cost arbitrage play, please do not come. You won't be able to neither attract talent or retain the talent. It is no longer a cost play, it's value play. It's how can you export more innovation. And I think we are at the cusp of seeing a lot of such GCCs and a lot of such German GCCs who are actually playing that role already, where they are actually exporting innovation. They have an innovation architecture, they contribute in the research and development, they partner very well with the beautiful ecosystem that has evolved in India, be it the startups, be it the regtechs, be it the edtechs, be it the academia, how they collaborate, how they kind of create something which they can export to the parent and can no longer just be an order taker. I think that's where I see some of the, you talked about the GTC, I would call them, it's Global Innovation Center. Can you...
GICs.
GIC, I mean, that's a term we can potentially start to hear in the times to come. Accenture, which the company I represent, I mean, they already had, we are also one of the largest GCC, in lack of a better word, if you see. We have almost 350,000 employees serving global clients. Investing in the future, investing in India, actually has allowed us to remain relevant, remain ahead of the competition in as many words. I mean, some of our top leadership are from India. The biggest investment we made in setting up innovation labs in India. I mean, that's a state of the art where you, not just the geeky and the smart looking gadgets that you see, but the subject matter experts, how we incubate some of these startups, how we harvest business and technology problems, and then, become at the center of creating something which is absolutely valuable to not just the bottom line, but to the top line. That's where I see we are headed towards, and we see more and more GCC following that pattern and becoming the truly advantageous position.
Mr. Buckner, please go ahead.
I think I would like to underline that what he said. This is really a role model in the, so to say, industry, how Accenture runs this business, because the customers are very satisfied how they run this business in different areas. And it's the best example which I have seen so far.
It's an example that German companies can follow.
Yes.
Fantastic. Mr. Horman, in that sense, there is mutual learnings and mutual harvesting of solutions that he's talking about. What do you think are the biggest problem points that India can solve for Germany and Germany can solve for India?
Yeah, at the end, I think it's obvious. I see India as the powerhouse for scale, talents, and speed. Yeah? India has the critical mass to be the accelerator for the digitization. And in Europe, I think it's obvious as well, it's the scarcity of talents. Yeah? So exactly this is the combination. And as well, there's always the discussion about costs. So even if India is not as cheap as some people expect, I think it's you get the value for price, and I think it's very attractive still to invest and to invest in GCCs in India.
Okay, we're also having this conversation at a time when the visa regimes are going through a huge lot. It's in the news every day, pushing more and more US companies to open GCCs in India. In that context, there is going to be that big spurt in growth. We are at the cusp of a big spurt in growth, isn't it, Mr. Vyas?
No, absolutely. But before that, I would just like to add to what was talked here, right?
Please go ahead.
So if you look at Germany, I mean, most of the organizations here, they are really, really good in depth engineering, right? And there's no organization today which is not needing transformation, especially with the speed of technology that's changing today, right? And there's a huge need of infusion of new digital technology in a lot of engineering processes, and that needs speed. And I clearly see that India is a great place to do that, because personally, when from where I look at Siemens technology also, that infusion is happening. There's a whole lot of digital technologies going on there, right? So I really think India has a great role to play. Now, coming to your question, yes, definitely. I think we're just going to see a lot more race for the talent going on, right? And I think that's where India again comes into the play, because the kind of scale that we have, as I said earlier, 2 million STEM graduates coming out every year, and also at the same time, industry working with the academia to keep updating curriculum actively. A lot more technologies playing a role so that traditional learning paths are not followed, but learning is really accelerated with new way of learning. And then government playing a huge supportive role by a lot of policies of upskilling our people, having a lot of digitalization initiatives. I think all that really puts us in a great place to even meet this increasing demands for the talent that we have.
Fantastic. Mr. Bhakta, talent, scale, and the other thing is policy making. And India has had a decade of superb policy making. And things have really reached that culmination point where it's only going to take off from here, isn't it? As somebody from Germany looking at India and the stability in policy that India has been having for the last decade must be fantastic for German companies to grow further in India.
Definitely. I think this is a prerequisite in order to have common business in the future. Because when you compared it with China, I think this was one of the reasons that all the companies, foreign companies, had the success in China over the last 20 or 25 years. What I do recognize is then when people, when companies think about to come to India, how stable is the system, how stable is the policy, and once again, as I said in my first statement, I strongly believe, once again, this is an outstanding chance for Europe to collaborate with India in order to see an economic perspective in the future for both sides, especially for us, because the China business at all is struggling. So there is no further growth or big growth in the future. This is my estimation. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully there is some growth, but nevertheless, I definitely tell the companies they should focus in order to find opportunities and solutions to work and to have business in India. And as you know, I work very close together with Bharat Forge and with
Mr.
Baba
Baba
Kalyani.
Kalyani, yes.
And this is also a role model for me, how collaboration can be successful, was in the past and as well in the future.
Role model is that. And of course, Accenture is another role model as far as opening GCCs are concerned. Your last, if I were to take a last closing comment from you, your message to German companies and German businesses watching this.
No, so talent at scale, leadership, which was missing in the erstwhile talent. We had never lacked the talent. What is making it all possible to become almost like a reinvention engine? The GCC is becoming the reinvention engine, is also the spurt of a leadership talent that now exists. People who have spine, people who want to make an impact, people who are no longer just an order taker, who wants to create value for the enterprise they represent. I think there is a big amount of talent that exists along with the engineering and the business operations. Secondly, the big push from the government, under our Honorable Finance Minister, and the Confederation of Indian Industry, there is a policy that is being developed, which is going to cut across all the states. We are framing that policy. We are helping the government to frame that GCC policy that will cut across and ensure that ease of doing very, very central role. And I see all the best future for Indo-German relationship, and more multinational company and the German companies come and set up their GCCs, and we'll ensure we'll be their partner in crime to make it a real reinvention engine.
Right, fair enough. On that wonderful note, we wrap things up. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our wonderful panelists. This is the future that they have just spoken about. Let that future unfold. Thank you, Mr. Vyas. Thank you, Mr. Jyoti. Thank you, Mr. Buckner and Mr. Horman. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much, Krishna. Gentlemen, I'll request you to please kindly be with me here on stage as I request Mr. Hemant Sajnani and Ruven to join me here. Mr. Hemant Sajnani is Chief Technology Officer, TV9 Network, for the shawl representation now.
Thank you so much for welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this wonderful and extremely insightful play of gentlemen. Let's now move on.
And before we move on, Sakshi, just excuse me for a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, at the back at the coffee counter, I request you to kindly make way back into the arena, into the convention center. Speakers have come from all over the world to speak to you. I request you all to kindly bring your coffees back here so that we can be underway. Let's just show a little more humility and gratitude to our speakers who've made the effort to come and speak to us. May I request everybody at the back with their coffee mugs to bring their coffees here so we could be underway. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karthik. Let's now move on. We all know that blockchain technology is reshaping industries, redefining transparency, and of course, powering the future of digital economies. Now, to understand this in brief, it's time to focus on what our next coach has to tell us. Can we have the video rolling, please?
Every wave of change is powered by technology, from steam to silicon, from code to connectivity, and now to decentralization. Today, innovation is not just about speed. It is about trust, about networks that are open, scalable, and secure. It is about building the future in real time. At the forefront of this frontier stands a pioneer, founder and CEO of Cometh, president of Ethereum France, a leader shaping the future of Web3, gaming, and decentralized finance. Please welcome founder and CEO of Cometh and president of Ethereum France.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our distinct honor to welcome a visionary leader at the forefront of blockchain innovation. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Jerome De Taiki, the founder and CEO of Cometh and the president of Ethereum France. Jerome, it's all yours. Thank you.
All right, I wasn't prepared for this video, so thank you for having this and introducing me this way. So first off, I'm very honored and humbled to be here. Thank you for this wonderful event, to our host on Baden-Württemberg and India, of course, and also to News9 for setting this up. So as a European citizen, Luxembourgish, French, I'm energized by what I'm seeing in this room. I'm energized by all the people we have met today and the day before, and all the possibilities that are opened up for us today. I have nevertheless witnessed something over the different talks that we had this morning. Two keywords that come out all the time: uncertainties and challenges. It seems like this is the two topics for this morning: uncertainties and challenges. How are we going to get through this? So I'm here with optimistic words from the blockchain world: ownership and transferability at scale. And that's something that we can bring and use today. But just a quick pulse check in the room, like raise your hand if you own any cryptocurrency. Don't leave me alone. Yeah, cool. Whoa, congratulations. Okay, I'll say maybe 2 or 3% of the room, and raise your hand if you own any gold or precious metal. Much more. Okay, so there's still some way there. Fine. Well, is there any better topic than blockchain when you're all enjoying the coffee and the sweets? I don't think so. In preparation for this keynote, News9 tasked me with the so complicated challenge of talking about blockchain without getting into any technical deep dive. So I'll try to be up for the task, sit back and relax. And yesterday they also told me, like, no slides, please. Don't show any complicated things. Don't show any graphics and so on. Keep it to a simple speech. So I'll try to stick to this. Disclaimer, although, there will be no talk about AI. We have Der Techniker with a Bruce at the entrance. If you want to talk about AI, go talk to them. Sit back and relax, but also fasten your seatbelts. I entered my college years back in 2008. We had a financial crisis called the subprime waging, which followed with the crisis of sovereign debt, notably in Europe. Challenges and uncertainties were very much in the picture. I switched from physics to economics because I discovered myself a passion for money. What is it at its core? What is the social consensus that we have around money? What is it accepted? Where it comes from? How do you transfer it, and so on? And this is still passionating me today. This is a topic I can talk for hours and hours. If you're interested to talk about money, just come and chat with me. I'll be there the whole afternoon for that. And in my journey, I met by accident Bitcoin in 2012, and I had the privilege to teach the first blockchain class at IIT Delhi in the summer of 2018. And it's been since then a privilege to see all the Indian talents swarming into our industry. As you all know, we live today in a modern financial system which revolves around money, its stability, its capacity to price assets, and of course all the different financial instruments that give us a bridge between ownership and yield over time. The very premises of this system is based with quite old innovations that are extremely powerful, such as double entry bookkeeping, joint stock companies, mortgages, promissory notes, a good one as well, etc., etc. You don't need much more to build the financial system that we live in today. You sprinkle some internet on top of it, and you get securitization and digitalization at scale. And yeah, massive penetration of different instruments all over the world. But as complexity and sophistication grew, it became harder and harder to know who owns what, who owes what to whom as well. And again, problems of ownership and transferability. Oversights and intermediation became a necessity, and are still very much required. We have tons of different incompatible or poorly talking to each other's systems of information and standards. This kind of complexity brings us into the problems such as reconciliation, delay of settlement, and reconciliation trade-off and time-offs is very complicated. This brings complicated questions for people that are transacting between Europe and India, for example. What is the counterparty risk? Tough question. How fast can we settle this transaction? Okay. Under which terms can you transact abroad? Complicated topics for the layman, but also for businesses. And those are a few of the countless questions that we can find today in the modern system. The system, we are all using it, all of us, whether it's at our business place, whether it is when you are traveling, whether it is when we are trying to just pay for something outside of the market. Still, perceived IDs are quite strong. If we look at the statistics, the perceived IDs that the Germans prefer to deal with cash is actually quite true. They have a high preferability of high preference around the EU citizens about how to use cash. The Indians like to have gold in their portfolio. Cool. But here is another very perceived ideas. Cryptocurrency and blockchain are for drug lords and terrorists. That's not really true. Actually, that's quite the opposite, and I'm going to try to demonstrate that to you. 1 out of 10 French citizens own cryptocurrency. If you get it down to the people that are under 30-year-old, that's 2 out of 5. I'm not aware of any statistics on the Germans. If you know any, let me know. And for me, the blockchain interest among the young generation is no surprise at all. There is a fundamental shift, a fundamental change in paradigm that the blockchain is bringing. The blockchain is the most radical change and revolution we are about to witness in the financial industry. As a reference, I want you to think about the iron making and the steam power, what it was for the Industrial Revolution. The equivalent for the financial industry is ahead of us. We have maybe 30 to 50 years of radical innovation in the financial industry thanks to this. Introduced in 2009, Bitcoin was a great prototype, and Ethereum is now a masterpiece that we can all enjoy at scale. For the first time in the history of mankind, I'm trying to say that with a lot of gravitas, we have a way to practically store infinite amounts of valuables, bearers' assets, and transfer them programmatically without any intermediaries, 24/7, at scale, and at a negligible cost. Yes, this is available for everyone. During the Industrial Revolution, Napoleon rejected the steam engine. He was presented with the steam engine by Robert Fulton, and he looked at the steam engine and famously said, clearing my throat for a proper French accent, "What, sir? Would you make a ship sail against the winds and currents by lighting a bonfire under the deck? I have no time for this nonsense." Yes, No time for this nonsense. Having worked in the blockchain industry for the past 12 years or so, you wouldn't believe how many times I heard those lines. I have no time for this nonsense. Blockchain won't scale. It will never be used. It cannot be not private. It cannot be public. It cannot be this way. Blockchain are built different. That's for sure. That's why it's a shift of paradigm. Creating an account is free. It's self-served. It's permissionless. Creating an account is even simpler than creating an email address. It's open source. It's free. It's clean of any source of vendor lockup. It's clean of any source of vendor lockup at all. Receiving and transferring a blockchain asset is as simple as putting something in your pocket, except that you don't have to worry if this thing is actually fitting in your pocket. So infinite amount in your pocket. Yeah, I can hear some of you chuckle about the fact of putting lots and lots of money in your pocket and going around, even hundreds of euros in coins. It's just impractical in your trouser, of course. You're better off using a bank account. Yet, for lots of people, even when you are a crypto entrepreneur, it can be hard to open a bank account. It can be much harder than just having a smartphone, and that's the truth. But sure, if you have a bank account, the money you have in your bank account is transferable, and it's not giving much more services on the blockchain. Yet, you can transfer out of your bank account from 9 to 5 on business days, as long as the amount is below a certain threshold. Oh, and by the way, don't expect any guarantees if you have more than 100K. Okay, but still, it's still giving a good services. I'm not here to say, get out of the bank. I'm here to say to you, embrace the blockchain. I heard from the guest yesterday that the main concerns in India about blockchain revolves around crypto and its potential association a priori to money laundering and criminal activity. So I want to finish my talk specifically on this issue. Any transferable asset will bear AML risk. That's what it is. Like, you cannot avoid that. If the asset can be transferred, anti-money laundering risk apply to the asset. Yet the annual CIA reports for the past 7 years have been crystal clear on this fact. 95% of the money laundering is done using printed cash. Yes. Why, you may ask? Well, because it's inherently awfully hard to track cash. On the other hand, at the opposite, blockchain-based assets are traceable, fully, permanently, period, always traceable. I can tell you this as the owner of a MiCA-regulated custodian and decentralized finance service providers. We have the very tool to analyze precisely every inbounds, every outbounds, out of every account in the blockchain in real time, historically, and from the very first block of the blockchain. So if you have any association with any suspicious activity on a wallet, on an account, it will be immediately marked and flagged. Was it yesterday? Was it 10 years ago? This is one of the power of the blockchain. But I agree, you cannot force a transfer out of a privately owned account. You cannot block the transfer out of a privately owned account either. But the means of oversight and tracking that are available are total and complete. Furthermore, there is an extremely positive externality to this: the counterparty risk. If the asset lives on the blockchain, there is almost no counterparty risk. Services like swaps, like collateralized loans, like perpetual exchanges, and all sorts of financial instruments already exist and thrive on the blockchain in an unbelievably efficient way, unforeseen before. Ownership and transferability programmatically at a never-seen scale in the past. Ethereum has run 24/7 for the past 10 years. We had the pleasure to party for the 10 years anniversary last July. It's a world computer that never reboots. It's an open source project that countless talents contribute to. We have outstanding founders from India, outstanding founders from Germany that are contributing to it and creating value on it. As a quick reality check, as of today, we have $270 billion of stablecoins, multiple types of stablecoins. Euro is only a tiny portion of it right now. We hope the CBDC from India will be a good portion of it pretty soon, and 94% of those stablecoins are living on Ethereum and its ecosystem. Real-world assets, tokenization, are coming to the blockchain. We take existing assets and we give them an existence on the blockchain to benefit from its rails. This represents $30 billion as of today, and 90% of it are on Ethereum. You can hear it in the press. You cannot open a financial press without seeing an announcement from Robinhood, from Stripe, from PayPal, from Swift, etc., just among the past few weeks. All roads leads to blockchain and Ethereum. It's free, it's open source, it's available for you to use. It works, and it's also credibly neutral. It doesn't have any oversights of any specific government. It's there for you and for your citizen to use credibly, and it's only the beginning. So my message to you, again, optimism on ownership, transferability, and world-scale digital transformation of the current state of finance. Don't be late to the blockchain revolution. It's going to be there for you. And again, thank you for the invitation and thank you for your time.
Jerome, I'll request you to please kindly allow me a few more moments of your time.
Of course.
As I now call our Sridharan from TV9 Network and also Ruben to join us here on stage for a shawl presentation. Thank you so much, Jerome. If I can say, since this was our first coach speak in the second segment, you were amazing, coach. Thank you. Since we now know more about technology and innovation, of course, and how both go hand in hand, let's now try to decode innovation that lies at the heart of progress and also global competitiveness. Now is the time for our next playoff, the Innovation Handbook. In this, we will uncover the frameworks that foster creativity, collaboration, and technological excellence between India and also Germany. Can we have the video rolling, please?
The world doesn't wait.
Markets shift overnight.
Problems scale faster than solutions.
Technology rewrites the rules.
But breakthrough begins the same way.
With a question.
What if?
What if supply chains could see the future?
What if clean energy wasn't a luxury? What if healthcare was borderless?
Ideas are easy.
Execution is war.
Startups don't just build apps.
They build industries.
They shift economies. India, with scale, speed, spirit.
Germany, with discipline, depth, design.
2 nations, 1 ambition.
To engineer sustainable value.
Because every what if deserves a what's next.
The playoff begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to invite the players for this segment. Mr. Siddharth Basin, MD German-India Innovation Corridor, Ms. Anja Hendel, MD Next Gen Management, Mr. Honza Ngo, co-founder and MD Blockbrain, and Jan Frederick Damenheim Quantum Systems. Let's unpack strategies for fostering innovation, of course. Can we please have our distinguished guest here on stage? My colleague Shweta Kothari is standing right there to take the chat forward. Shweta, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Sakshi. Here I thought I'll never be a coach, terrible as I am at sports. Thank you very much, all of you, for being with us here today. So, Germany, known for its innovation, something that drives its economic growth, something that we can envy in India, but we have our own word for it. It's called jugaad, and literally translates into frugalness. And when you combine the two, you're looking perhaps at a powerhouse, and that's what we are here to discuss today. Let me quickly begin with Anja. You know, we were discussing the partnerships that India and Germany can have prior to this session, and we talked about how India's Mittelstand can perhaps combine with Germany's Mittelstand with India's unicorn might, the number of unicorns that India has been able to produce. And when you combine those two powerful entities, you're looking at possibilities. What sort of door does it open for Indian entrepreneurs?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I work for Next Generation Mittelstand. So what we do is we are one of the 10 startup factories of Germany. and we try to build the new Mittelstand out of the existing Mittelstand, who has to also reinvent itself in parts, but also build new startups from academia and from the collaboration. And I think this is the most important part. Innovation, the ground for innovation is always diversity, diverse views on things, bringing different views, problems, and technologies together, and then build something new. And I think this is exactly where the magic happens, and that's why I'm super happy to be here today, because I think this is the mixture which we have from startup, entrepreneurial ideas, technology, academia, but also the German Mittelstand. This is what the land is about. We have a Weltmarktführer in every valley here. So, and we have lots of good academia, but this is also what I see in India and seen for the last 20 years since I started to work there in the early 2000s. So, yeah, you just mentioned it. You have an impressive unicorn landscape built in the last year. So it's not that we have ideas here and delivery is done in India. It's really about collaboration and building new things together.
All right, and Siddharth, you represent India, but you also represent Germany. And in your assessment, what are some of the key areas that remain untapped when we look at innovation and innovating for future? Green energy, energy crises, those are conversations that we're increasingly having in India as well. So what are these future areas where perhaps innovation is possible to build deeper ties between India and Germany?
No, absolutely, great question. So we really believe that India needs a lot of manufacturing expertise at this moment, given the Prime Minister's vision to take India to the next 5 trillion, 10 trillion untapped opportunities that India needs to unravel. And this is where a lot of German innovation can actually be implanted and transported into the Indian industry, because if you typically look at an assessment of some German startups in any region, be it Stuttgart or Karlsruhe or Munich or even Berlin, a lot of these German startups get opportunities to work with good German corporates, which are primarily manufacturing companies, and they do a lot of projects and POCs and venture clienting with these German companies. Given the experience these German startups get from working in this condensed environment of advanced precision manufacturing technologies, they could be a good transport to Indian innovation and actually empowering the Indian innovation that India really needs. And on vice versa, Germany really needs the Indian digital talent and the sort of fast-paced agility that India can power German systems. I mean, there's still fax machines used in German government offices, and that's something that Germany could learn from the Indian ecosystem on being faster and more digitized and having better payment systems, for example. So I guess that's one of the cross-learnings India and Germany could take from each other. So.
Payments, that's very interesting, and I think I have a question there for Honza for that matter. So when it comes to India-Germany collaboration on AI, fintech, payments, what's the future looking like for you?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. Good afternoon. I'm the co-founder of Blockbrain. We are an enterprise AI platform based in Stuttgart, and we help medium to large enterprises integrate AI and utilize the company knowledge a little bit better. And we actually work with Indian engineers quite a lot regarding AI, because we have seen that the talent density is very high. And I think regarding collaboration, it's really about bringing them into the culture also of being part of the team, but not just like a freelancer, but really like having the ownership mentality, having stake also of like regarding equity, so that they really feel that they are part of like bringing AI towards global standards.
All right, Jan, if I were to ask you, what are possible collaborations that India and Germany are yet to arrive at? Perhaps something that you see happening in the future. Where does the opportunity lie when it comes to innovation and better collaborations between Indian startups and German Mittelstand?
Yeah, thanks for the question. First of all, thanks for having me here. I'm from Quantum Systems. We are a German-based drone manufacturer with a clear focus on hardware, software, and AI. And this is also the answer for your question. We see a lot of potential in the software and AI knowledge and know-how from India. And this is a very nice hook to jump into the Indian market, not only from the market perspective that there's a lot of potential, but also from the hiring people perspective. We see in diversity a huge benefit and advantage when we take a look at our competitors. So diversity is the key here. and even in defense topics. For sure, there are some more sensitive topics you have to cover as well: security, compliance. Are you willing to share everything, which is maybe your USP in your home market? Those are many questions you have to think about as well. But coming back to your point, I think diversity and the knowledge India has already shown in many impressive projects is something we want to be part of.
All right, Anya, I want to come back to you. You know, prior to this panel, we were also discussing how to take international rather Indian companies international, and how that also continues to be a challenge, and perhaps something that Indo-German partnership will help Indian startups.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in the end, when you start in a market, you normally start in your home market, right? Because it's easy to start. And I think for German startups, India is a great market because it's huge. It's mainly English speaking, so it's not so far away from our culture in terms of language, school systems, universities. The system is from the UK, so it's pretty much the same. So it's an easy entry point for a huge market, for a very young market. So it's very, very special. So it's a good starting point. And the other way around, there's lots of knowledge, we talked about this, which we do not have in this volume, I would say, right? I mean, you see all this. We had just the two speeches before. We heard these impressive numbers of students entering the market with deep technology knowledge. And I know that we have a lot of discussions here. How much technology knowledge do you still need? When I studied computer science early 2000s, there was the .com bubble bursting, and there was India, and I had the same question for everybody. Oh, pity! What a pity, Anya, that you studied technology, because nobody will pay your salary with your expensive rate from Europe.
And here we are, tables have turned.
20 years later, I still earn enough money to buy my food to eat and raise a family.
Well, I'm sure you earn more than that.
So the reality is we still lack the technology knowledge worldwide, right? I mean, the requirements for this is so huge. So we need all the knowledge we can get. We need the best brains out there. And let's face it, have a look to most of the big successful companies. Most of them are led by Indian people. You see how great the education system is. You see what they have to offer. And you mentioned it before. We have a big heritage in building great hardware products. And I think this is a match which will bring us far on an international level if we bring this together.
All right. So that naturally brings me, Siddharth, to the question of, as far as the challenge of technology transfer is concerned, is that something that you've also seen, because you deal with German companies, but you also actively deal with Indian companies? Is technology transfer, R&D, still a challenge?
I would say, yeah, compared to some years before, it's gradually improving. There's more trust coming on both sides, so people are trying to gradually work together in a more trustful environment. Some years ago, IP protection, data protection, and all of those sort of parameters where people typically tend to become skeptical. Say a German university has a good patent or an IP, they wouldn't want to completely start doing a joint venture or partnering in India because of typical skepticisms. But I think over the last 10 years, this has progressed tremendously. Trust in both environments has grown. There are still some challenges around data protection, because I mean that's of course with EU GDPR you cannot let your data reside in Indian clouds, and mostly Indian startups, when they want to work with us, face an issue when they want to work with a German corporate, that they have to set up either a center here or hire a partner here, and that causes some considerable challenges. But we see some good progress already. The governments are working very hard on joint frameworks to tackle those challenges. The international courts also come into picture nowadays pretty swiftly and efficiently. So things are getting better, but I would say some challenges, of course, still remain that need to be addressed on both sides.
All right. So there is progress made in the last 25 years. That is, coming back to you, Honza, you said you have a lot of Indian engineers working in your organization as well. When it comes to AI leadership, India is a little far behind. We are catching the bus. But when Indian engineers go out, they seem to be doing extremely well in the Europe, in the US. Talk to us through what does AI leadership look like when we put India, Germany at the center of it. Do you think there is a possibility that you'll have more offices back home in India? And is there something stopping you from picking pace in business when it comes to setting operations in India?
Yeah, definitely. We, from day one, wanted to become like a global company because we realized that there's a huge benefit of being, of course, a German company, and it's like made in Germany, and the data security part is usually a bit more trustworthy than if we were to be based in the US or China, etc.
Is that a concern with India as well?
Excuse me?
Is that the concern with India as well, data security?
It is definitely, like we mentioned here, it's depending on who you work with, the customers, they always want the data to be locally stored, be it India, be it in US. If we work with Chinese customers, they want the data centers to be in China. So definitely, as we also want to expand to India, because it's a huge market, as has been said before, we definitely need to be on the ground in India, having the data centers there, having also like operational teams there to communicate with the customers to build trust.
Okay, so I believe, so that continues to be a hurdle. Jan, coming back to you, speaking, specifically on the bottlenecks, perhaps, when it comes to India, Germany, ties, what according to you are some of the challenges and hurdles that, on the governmental level, one has to navigate in order to have better trade partnerships, have more collaborations between startups?
So I think just to pick up some points from my colleagues here, the Make in India policy is a quite clear and transparent policy which you can get into, you can deal with it. It's like doing your homework. If you have to understand it, you have to accept it, and then you have to decide in which kind of direction you want to go. Do you want to have a joint venture with a strong prime in India already? Do you want to keep your USP as good as possible with setting up an own entity? And all those things you have to take care of when you start your strategy work. And coming back to your question, I think it's really important when we also talk about innovation. Where is your power? What is your USP when we talk about innovation? And we are very lean, we are very fast, we have to adapt very fast to innovation cycles. So we want to keep this and also our software and AI power. And then you have a bunch of partners which are willing to collaborate and want to be part of this journey. But you have to stay on the steering wheel. This is our impression and our setup right now for India, that we are still in the managing role and that we have still the capacity, all right, we want to keep our USP also in the Indian entity by using the ecosystem which is already there. So this is a little bit the balance you have to decide for.
All right, now that we know where we are when it comes to India, Germany, ties specifically for startups and innovators, I have some rapid fire questions for you. We are at the last leg of this conversation. And so let me begin with you, Siddharth, and perhaps one line each from all of you. What problem are you solving at the moment and for whom?
The biggest problem that we are trying to solve right now is ease of business for foreign companies on both sides. Bureaucracy is very common to both India and Germany. It takes roughly 16 weeks for a foreign company without any Indian shareholder to form a fully private limited company in India. And I would say it roughly takes 16 to 24 weeks for an Indian company to open a bank account and start a company or a GmbH in Germany as well.
Right.
And that's the biggest bottleneck we face right now.
So that was clearly more than a paragraph. But Anya, same question. What problem are you solving right now and for whom?
I mean, the problem we are working on is that we need more more startups, so more economical figures that make you smile in Germany at the moment. And that's why I see, and this is always happening when you partner, as I mentioned before, and this is where I see collaborations with startups all over the world are the right way, especially from India.
Okay.
So this is what I'm solving. I hope to solve this for a little part, my little part for our country. So, yeah.
All right, Hansa?
So the problem we are solving is that a lot of the expert knowledge is leaving Mittelstand companies in Germany and beyond. Like 30% of the people working now are going to be retiring in the next few years. So we are trying to capture this knowledge and digitalize them inside of digital twins, we call them. So this knowledge is accessible to everyone inside the company when they need it at the right place at the right time.
Jan.
One practical thing, export licenses for dual-use goods, but that's on the German side, to be fair. And I think the biggest challenge right now is to set up the entity with all the documents you have to end in and do the translation stuff. So this is, I would say, the mid-term, short-term challenge we are solving right now.
All right, coming back to you, Siddharth. What's your secret weapon or perhaps an unfair advantage that you have?
I would say networks. We've got very strong networks. So whoever comes and works with us gets access to our networks. I think that's our secret weapon.
Network is net worth?
Yes.
Anya?
Yeah, I think a great collaboration network. I mean, we bring startups, academia, and Mittelstand together, and this is where the magic happens. So.
All right, Hansa?
I'd say it's our agnosticity. So no matter whether you want to use GPT or Anthropic or Gemini, or you want image generation, text generation, you will stay future-proof basically because you don't have to decide and be bound to one ecosystem with us.
Yeah.
And the product for sure, and the global situation right now. So everyone is looking for UAVs, drones in general, and with our product right now we are on the top.
All right, I'm going to start with you, Jan, this time. So if you started from scratch with no precedent, what would you build differently today?
I would stick to the plan right now, to be honest.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Hansa?
Actually, I can only agree because the market is changing every 4 weeks right now in the AI market, so you cannot really predict what has happened, so it's about adaptability.
Yes.
I didn't start from the beginning, so I just started to work there. And what I see what is be done in a very good way is, and I really honor that what was built there is this big network connections. I mean, it's set in an easy way that the network is, but in a country or in Baden-Württemberg, you have such a big region where you have to know the connections everywhere. It's not like in a big city like Munich or Berlin where you know everybody or meet everybody quite easily. In Baden-Württemberg, you need to take care for a bigger network, for strong connections in all levels, which is a superpower, but also a challenge. And I'm super grateful to work in this environment.
Okay, Siddharth?
I would again come back to choosing the right partner. So if we would start again, we would know now, for example, to work with TV9 before actually starting. So we would choose the right partners before starting. So yes.
All right. I think I have to end this, but I do have one more question. So what's the riskiest bet you are making? All of you are innovators. You're leading the way. I'm sure a lot of people are looking at you to move the needle when it comes to a better future. So let me start with you, Jan. What is the riskiest bet that you're making right now in your company?
That we are not fast enough, I would say. I think the speed is the crucial point right now, because as I mentioned, the defense sector is booming. Everyone has an idea. We see drones companies popping up day by day, and to keep the USP of your product as good as possible and bring it to the market is tough.
Okay. Hansa?
It's actually similar along the lines, like we are not doing enough marketing and focusing too much on R&D and just building a product and just relying a little bit on word of mouth. But I would say that's like the biggest risk because it's like a first mover advantage market right now.
All right, Anne?
Yeah, I think enable our corporate partners to have the courage to really move on, because it's critical times, but now you have to look for your money, but you have to be proud enough, to brave enough to make the big steps and the big bets in new ideas, which bring you out of the comfort zone, and that's the biggest bet we do.
Siddharth?
We've been imposing the Indian ecosystem on Germany for many years. Next year, we're going to do the German ecosystem in India, and I think that's our riskiest bet.
As risky. as risky as it gets, but much needed there. Thank you very much, all of you, for taking time out for being here with us today. Let me call Sakshi back on, and I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Referee Shweta. Thank you so much, panelists. Can I please request you to please stay on with me as I also invite Ayush Sridharan and also Ruben back here on stage for a shawl presentation.
Thanks. Yes.
Thank you so much for your amazing contributions, ladies and gentlemen. I am not going to proceed forward because I have a bone to pick with people at the back. May I please request you to please join us here in the main hall? I am not going to proceed without you joining me back here. Please, please, get your coffee mugs and your cookies back here at the space and kindly settle down. Thank you so much. Let's now move forward to an extremely crucial topic of the hour. It's of course the defense sector. All right, I will take a pause again because I can still spot some people right there at the back. I'm again pausing. I'm not proceeding. Gentlemen at the back, can you please join us here to the main venue? Get your coffee mugs. Feel free to do that. All right, let's now continue. All right, I was speaking about the crucial and extremely important topic to all of us sitting here, the defense sector, of course. It stands at the crossroad of technological innovation and also sustainable growth at this age of advancement. We've been speaking about innovation, right? It's a little complicated subject, but it is, like I said, the prime need of the hour. Can we have the video rolling about the same, please?
In an age of uncertainty, where security is strategy and technology is power, global leadership defines the future. India today is not just a participant, it is a partner, a builder of technology, a driver of global growth, and at the center of this shift, defense and innovation. At the forefront of this conversation stands a global strategist, a leader in aerospace and defense, a voice shaping the future of secure innovation. Please welcome CEO of General Atomics Global Corporation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite Dr. Vivek Lal for a global keynote address on security, sustainability, and scalability disrupting the defense sector. Sir, stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Barun, for this very kind invitation here in Germany. Thank you to our German hosts. Thank you to TV9, of course, for this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, defense and security leaders that I see from Europe and beyond here, good day, and thank you for the warm welcome here in Germany. It is a profound honor to stand before you today under this banner of security, sustainability, and scalability, disrupting the defense sector. When I reflect on this title, I see it not only as a set of imperatives for industry and government, but as a change to challenge orthodoxy, to reimagine partnerships, and to define a stronger future. We convene today at a moment of extraordinary disruption. The tectonic plates of geopolitics are shifting. Peer competitors are rising. Asymmetric threats. Space, cyberspace, and electromagnetic spectrum have become contested domains, not backwaters. Europe in particular is racing to catch up. Too many nations are confronting the hard truth. Deterrence must rest on credible capability, not rhetoric. In this era, old models of defense-industrial relationships and cooperation simply will not suffice. We must advance a new paradigm, one in which security, sustainability, and scalability are not competing aims, but mutually reinforcing pillars. Security must be the foundation. Without it, nothing else frankly matters. But what kind of security, you may ask? Not simply physical hardware, but systemic, layered, and adaptive security, networks that defend themselves, systems that detect, heal, and reconfigure on the fly, architectures that resist compromise, not just attacks. We must embed security from the start, in chip design, in communications, in manufacturing, and in supply chains. Yet technology alone is insufficient. Security must also be political, institutional, and cooperative. Threats do not respect borders. Defense ecosystems must link sovereign states in trust-bound institutional frameworks with interoperability, shared protocols, logistics, and doctrine. In short, we must build defense commons, capacity that is shared, trusted, and credentialed, so no nation walks alone. Sustainability in the defense domain often raises eyebrows. Can and should green and defense coexist? I firmly believe the answer is yes, and they must. The first aspect, resource sustainability. Energy, materials, supply chains, propulsion deficiencies, alternative fuels, hybrid architectures reduce logistics burdens and vulnerability. For space and satellite systems, radiation-tolerant design, longer-lived components, and repairability reduce waste. The second aspect, supply chain sustainability. Over-reliance on brittle industrial sources is a strategic liability. We must diversify, regionalize, and build dual-use infrastructure that can weather geopolitical stress. To be resilient is to be sustainable. Third, normative sustainability. Public legitimacy, ethical considerations, transparent norms. Defense firms must meet environmental, social, and governance expectations or face exclusion from capital markets. This is not a nice to have. It is existential. If defense systems break climate targets or run counter to public justice, their legitimacy collapses and their utility is lost. When sustainability is integrated, not bolted on, we achieve systems that endure, systems that are conflict ready today and future compatible tomorrow. The most beautifully engineered system means nothing if it cannot be produced, fielded, and sustained at scale. In the past, defense procurement cycles were long, inertia was dominant, and scale was limited. That model fails in a world of accelerating pace and cascading threat. We must close the valley of death between the lab and the battlefield, rapidly, efficiently, and continuously. Key enablers of scalability include modular design and standards to allow plug-and-play upgrades, advanced manufacturing to shorten cycle times, common architectures across platforms, industrial coalition models that share production and risk, and sustainment as a service as business models. So therefore, I do feel that a scalable system is not one engineered for one theater. It is engineered to scale across domains, geographies, and generations. If we are not disrupting, we are being disrupted. In the defense sector, disruption must be conscious, calibrated, and catalytic. Let me offer 3 axes of disruption: business model, partnership, and capability. Business model disruption means moving from monolithic prime contractor structures to distributed platform-as-a-service models. Partnership disruption means creating multilateral industrial ecosystems where R&D and production are shared. Capability disruption means systems that adapt, learn, and self-optimize in contested environments. We have long invested in unmanned systems, directed energy, and advanced propulsion. We see a future where platforms are not static assets, but evolving ecosystems, where software updates, modular payloads, and AI orchestration define value more than hardware. But disruption always carries risk: complexity, loss of control, integration friction. The key to manage that risk is by building open standards, enforcing rigorous certification pipelines, and adopting change incrementally. No country alone can sustain the pace of innovation, production, and geopolitical reach required in this century. Yet trust is fragile and sovereignty sacred. So how do we balance these tensions? I believe through interoperability frameworks, joint procurement, cross-licensing, co-investment, and transparency. If the free world is to maintain a competitive edge, its defense industrial base must not just be strong, but must be integrated. Adversaries cluster, so may we. As I look across this room today, I see not just defense professionals that are here, but architects of the future. The choices we make in this decade will echo for generations, I believe. And so therefore, I'd like to ask each of you, will you accept incremental progress or demand transformation? Will you build walls or bridges between your systems and those of your partners? Will you treat sustainability as compliance or as a strategy? When push comes to shove, will your system scale or falter? We collectively, I believe, will invest in trustworthy architectures, open standards, sustainable systems, and scalable platforms. We will live the intersection of security, sustainability, and scalability, not as competing goals, but as a unified mission. I believe the future will be shaped not by those who build the biggest weapon, but by those who build the most resilient, adaptive, and trusted ecosystems. Let us be those builders, together across nations, across domains, and across time. Thank you.
Dr. Lal, I request you to please stay on with me for a couple of more minutes as I invite Mr. Barun Das and Ruvan back here on stage for shawl presentation. Can we have the shawls, please? Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful insights on a very crucial topic. Now, following this keynote, now is the time to have our next playoff on security, sustainability, and scalability defense discussion. This playoff gathers defense and aerospace leaders to exchange ideas on innovation, security systems, and of course, the sustainable defense solutions that are shaping a new era and of course, a new future of global preparedness. Can we have the video rolling, please?
Europe is on a warpath.
Lines redrawn.
Alliances tested.
And the world's strongest military power shifts its gaze.
Europe can't wait for help.
Self-reliance is no longer strategy.
It's survival.
Germany must lead.
In building the systems that protect.
And the industries that sustain.
Enter the disruptors.
Faster, smarter, scalable. This is not just defense manufacturing.
It's technology transfer at speed.
India, cost advantage, production muscle, a workforce trained for precision.
Germany, engineering dominance, R&D depth, combat-proven design.
Together, they can build what others wait to buy.
The new arsenal is not about having more.
It's about building smarter.
The playoff begins.
Well, while knowing what all is happening around us and in fact across the globe, it is even more important to discuss this further with some more experts joining us. I would again like to thank Mr. Lal for enlightening us about the topic before we have the experts joining us here for the panel. For now, a thought-provoking session. I would like to invite Mr. Karl-Heinz Grossman, Head of International Airbus Defense and Space, Dr. Alexander Shillong, MD Cybersecurity Schwarz Digits, Mr. Rajinder Singh Bhatia, President, Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers and Chairman of Kalyani Strategic System Limited, Mr. Chandrasekhar H.G., Founder and MD Sasmos HET Technologies, Mr. Ankit Mehta, Co-Founder and CEO, IdeaForge Technology, Captain Michael Gase, Commander, Regional Territorial Command, Baden-Württemberg on stage. Please join me by welcoming all of them here on stage. And with that, I hand over the mic to my colleague Karthik Malhotra, who will take the chat forward. Karthik, the session is yours.
Thank you so much, Sakshi. Gentlemen, good evening. May I request you to please take your seats? I think we are still... Okay, we are good. I think the panel is complete. Good evening, gentlemen. And after that very, very enlightening session by Dr. Lal, the benchmark for our discussion has really been taken. The bar is really up. So I hope we can collectively do justice to it. And with one man in uniform and one man who once donned one, I have no doubt that we will live up to the expectations of all our audience here. So to begin with, let me start with the man in uniform. Captain Gase, thank you so much for joining us here. I think all of us must agree on one fact, that we owe everything to men in uniform who protect us, who guard us, and at some level, for those who are... And for those of you who are not donning the uniform, but contributing to the apparatus, the ingredients, the supply chain that goes into protecting the men and women in uniform, I think it is our duty to make sure that what we build for them is robust, is scalable, and unbeatable. So with that, Captain Gase, let me begin first by asking you, and I think our session is going to be a little bit of politics, a little bit of economics, and definitely a lot of defense. So let's first get the elephant out of the room, and the elephant really is NATO. and the redefinition of NATO. Donald Trump being Donald Trump, doing a Donald Trump on us, saying that, hey, Europe, guess what? You've got to up your defense budgets. You've got to scale it up to 5% of GDP. Germany has done that, 3.5% if I remember correctly, and saying that only once you do that, do I have your back. So at a time like this, Captain Gies, what are armed forces across Europe, especially in Germany, thinking about scaling up their defense manufacturing and ensuring that the architecture of NATO stays intact and the support that Europe at some level depends on US on continues to stay?
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for that wonderful question, because it opens a lot of great variety of answers going into politics, diplomacy, and of course military aspects. Of course, I'm not in a position to talk about US interior politics and the president, etc., etc. We are looking at the news every day, and we follow very closely what's going on in the United States. But on the other hand, as a German officer, and I can fully understand that the United States of America have, of course, other theaters on which they have to look on, and they look to the Far East, they look to China, they look to the Pacific Ocean theater, and I can fully understand that the strategic interest or the center of strategy is for the United States is a bit shifting from Europe to the Far East. On the other hand, as for the time being, we need the sustainment and the supply and the logistics and the capabilities of the US forces. No doubt about that, because after 30 years of fully peacetime in Europe, we reduced our own forces, and without the backup of the United States, we are not able to create any kind of deterrence whatsoever. So just the last sentence on that, the shift of the United States to other regions or theaters is fully understandable, but as of now, I do not see any indications that they will let us standing alone in the rain tomorrow morning or so. They are still there, and we are still in a very close NATO liaison. And of course, the current enemy is here in Europe, is on the east.
Right in your neighborhood, sir. In fact, right next door. And who would have thought that despite this this protection that is offered by the US, there would be drone sighting in Poland? And, oh my God, not just Poland. Munich airport had drone sightings twice in 24 hours. Now, that's a long distance away from the neighbor that we are talking about. But Rajendra Singh Bhatia, I want to stay on that subject for a little bit. And it seems, what we've seen at least, the Russia-Ukraine war, what we've seen Israel and Hamas being at war, and even the recent skirmish between India and Pakistan, I think one thing is fairly clear, that the nature of warfare is changing. And in that changing nature of warfare, are we across the world, and especially us in India, investing in the right technologies? I mean, we are phasing out the MiG-21s that have served us beautifully for about 70 odd years. We are now inducting the HAL, and now we are also talking about AMCA. But I think we will have to at some point agree that the nature of warfare is shifting, and perhaps drones, perhaps space as well as cyber security could become the next obvious solution.
I think your question is very relevant, and in fact, while he was talking about it, the geostrategic scenario and the play which is happening for the last few years does indicate that nobody is going to back or save your back when you are in trouble. We learned this lesson many years ago. Many other people are now understanding that you have to be technologically advanced and, of course, militarily reasonably self-sufficient. When we are talking about Make in India, it's not meant to be exclusive, it is meant to be inclusive. So coming back to the question which you are saying, are we ready?
The question is, are we investing in the right technologies?
Yes,
Readiness is ever evolving, sir.
Coming to that. So there was a very interesting book which said that there are three things. Technology is very difficult to predict. In fact, it is like you cannot predict the way, the shape it will take. So there was general directions or mega trends which could be seen. Now, 3 mega trends were quite evident in technology. The first one was that the future warfare will not be similar to what was fought before. The second was that the future warfare will touch every facet of life of every individual. And third was that the technology will move from civilian domain to the military domain. Hitherto it was moving in other
directions. From military to civilian, yes.
So I want to just add on to that. So if it is going to move from civilian domain to military domain, what you need is what we were talking about in the morning about startup culture. You need millions of startups to come which can start developing technology in the domains which can address the needs of the future. And this also is a point which, if we take a look, can be a great starting point between India and Germany.
All right, a great starting point between India and Germany. And guess what? You're talking about a startup and we have one sitting right amidst you, Ankit Mehta. Thank you so much for your time. It was great meeting you in Berlin at the curtain raiser of the News9 Global Summit. But here we are again. And talk to us. There was a beautiful presentation that you'd made on the drone technologies and especially the military uses of those. Talk to us about the India-Germany connect when it comes to your drones and perhaps technology which becomes universal.
No, it's thank you so much. I think it's a pleasure to be here on this panel. In terms of drones, I think, as I was sharing at the event as well, we've been doing this for the last 21 years. So we've essentially started building this technology, predicting what's going to come next way before it actually became a thing. But
so talk to us about your technology. For the sake of the viewers here, what are the drones that you're making? What is the scale at which you're operating? And what is the kind of damage that it can inflict if the need arises?
So I think when we started, we started to try and counter insurgency and counter terrorism. We started after what happened in 26/11 in Mumbai in 2008. And as early as that, we realized that we need to give eyes to our soldiers and we need to give them eyes that can stay hidden but observe what is happening on the other side so that there are no other collateral damages or collateral effects. And I think for many years, almost a decade and a half, we have focused on that domain. The needs of that domain are evolving. The needs of that domain, as was visible and obvious in Op Sindoor as well, is to make sure that every asset that you're building is resilient. It can counter what the adversary will do to prevent you from doing its job. And I think that's a very important vector that the entire tech stack on the drone space is evolving towards. Dr. Lal spoke about that very, very categorically, and I think without that, there is no future for this technology. It's very critical in defense at least. And in terms of assets we are building now, from building eyes that could observe at the last mile for the soldiers on field, we are now building assets that can be of a slightly more strategic nature when it comes to looking at high altitude logistics. We are building assets of that class, and we are also building assets that can carry payloads that can be used for precision delivery if required.
All right, so perhaps that is the future that you are writing, and that is the future that you would be flying into the markets very soon. Mr. Shalong, let me get you into this conversation. We've talked about drones as one potential new age tool of warfare, and the other one is cyber threats, cyber wars. One would have imagined that this is all works of sci-fi and may or may not actually ever come true, but here we are. There have been cyber attacks, there have been pager explosions, there have been a lot of technologies which are used which rest in the domain of communication and radio frequencies. At short digits, talk to us about some of the solutions that you would be working which could enable the defense sector to be more defensive of cybersecurity and cyber wars.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting Schwartz Digits and myself to the stage here. I think if you still think this is a matter of sci-fi, you haven't really watched the news, probably also your channel where you reported on cyber attacks.
Exactly. So it was once assumed it's going to be sci-fi, but it's present and clear and dangerous.
And the important thing is everybody can be a target, individuals or organizations. Obviously, we as the largest retailer in Europe, we see this every day, and we see this with our peers, and we see this when we are in other gatherings. I mean, right now in Nuremberg, you have the second largest IT security fair in the world, ITSA, And for 3 days, basically, all the professionals got together and the respective parties from the military and government sectors, not just from Germany. And basically, it was on everybody's mind that the attacks have become more aggressive. They are becoming more sophisticated. Attackers are usually always a step ahead. And as a retailer for many, many years, we just served our own operations in 32 countries, which includes Europe and the Eastern Seaboard in the US. And we realized a while ago, essentially a little bit like India, except, for example, India for years, obviously, bought most of its weaponry from Russia, right? And now you're really diversifying and you become more independent. And this is, I think, very
And not just diversifying internationally, you're also diversifying internally.
Correct.
Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India defense story is something that India is really going ahead and capitalizing on.
Correct, that's what you do. And essentially, we're following down the same path, right? We said sovereignty is a key thing. We're not talking autarky, but we're talking sovereignty. And we need to be able also as an organization, when it comes to digitalization, to no longer be fully dependent on the players from the US. Obviously, we believe in the transatlantic partnership, but it's very important to do certain things yourself. And this is why we started investing in our own sovereign cloud, which is no longer, obviously it works at our scale, it probably works for others. And we're even working with people in the defense sector because cloud technology, cybersecurity is relevant. We invested in cybersecurity, in prevention techniques with a company called StackIt, Workspace, and a couple of other things. And this is what we do, but we also generally engage in conversations with multiple stakeholders, how we can improve the overall defensiveness of society and our peers, because ultimately, a quarter of the population of Europe shops in our stores at Lidl and Kaufland every day. If we close them tomorrow, there is nobody to replace them, right? So we really are on a mission to support the people in Europe and a little bit in the US.
All
and
right.
we need to make sure we are safe and our supply chain is safe. And this, of course, matters for us, for Europeans, for Indians, for everyone.
And I would suggest don't restrict yourself only to Europe and US. Look at Asia and definitely look at India to set up a market for yourself as well. And of course, make some investments, by the way. Mr. Chandrasekhar, there's something very interesting that you and I were talking about last evening, and that pretty much brings us to the pivot from what we heard from Mr. Shillong. And that's the fact that while we're talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, ladies and gentlemen, Atmanirbhar means self-reliance. So while we're talking about a self-reliant India when it comes to defense manufacturing, perhaps going back to the conversation that I started with Captain Geets, there's also a need right now for Europe to be self-reliant and for Europe to reduce its dependence on this protection layer which has been offered. And that pretty much to me seems like an opportunity for collaboration between India and Europe, and of course Germany being the largest economy in Europe, for collaboration to ensure that whatever they need to do to scale up their budgets and to have their own Atmanirbhar European Union when it comes to defense, to actually have more manufacturing move towards India. So how do you think that equation is going to play out?
It's actually, first of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And then definitely, yes, I think from last 8 years, if you really see India started really getting into the manufacturing outputs, even though the intents were there about in the defense sector by about 20 years back. But the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat has created a lot of capabilities in the whole last 8 to 10 years of actually our own journey.
Right.
And then today, when you really look at European as a market, definitely yes, there are a lot of investments are happening and going to happen for defense sector. Scalability is a major requirement in any of the such kind of a high-speed manufacturing capability. India being a capable, very technical-oriented skill set, we were able to build a very good level of support system for the entire the European base to an extent. In terms of, if you look at it, as an organization, we already work for France, UK, right, and then also for Germany. So Germany, right now, if you really look at it, there is a great opportunity, if you really look at from the Indian perspective, to find answers for their scalability with a lot of reliability as a production and quality responsibilities.
Right, so here we are in Germany, and let's hope that those collaborations bear some more fruit. But you also mentioned France, which is the market that you work in. So let's move to a French company and invite Mr. Grossman here to share his views. We are talking about Make in India. We are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, and here we have Boeing Defense and Space already manufacturing in India. So Mr. Grossman, take us through your observations on how you have found India as a factory of the world which can scale up your production, and what more needs to be done. Talk to us from the French example.
First of all, thank you for having me. Maybe one remark, we don't consider ourselves as a French or a German company.
A multinational company.
We're a European company with roots in Germany, in France, in Spain and UK. And that doesn't make our life always easy.
I can imagine.
What I also wanted to say that France enjoys excellent relationships with India at the political level, and that has helped in many areas to do business, also having trustful relationships in defense. And my wish as a German, of course, would be that from a political point of view, there's continuation of the path that has been starting with the policy on Indo-Pacific, regular exchange between the governments. For our business, we need to have trustful relationships and long-lasting relationships, because any investment that is made, I think, may be only reimbursed in many, many years. But coming back to your second point, and at least in the civilian market for airplanes, India is really important for Airbus. We source around almost €1 billion of parts every year from India. We have some key suppliers, and if you came on a plane, the chance is high that you have been on an Airbus plane, and I can guarantee you there are parts made in India, and they're exclusively made in India, and they are done so well that we are going single source. So that's, we have examples where this works very well. Also, maybe another figure for the coming years, for the next 20 years, Airbus will deliver every week 1 aircraft to India. So that shows how big the market is, but it's also our responsibility then to give back, to develop supply chains. We have about 4,000 engineers in India who work in IT, in engineering development, and without India, we cannot do what we do today. So it shows it's cumbersome at times, it takes time to develop, but it is worthwhile pursuing, and sometimes you need to fight. I think the regulations do not always help. Bureaucracies are tough, and simplification would really be welcome in any respect. Be it export licenses here in Germany or being offset regulations in India, it's a real uphill battle. At the moment, we have just started a helicopter final assembly line, and we are also doing the C295 aircraft in India with Tata Advanced Systems. So Airbus holds the contract, but it's delivered through Tata, and it's entirely made in India. And one last point of cooperation I wanted to make, because there was a lot of discussion about drones, and generally we talk a lot about smaller drones. We are developing one drone for Europe, which is called Eurodrone, and there were some pictures. It is more the size of a small aircraft, around 12 tons. And I think there are capabilities which are required in Europe and which are required in India if you want to survey large areas of maritime areas. And that's where we try to work with India, and at least we could convince India to join the program as an observer, with the option to later on join this program, bring their know-how to the program, and also tailor the product for the needs of India.
Right. Mr. Bhatia, I want to actually pick up the thread from there and bring this question over to you. That at one point, of course, we are talking about collaboration, we are talking about components which are manufactured in India, we are talking about a large consumer market, and that reflects in the aircraft order book that we just heard about. But at some point, it's also a question of what are the kind of investments that India must make in actually making its own defense absolutely robust. I mean, we'll come to the MROs perhaps subsequently if time permits, because that's again something that Airbus will find relevance in, and I think India needs MROs to come when it comes to civilian aircraft. But our own aircraft, our own engine manufacturing, for example, because I think the rollout of the HAL Tejas has been the light combat aircraft, has been delayed for years because there is no technology transfer, and we are dependent on GE engines that come from the United States of America. So how does India build its own absolute end-to-end self-reliance when it comes to even engines, not just components?
So this is the point where we all need to deliberate. There are gaps in technology. But before we come to the gaps, let's see what we have achieved in last decade. Exports have gone 13 times in last 7 years. Defense production has doubled in last 5 years, and the target is to double it further in the next 3 years. But you are very right on some significant programs, and the technologies are still not there. In fact, that is one area we all hear about aero engines, but similar situation exists in marine systems, where there's a very strong company sitting in Germany, MTU, which has a market share, and where we could be working together to develop those high, I would say high-powered gas turbine engines for the marine platforms. Now coming back to the investments, all this revolves around the market size, the ability of people to tap that market, and then investments follow suit.
So should it be the government or should it be the private sector that makes those investments? Because I'm pretty sure, sir, talent is not a problem in India. There are problems that we're solving for the world, and engine doesn't seem like rocket science, it's still aviation.
Well, I will not totally endorse that. Engine is a rocket science and little more.
All right, given
there are only 4 manufacturers of repute in the world, and India should have the 5th one. Probably if we can do the collaboration right. But coming back to the investment, it has to be both sides. It cannot be private investments alone. It cannot be government investments alone. You've seen the example of AMCA, where government has earmarked nearly $2 billion, close to $2 billion for development by private industry.
Is that enough, sir? $2 billion?
So that's for 5 prototypes. Then they're promising hundreds of them if you have developed it right into the... nothing is enough. If you take at the national level, our R&D spends are still very, very low. It's 0.6% of GDP. We need to spend much more. If you take a look at defense budget percentage of R&D, it's still only about 13%. All developed nations are at 25%. So there is always scope to spend more. But issue is, India actually can deliver much more with lesser money in R&D because we are famous for frugal engineering. So key point here would be again collaboration, and he talked about it. In fact, we have interacted with him. We did set up, when I was in L&T, a joint venture with the Airbus. But the key point here is, how do we collaborate in the current strategic environment?
All right.
I think India and Germany need each other, and that's the place where we need to start co-designing, co-developing, and then co-manufacturing, maybe for the world.
All right. I want to also talk about rocket science for just a bit, because it seems that India's record at space programs has far exceeded expectations of the world. No surprise to us Indians, we knew we could get there. But I think we haven't really achieved the same level of feat when it comes to other military equipment. Of course, you also represent Bharat Forge, so Bharat Forge is one of the key examples of how India is collaborating with German companies and really making for the German defense sector as well. But Captain Keys, again to the point of technology transfer. Now, what we learn in India is that the more you share, the more you get. But it seems that that philosophy doesn't really seem to work for those who hold patents for their technologies. Is there time to actually get German companies to open up their secret boxes, their vaults, their Pandora's boxes perhaps, and share some of those secrets for us to be able to scale up, not just for ourselves, but also for Europe?
Well, also a very good question. I think there are 2 trains running on different lanes or tracks at different speed. What we now have is the 4th year of war in Europe, just some 600 kilometers east of us, where we see kind of a classic war. There are tanks, rockets are flying, bombs been dropped, killing soldiers and of course killing civil people. Drones, cyber and especially drones are a bit bringing a modern aspects on military tactics, but for the next, I would say 5, 10, 15 years or so, this will be the type of war, of classic war, that we have to prepare for. The other train is running with new technologies, and this also has to be developed, and someone has to pay for it. And Germany is luckily now in a good position, depending on money and spending, so the resources are there in Germany. But it's hard today. It's hard to assess where to put the priority on. What we need now are tanks, aircrafts, new frigates, etc., PP, and ammunition, classic ammunition, artillery grenades, and this is definitely not the rocket science. But we and all the other European armed forces are very weak of that. And time is running out for Europe. We think that by 2029, 2030, Russia could be in a position to really threaten Western Europe. And so in a couple of years, we have to have all the equipment to stand up and put on truly resilience and a deterrence that will keep Russia back off. And so in the background we have to go on the other issues and topics, but to coordinate the speed of these two trains, this is, I think, this is the homework, the brilliant homework for the political level or for everyone who is outside the military then.
All right. So, of course, the complexities, the geoeconomics, the geopolitics, and the lack of stability in the region is obviously getting Europe to rethink. But I think India is continuing to think in the right direction, and the kind of investments and the kind of ideas, the innovations that we are seeing in drone technologies is something that India is definitely going to hopefully scale up in coming times. So, Ankit, since you're here, since you've been in touch with your German counterparts and with the industry here, what are some of the lessons that India should learn from Germany when it comes to at least innovation, technology, and what are the lessons that you feel Germany could learn from India when it comes to perhaps STEM education?
I think in terms of what we can learn from Germany, it is very clear to me that Germany has a very old history of building high performance, reliable systems. And I think that's an area that we should imbibe, and we should accelerate our learning in that direction as soon as possible. And of course, what we can learn from India is a massive transformation that has happened on the digital side. And the amount of digital economy that India has created over the last at least 4 years is I think, mind-numbing in terms of its pace. And I think the work that is happening on intelligence, AI, and the panel we had a short while back regarding the global capability centers and the development work happening there.
Yeah.
I think that's an area that can be, so autonomy is a big lesson that we can drive very aggressively in India given our capability there. I think overall, my belief is that in terms of exchange between the two countries, we are in a environment and a time where anything that is inevitable is getting accelerated at an unprecedented pace. And we have two challenges because of which it slows down in large organizations like the defense forces is the burden of training. It takes a lot of effort to change gears, to change the training that the forces have imbibed in over many years. And I think autonomy is the only way to make that adoption happen fast. If it can happen without involving people who are trained in certain tactics, and that change of training will take some time to become central to the entire force.
Right.
Maybe autonomy is a big way that we will have to drive. And that pace of adoption and acceleration there has to go up by a big notch. I think we've all ignored that for a very long time, especially in India. I think it is imperative for us to adopt that from wherever we can very fast.
So I think that's the transformation, and that's the choices that you make that Dr. Vivek Lal was talking about before our session. So I think it's pretty clear the choices that India has to make. But what are the choices, Mr. Grossman, that Airbus has to make, especially now, just deviating a little bit from the defense sector, about having MROs set up in India, maintenance, repair and overhaul facilities? I think there's a dying need for India to have MROs so that the fleet up in the air continues to stay in the air and not grounded.
Well, that's true. If you have a big fleet, and that's definitely the case in the commercial world, then you will have to have MRO right at the location. And I think we are working with our suppliers to establish where this is needed. We also pay a lot of attention to training facilities, and we just recently opened another one in India, so crews can be trained and operate the aircraft. But coming back to the real challenge, it's really in defense, for me, it is to satisfy the short-term need where we can help, as articulated by Captain Giss.
Yep.
And then, of course, don't turn the eye of the longer-term investments that are needed. NATO has released capability planning. They have done a gap analysis. There is data available in the ministries of defense in Europe and in the NATO member states. And there are topics like persistent surveillance from space. There is topics like air defense, which still needs to be improved. And in those areas require investment and are also opportunities for collaboration. And there are also opportunities to collaborate with India, because India has the same issues or will have the same topics to resolve in a couple of years.
Right. Mr. Chandrasekhar, the second last word to you before I come to Mr. Shelong to wind up this session. So the final word from you on this panel, at least, in the era that we are living in, and India-EU FTA on the horizon, India signed multiple others. In fact, Keir Starmer was in India, continues to be in India, if I'm not mistaken, as we speak. But the fact of the matter is that there's got to be a greater, a deeper sense of engagement when it comes to defense solutions, especially the ones you offer, and the global market out there. So, in the advent of this new interconnected world that we are living in, what is your one expectation from Germany, from Europe, when it comes to SASMOS AGT?
See, if you really look at Europe and the Germany's in specific, it has got a lot of things that they can really leverage from the Indian ecosystem right now. It is already on and getting developed from the manufacturing and engineering perspective. So typically, I think right now the collaboration is supposed to be not looking at the borderlines. It is actually going beyond the borderlines, both the sides.
All right.
So what I really see is, in fact, actually as a SASMOS, we did a couple of things as a step, which is really leverage, because we put up certain people in Germany for engineering in front who are really experienced, and then backed it up with respect to a complete aircraft new design capabilities and some of the subsystems.
Okay.
So that is really working very well, and they're all sitting in Munich and then also in Bangalore, and then really putting up together a solution within 18 months for the whole system. And then such kind of actually, I think, collaborative efforts and the trust that can be established with an engineering background. And then this particular background is not only for engineering, it is also actually, I think, manufacturing requirements can be met from the day one when you are engineering it from the scalability perspective. So such kind of collaborative efforts in the beginning of design, and then also on the technology transfers, I think it should be more trustworthy, the technology transfers that should happen from Germany, wherever they are, in terms of believing us. Because in my view, I think if the technology can be well protected for them, it's a great opportunity for us as Indians to really scale up our manufacturing and capabilities. The requirement is, are you really reliable to take care of the technology intentions of the who are really created that, like German, for example. So I think that is where I see FDA should be more pronounced in terms of actually, I think.
And one of the clauses should be technology transfer.
Yes, technology transfer.
Could that potentially be a stumbling block?
Possibly, yes, as a mindset right now. I would request that actually, I think that will be a mind shift, which really creates plenty of opportunities for both the countries. And also, actually, I think this technology transfers can really create a speed in Indian defense requirements also. And which, if as long as it is very well done transparently and then very collaboratively and candidly. I think that's what I really see as an opportunity to a small opening can really, with a controlled way, can create a huge scalability and sustainability from manufacturing and then speed in which it can be incorporated into the systems.
All right, sir. Final word to you, as I promised, Mr. Shelong, because there's something I wanted to spend more time on. Perhaps we could catch up over dinner, and I've got just about a minute or so left for you to answer that. Artificial intelligence in the world of cyber warfare, cyber security, a threat or an opportunity?
How much time are you only?
About a minute.
I thought we have like 4 hours.
That's in the evening.
Okay, no, it's both, right? It's very helpful for the defenders, and it's already finding its way into the various solutions that are out there. But of course, AI is another tool in the tool set of the attackers to facilitate certain types of activities.
Is it serving as a solution for you, or is it serving as a problem because hackers are using it perhaps better than you?
Again, the answer is both sides of the world, so I cannot give no black or white answer. It's in the gray zone. That's the way it is.
All right, let's erase the grey and try and find a black or white answer, maybe over dinner tonight. But gentlemen, with that, we have run out of time. Thank you so much for your time this evening, and it was absolutely wonderful listening to all your views here. And thank you so much. Once again, we will, of course, meet for dinner at the News Schloss, ladies and gentlemen, this evening, 8 o'clock onwards at the Newcastle in Stuttgart. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
And please be with me here on stage, sir. I would request you all to kindly stay here for a couple of more minutes as I now invite R. Sridharan and also Ruven here on stage for shawl felicitation. Thank you so much for that insightful conversation, of course. Let's proceed. After that wonderful playoff, it's time to now bring another quote speak. And for this one, it is going to be about great state of Baden-Württemberg here in Germany, where innovation meets enterprise. We've got a special video on the same. Let's take a look.
Baden-Württemberg, Germany's powerhouse of precision, a land where automotive legends were born, where engineering excellence became a way of life, and where innovation has always fueled enterprise. From mobility to AI, from clean energy to future manufacturing, this region continues to lead Europe's push for sustainable growth and now deepens its collaboration with India, the world's fastest growing economy. Sharing this vision is a statesman who has shaped both state and continental policies, former Vice President of the European Commission and former Minister President of Baden-Württemberg. A leader who knows how innovation powers enterprise. Please welcome Günther H. Oettinger with his special address on Baden-Württemberg, where innovation meets enterprise.
I invite Mr. Günther H. Oettinger here on stage.
Excellencies, dear guests from India, dear Ruven Kasper, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, may I congratulate the organizers of this great event, this global summit. It's not the first edition, and I think it's good to have such a platform to have an exchange of views and to bring together important people of India and important people of Stuttgart, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. What is my picture of tomorrow? How do I see the world of tomorrow? I see a pentagram. Ongoing, firstly, the US. Okay, erratic. Okay, with egoism. Difficult, but ongoing, high-tech, and successful. Secondly, I see China. China in next years will be more and more high-tech and will be a leading economy. Thirdly, if we don't lose the war, Russia. I see India, democratic, great, 1,400 million citizens, and I see good old Europe. Europe and Germany, we have a long-term partnership with the US, but it's more and more difficult to deepen this partnership because Trump is special. And his policies with duties and sanctions and so on, it's difficult to deepen such a partnership and friendship. Maybe for India, the same. Because what he has started against India is not really fair play. It's impossible. China is an autocracy, not a democracy. And China wants to dominate the world of tomorrow, wants to dominate Asia, wants to dominate even your region, India. So, we have some common understanding. Europe and India, Germany and India, Baden-Württemberg and India. We are democracies. Okay, we have different languages, different cultures, different religions, but we have a common understanding of trade and exports and imports and even collaboration. I know a lot of young people from India, IT specialists, engineers, doctors, who are really great, excellent. And on the other hand, Europe, Germany, and Baden-Württemberg, we have something to offer. Here you see Mercedes. Here in Baden-Württemberg, we have Porsche, Bosch, Mercedes, SAP, others. But our main argument are hidden champions, family-owned companies, mid-sized companies in the Black Forest region or here in the Stuttgart region, high-tech companies since decades. And I think so we should deepen our partnership. We should deepen our collaboration. There is a lot of added value. We should see what is a win-win effect. Because I think for India, China is much more difficult, the US much more difficult, and Russia with this criminal war even more difficult. I think there can be trust and confidence between Baden-Württemberg, Europe, and your great country and your society. So to have such a platform as today, an exchange of views, to understand each other, to know more about your expectations and your offers and your potential, and you knowing more about our potential, our offers, our expectations, is really meaningful. From sports to mechanical engineering, from automotive to trade, from digital services to collaboration in the best sense, to investments, Indian investments here and German investments in India. There's a lot we can leverage. There's a huge potential. We are starting just now, and we should do it in the best manner, working together to play a role in such a pentagram in the world of tomorrow. All the best for you.
Mr. Ottinger, can I please have you back here on stage, sir? I would like to request Mr. Barun Das and Ruben to kindly felicitate him with shawl. Thank you, Mr. Ottinger, for that insightful address. Thank you so much for joining us here this evening. Let's now move on, ladies and gentlemen, and speak about culinary tourism, which is one of the most delightful ways to connect cultures. You all will agree with me, right? We say this in India, that the way to your heart is through your gut. I hope you have guessed it already that our next session is going to be about food, but not confined to our plates. It has experiences that transcend taste, telling stories of culture, community, and also creativity. We've got a special video for this as well. Let's take a look.
In a world where travel is changing,
The new passport isn't stamped.
it's served.
On a plate.
For Germany, beer gardens, bratwurst, bread traditions.
For India, spice trails, street food, royal cuisines.
Two nations, distinct identities, one untapped gold mine.
Food is more than fuel. It's diplomacy, it's economy, it's destination appeal on a plate.
Germany invests in experience.
India invests in hospitality.
Together, they create journeys that are immersive, flavorful, unforgettable. Food tourism isn't just about what you eat.
It's about what you remember and where it takes you next.
The playoff begins.
So for this session, I would like to invite Chef Kunal Kapoor. We all already know him. Alexander Heinrich, winemaker at Weingut Alexander Heinrich, and also Thomas Dial, also a winemaker, here on stage to join my colleague Krishna conducting this Aratai, because this is about something very important, Krishna. You would agree with me, right?
I think everybody here would agree over here. This is very, very important. This, in my mind, is the most important session for the day, not just because I am doing it, but because it's so close to the hearts of everybody over here. So let's get all the panelists on stage.
Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Alexander Heinrich, if you can hear me, sir, please.
Mr. Alexander Heinrich, please take the stage. And
also Thomas Dial.
Please take the stage.
Mr. Dial, if you are here with us, thank you. Thank you so much. Krishna, the session is all yours.
Okay. Thank you all of you for being with us. I like the fact that there's so much, in that what we just saw. There's samosas to schnitzels, parathas to pretzels, and, masala to malt. That's what we're going to be talking about. There is this great, beer and wine making tradition in Germany, and India is a kaleidoscope of culinary traditions, so many of them. So we're going to discuss both of which. Let me begin with India and then come to Germany as well. Chef Kunal Kapoor, talk to us. We don't showcase the sheer range of India's culinary traditions globally, isn't it? And it's time, because there's more and more reception for more and more different kinds of Indian food, not just butter chicken. 20 years ago, Indian food equals chicken tikka and butter chicken, and that's about it. But today, you have so many. I just saw South Indian restaurants in Munich and as well. So talk to us in your own experience of showcasing Indian cuisine globally. What are you witnessing at the stage, and what do you think needs to be done?
All right. First of all, there is a perception about Indian food being spicy, overtly spicy. Yes, we use a lot of spices, but not every Indian dish is spicy. We are also sometimes typecasted as a cuisine which is overtly greasy or oily, which is truly not the case. And at the same time, whether we like it or not, butter chicken has somehow become the the dish that kind of represents Indian food, which is not fair at all. Let me break it down for you.
Okay.
First of all, Indian food is very complex. Very, very complex. Why I say that? A simple soup could have possibly 15, 20 spices. And there is a reason why it goes. And not every spice has to be hot. There is a reason why certain spices are used in certain regions or certain time of the year. One, we are blessed with land that produces such different varieties of spice, and every season, whatever the produce of the spice, we use it. Then second, at home, when we eat Indian food, it's not spicy. We have kids at home, we have people with individual preferences who may like very hot food or less hot food. So it's sometimes the restaurant that kind of pump up the food, and over a period of time, it's become the perception that Indian food is hot. Then coming on to butter chicken, that's become iconic, very, very, very iconic, and it's possibly as recent as about 70 years old dish. It's not even an Indian classic. It is a dish which was born out of necessity about 70 years back, and Indian food is thousands and thousands of years old, which has been well documented, a very, very well documented cuisine. I think one is, we all talk about French food, the other is definitely Indian. Now, the thing is that we have about 28 states, and every state has a very different cuisine altogether. And within each state, there are these communities, there are these beliefs, sometimes the religion that kind of tells you what to eat and what not to eat, and when to eat, how to eat. Yeah. So it's very difficult to kind of put together Indian food in one box and say, hey, this is Indian food. I've spent last 26 years working as a chef in this industry. I cannot confidently say I know each and every Indian cuisine. Because calling Indian cuisine is like calling Europe a country. Because you have more than 28 states having different food, one from the other, very different. And if you look at the geography of India, it's up north Himalayas. There's a certain kind of food that grows. Down south is coastal, very tropical, very different. You go far east, completely different kind of food. Then you go to far west, there is Rajasthan desert. Over there, the food is, what grows is very scarce. And so every state, every bit has its own contribution. Yeah. So, but moving on, if I now look at Indian restaurants and Indian chefs, there is a whole new love for Indian food. 15, 20 years back when I was in the restaurant, an average European walking into my restaurant would say, oh, tone down the spice. No chili, please. No chili, please. No chili, please. Now I get people saying, hey, don't change anything. Give me what the real deal is. If it's spicy, I'll eat it. So, that's the kind of acceptance that is coming through.
Absolutely. That's actually what I witnessed in my travels to Germany as well. They're like, don't dial down the spice. We are ready for it. At least that's what Germans are saying. Mr. Heinrich, I'm going to come to you. But Thomas, I see you nodding along. Are you somebody who likes eating a lot of Indian food? Are you somebody who wants to go to India to try the real Indian food?
Yes, definitely, because I've been there several times and enjoying especially the street food culture. Just walking around, just collecting the different food types and trying everything. And yes, I'm really this explorative guy who likes to try new things, explore new cultures, and also try to bring back this the spirit from different countries to the German culture. So yes, but to be honest, when it comes to hot, I'm also a little bit of turn it down a little bit, but I'm always interested to test out my borders in this relation.
Okay, we're talking about food. I just want to shift the conversation to wine. Mr. Alexander Heinrich, for so many people around the world, Indians and everybody else, Germany equals beer, beer equals Germany. And then even people who understand wine, little bit, the only thing they know about German wine is Riesling. It begins with Riesling and it ends with Riesling. Now there's a wine renaissance in Germany. Stuttgart is making fantastic wines. It's giving tough competition to the Italian wines and the French wines. Can you talk to us about the wine renaissance and how wines are being made in Stuttgart and how you think it can it can be a good point to attract tourism into Germany?
So, thank you. And namaste. Good evening.
Namaste, namaste.
So, I'm a winemaker, so I have the best job in the world. Yes, also he has the best job in the world. And you the second best job, yeah. And for me, when it's possible to give you a wine who give you a very smooth thing in the mouth and a lot of firework, yes, when you pair it with spice and something else, yes. So I often visit India, I think 15 times or something else. And
wow.
if you have a very cold wine like this one, and you get goosebumps when you eat a sour curry and maybe coconut or something else and drink a wine, it's fantastic. Yeah, and that's my job. And when I make you happy, I'm also happy.
Wow. Chef Kunal, I want to come to you on that. This pairing of Indian food and, German wine, or for that matter, European wine, is crucial, isn't it? It's a great way to bridge cultures, and and there's greater awareness of how you can pair Indian dishes with European wines.
But my thought process with pairing wines with Indian food has changed over the years. When India was predominantly a very beer and a whiskey market, and then when wines were introduced, we were trained in the hotels that I worked, where chefs were called and they were trained. Our palates were trained to understand wine. And initially, it was difficult to grasp the woody taste, or let's say the raspberries, or the smells of the forest, to the chocolate, to the cocoa. So it was difficult. But over a period of time, one understood. But when you applied that science to European food back in India, it made sense. But when you applied that similar kind of thought process with Indian food, it would never make sense to me. So for a very long time, I would convince people that, hey, this food, this Indian curry with this wine, this one with this one with this one with this. But because the style of Indian food, if you see a thali, which has about 8 to 10 dishes served to you simultaneously, with each one of them having a very distinct flavor, pairing a wine doesn't make sense. And usually people would go for a bottle of wine. So I have changed in the last couple of years, where my approach to my customer is, what kind of wine do you prefer? Do you like a sweet wine? Do you like a fruity wine? Do you like a light wine? And some people who are pretty new to the wine culture, one kind of takes them through a little bit of tasting. Which one do you think you'll appreciate, your palate appreciates? And then say, sip your wine that you like, eat your Indian food, because like I said in the beginning, Indian food is super complex. It takes a lot of ingredients to make a simple dish. It takes a lot of years to practice and get your Indian food right. So because anybody can cook food, anybody can learn from recipes, but Indian food, good luck. It's complex, and it has a science. It has that, there is that science and art behind the madness, why it is so complex, which is a very interesting story, by the way.
Making a good dal is so complicated, isn't it? It looks simple.
Talk about khichdi. You can make it with salt and cumin, but talk about khichdi again, you can have as many spices depending on which region you're from. You can add meats to it, you can add spices to it, you can add condiments to it, and it'll keep changing. So the variations are endless.
Variations are endless. And Thomas, in that sense, you've done your travels, you've done your experimentation. What worked for you, and how do you think this will work? Chef Kunal is saying the fact that it's very difficult to find the right kind of pairing, because wine and cheese is one thing. That's a long tradition in Europe, and it changes from Germany to France to everywhere. Wine and chutney is complicated, isn't it?
Definitely. So some of you are already trying some of our wines right now, and that's something I would use as an example, because it's all about trying, and it's all about liking or disliking, and that's the best way to find out, as you already mentioned, do a tasting. And what you also asked before, 2 questions ago, the renaissance of wine in the region, and also the renaissance of like traditional wine grape varieties. We are now able to interact with companies and wine companies from different countries, for example, to compete, not to yes, to compete.
Yes, you are competing against
yes,
Italian
we are competing,
wines
yes.
and French wines,
yes,
aren't you?
I'm always like about to work together, but sometimes you're also competing. So, for example, when you have a nice Pinot Gris, which we are becoming more and more famous for, especially in the Stuttgart region, our winery is very famous for the Pinot Gris, and you are tasting it maybe right now. And it's an all-rounder. So before I came here, I also checked which wine goes along with which food best, and then I chose butter chicken as an example, and what would match with butter chicken accordingly to ChatGPT is the Pinot Gris. So that's the way I went down and chose the wine. And what I would like to express is that we are now living in a world with like globalized citizens traveling all around the world. Me, myself, I love traveling, exploring new cultures, and also sharing some parts of my culture. And as Alexander already mentioned, we're having the best job. We are producing an emotional product, and we can also share it with emotions, and I think that's the way we can also bring it to India.
Yeah, and when it comes to sharing that emotion for wine, all these visits to vineyards and making people aware of how a particular wine is made, so that and the story behind it is so important, and it's a great way to display, to showcase culture. To people, isn't it, Mr. Alexander Heinrich? For example, somebody who's come to Stuttgart will immediately think about, Mercedes-Benz, will think about Porsche, all that. But, for them to understand the nature over here, because it's a beautiful city with, rolling hills and vineyards around it, vineyards within city limits here in Stuttgart. So wine becomes a great gateway point for cultural understanding and tourism, isn't it?
So for us, it's very important to have wine streets and something else. Yes, you can visit. There are a lot of Besenwirtschaften. Yeah, little restaurants where you can go to the winemaker and talk with them, and you met friends and you get new friends. Yes, so it's very important for us. And if you see our beautiful landscape with the step slopes and all the thing, if you be there, you can feel it, and you see the hardworking winemakers in the vineyard and grape picking and all the things, and you tell it your friends. So if you are really wine knower,
wine knower, I like that.
Wine knower. You know about German wine, and you know about our region. And one of the most important thing is that in Württemberg we have a great variety of different kinds of grapes, and we have these really good pairing with the Indian food, because our wine is not so alcoholic, not so full of tannins. If you stay in Kerala or in Mumbai and it's 30 degrees and you have to drink a glass of wine, you swallow a brick. Yeah, it's very hard to drink. Yes, when you have a lot of tannins and 50 degrees alcohol or percent alcohol or something else. We have a full flowered wine with maybe 11 or 12% alcohol. So it's a perfect pairing in a land where one thing is India for me is the paradise of veg food. Yes, so it's very interesting what you can do with all that different spices and vegetables, and it's great. I love it.
I'm loving this. A German winemaker talking about the great Indian vegetarian food, Chef Kunal. Yeah, I mean, who would have thought? And it's been this thing, right? From butter chicken to India being famous for its vegetarian food, because the vegan, for all the vegans across the world, Indian cuisine becomes a great place to go to, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's the beauty about Indian food. There is non-vegetarian or meats, dairy, seafood, and very high consumption. And on the same side, those very people who consume meat observe a lot of days where they stay away from meat. And that's where the vegetarian cuisine comes in. And we are blessed land in terms of the produce that we have from north, south, east, west. The kind of veggies, the kind of fruits, the kind of spices, the kind of grains that we grow, it's just immense. And taking from him, from a previous question, I believe making wine is also a work of art. And sometimes it's like a painting, you see the painting and you just don't, the first time I saw Mona Lisa, I was like, okay, what do I do with it? Okay. So somebody had to take me through, why is it revered so much? Why is it so important?
Tell the story behind
There's a story behind. There is a certain work. There is a certain period era when this was crafted using the colors or the brushes or the thought process. Why is it so revolting? Why was it such a... Today it looks like, okay, just another lady on in a portrait. But there is a whole lot of history to it. There's a whole lot of things that had gone through. Similarly, till the time you don't show the artwork of wine, the pain one takes to make sure, right from the soil, the climate, because ultimately it's the grapes. You really can't control the weather with the kind of weather changes that we have. So the kind of things that the guardrails or the farmer takes in at the vineyard, right from putting that first wine to harvesting it, to cutting it, taking it at a certain temperature, making sure that it is fermented in a certain way, it is kept a certain way, and it's a labor of love. So like any other art. So that's why sometimes a bottle of wine could just be a bottle of wine, but till the time you don't take people through the entire journey, whether it's to the vineyard or talking about the flavors or talking about what has gone, what goes in, how much of hard work it goes into bottle of simple wine that we drink, you just don't appreciate art much then.
I love what you said, Thomas, isn't it? Wine is a work of art. Every wine is a work of art.
And I like it more when I've had a couple of glasses. Yeah. I appreciate the art more.
We all do, Kunal. We all do.
The more you consume, the more you appreciate.
Yeah, true. And in that sense, all I can make comparison is this. A lot of Indian food is intoxicating, isn't it? It's just like wine. You have more and more of it and you can't stop, isn't it? And he's being kind to winemakers, calling wine a work of art. Culinary art is called culinary art for a reason, isn't it, Thomas?
Yes, I can only agree with that. But also, like Alexander mentioned, we have also wine with not so much alcohol. And also, our winery is now launching a wine brand with zero alcohol because besides producing vegan wine already, we also produce now alcohol-free wine. And to make, to reach all possible customers all around the world. And because there are people don't drink alcohol for any reason. And so we also want to include them because that's besides having a great product, we also want to include the people by selling this product. And the best thing is when you're in a conversation, you always want to have something in your hand. And we want to make it possible that you don't get asked, did you want to have a wine or water? We can only want the question, do you want wine with or without alcohol? And then there is no exclusion of anyone because all people in the room have a glass of wine and everybody's included. And that's also kind of making art. And that's our idea of traditional and modern wine culture, and also just scaling the economy for winemaking, because besides all of the artwork, you also need to sell stuff to create new stuff.
Right.
And yes, that's
art needs to meet business. All said and done. Culinary art to the art of winemaking. I think we can continue talking about this for the next hour or so. That's how interesting this is. But I'm afraid we're completely out of time over here. I'm going to ask everybody to give the gentleman on stage a huge round of applause. Chef Kunal Kapoor, Ms. Alexander Hendrick, and Thomas Dale. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Thank you for being with us.
And gentlemen, please stay with me here on stage as I invite Mr. Vikram, CEO, South TV9 Network, and Ruben here on stage for a shawl felicitation. All right, Sanjeev is here. Sanjeev Shaw, felicitation. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for this engaging and, as I can say, flavorful chat. All right. Let's move ahead. German manufacturing represents the gold standard of quality, precision, and also reliability. Everyone in this room would agree to that. So now it's time to delve deeper into how innovation and sustainability keep it relevant and also dominant in a rapidly changing industrial landscape. Our next playoff is on German manufacturing, never failing, always strong. Video on that, please.
In every era of industry, one name has stood for reliability.
For precision, for strength that never falters.
This is the power of German manufacturing.
From engines that moved the world to renewable grids that will power tomorrow.
German engineering has redefined durability.
Never failing, always strong.
Today, this strength meets scale.
In a new corridor of collaboration with India.
Machines built with German precision, powered by India's manufacturing drive.
Building growth engines for the future.
From steel to silicon.
From auto to aerospace.
The world still looks to German manufacturing.
German manufacturing.
Built for the world.
The playoff begins.
All right, for this playoff, I would like to invite Mr. Thomas Fischer, Chairman of the Supervisory Board, Man Plus Tamil, Dr. Christian Fiebig, Partner Digital Advisory, MHP, and Mr. Matthias Lapp, CEO, Lapp Holding AG, here on stage. Our moderator for the playoff would be R. Sridharan. Sri, over to you.
Thank you, Sakshi. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this evening. I don't think anyone doubts the fact that Germany is an engineering powerhouse, a country of 84 million people. It's the third largest economy in the world. Your manufactured goods comprise 83% of your exports. So there's no doubt what Germany is capable of, or the kind of economy it's built on the strength of its engineering prowess. But Thomas, I want to start this conversation with you because I was reading your 2003 report to shareholders, which actually read almost like a manifesto to a larger German industry, where you say that this is the time to perform to transform to perform, you say. And there are multiple challenges which the industry is dealing with, and it's time to reimagine German engineering. So I'd like to start with asking you for an assessment of where do you think German manufacturing really stands today What are the forces which is now it's confronting in terms of the challenges which is shaking its long-held dominance in the world of manufacturing and engineering exports?
Thank you. I think we are still the harbor of manufacturing. That has not gone away. But what is changing in today's world for us so much, first, the markets are outside. They are in India, in Southeast Asia, in Africa it's developing. And in the past, we have been able to export technology. And now we have to find the customer and get to solutions for the customer. And that is something where we have to listen better. In the past, this product we developed, that was selling by itself. But now to collaborate and to work together with other regions, that is so important. And therefore, India is for us one of our big transforming things, not only because we have a huge shared service center which serves our global world with the most intelligent people we can find, but India with so much cultural influences and being everywhere in the world as Indians. And things like this flow back. And if we get your ability to find solutions, then I heard today more often the word frugal engineering plus your creativity, then we can elevate German manufacturing to the next level.
Right. Before I go to the next question, I just want to make a point that, Thomas, unfortunately, we don't have the Best Dressed Man Award today, but if there were one, it would certainly go to you. Congratulations on the lovely dress you're wearing.
Thank you, but here I have to celebrate our managing directors, Sudesh Karan. And by the way, our biggest business unit is run by an Indian lady, Hasmeet Kaur, and she's a real Kaur. And these two had the idea that...
It's a great idea. We love it. So, Matthias, coming to you, like Man and Hummel, yours is also a family-managed, family-owned business, a Mittelstand company. You went to India to set up factories back in the 1990s. What provoked that thought in the 1990s? And how has the thought changed over the years? Did you go in for the local market? And has it now changed to a point where you want to leverage India to export to other parts of the world? So just walk us quickly through the journey, the original rationale, and how has India evolved for you in your larger strategic alignment?
Yeah, thanks. First of all, thanks for having me here on the stage. As it is so often with family companies, it was a pure family decision. That means my grandmother and grandfather at that time liked India by traveling through it, and that's why they said, we need to do something here. So it was not the analysis done, this is where is economy best, what can we achieve? It was just a pure gut feel. And that's how we started our business in the 80s there, with then finally having our own entity and our own first production site in 1996 already. So we are long-term invested in India. The whole family is very fond of India, as you know.
Absolutely.
And at that time we started to grow the business. And that is something why we now have, for example, our Indian business being the second largest in the lab group. So
fantastic.
India has developed to the second largest country that we have in the portfolio, so to say, and that is something. And it developed over the years with 3 different production hubs now. The highest advanced technology that we have in the lab group. So we do compounding ourselves with our own designed formulations for the PVCs and polyurethanes only in India. And this is what we export. But the whole thought was always and is always for us as lab group that we go local for local. So we have 3 regions, and in the region Asia Pacific, India is the biggest country obviously, and we export only some of the compounds, few products, but 99-98% of the portfolio is meant for the local market. Additionally to that, our own R&D and product management and development that we have developed over the last years is such that 80% that we sell in the market of India is developed in India for India. So we don't have that product anywhere else in the world. And that is how we are at the moment. So it was meant as there's something nice to have. We need to be in India. We believe in India. It's not the fast tiger, but the slow elephant. But as we see now developing it, it's consistently developing in one direction, and we were having the chances to also profit on that.
Fantastic. Christian, you bring a consulting point of view to this discussion. One of the issues which the German industry is grappling with is that in its bid to decarbonize, the fear is maybe it has deindustrialized. How are the Mittelstand companies facing with this challenge as different from that of, let's say, the larger companies, the Siemenses, the Bosches, the Volkswagen? How are they doing? How do you see the Mittelstand companies preparing to remain competitive given all these constraints?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. What I can see in the German Mittelstand as well in the family-owned companies, there's a lot of responsibility for the environment. So sustainability is a key issue for them. And coming to the supply chain management, sustainability is also, beside efficiency, cost efficiency, flexibility, responsiveness is also a key issue, and we have to work on that. And I think it's also a key success factor for factories. So this is what I see there. Coming back to the supply chain as its own, so supply chain excellence is a key factor for success in the future. And what is clear is that there's no one approach that fits for all companies. And uncertainty is the new normal, so we have to think in, let's say, in scenario, not only the most likely scenario, but also the other scenarios. And therefore, based on these scenarios, we have to develop the supply chain strategy, also including the sustainability. And what is important for that is that we have also the transparency about the supply chain. We have to, regarding decarbonization, the carbon footprint, but also with a real-time visibility to steer, control our supply chain much more better way we did before, let's say, the pandemic, where we have global supply chains, stable global supply chains. So now we have to be very responsive, intelligent, responsive to cope with.
Thomas, coming back to you, earlier in the day we had Dr. Arvind Marni, who was talking about the need for German companies and other European companies to de-risk their exposure to China. He said it's not about decoupling, but it's about definitely diversifying your bets. From your perspective, how do you see the India exposure or the India investment playing out, let's say, over the next 5 to 10 years? What are your views on India's strategic importance in the larger scheme of things for MAN and Hummel?
First, I have to state that when you produce filters, you don't transport them very far. So we never have a problem to ring fencing some countries, because we are, like Matthias said, we are local for local. India will become for us one of our major hubs out of 3 reasons. One is your own industry develops very nicely, like we have seen before, in the defense, in the aircraft, whatever. So we want to serve this industry. The second thing where India becomes for us more and more important is you have a lot of connections to the other countries. And this you want to use and to ride on. If I look into Africa, east coast of Africa is in the hand of Indians for trade and other things. So your global presence could be an extremely good help for us. And last but not least, the way how you have a ton of talent, but extremely well-educated talent. And this young talent is hungry. What we miss to a certain extent in Germany, we are not hungry anymore. Not everybody, but a lot of spoiled kids are not so hungry like a young Indian kid. And to work with these talents to develop, especially in our world where we get more digital, more AI-driven, where we have to develop smart factories. By the way, we do it together with MHP too. But this kind of things is our third pillar. And so China at the moment is very important for us for the passenger car side. Here we don't see India growing in the next 5 years to be the competitor, maybe in 10 to 15 years. But on the digital side, on making factories intelligent, and to go in high-tech industries, plus the talent. That is where we see you.
Right. So, Matthias, what's true of filters is also true of cables, which is what Lab Group makes. Although you make all the high-tech cables as well. How much of the innovation? It's a commodity. Cable is a commodity, unfortunately, at the end of the day. So how are you able to differentiate yourself? Because I was moderating a panel at the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce about a month ago, and where one of the CEOs said, in India, the consumer wants a 5-star product but a 3-star, price. So is that something that your experience bears out as well, or is your experience different?
Yes, that's the typical Indian behavior. They want everything, but apparently it needs to be for free. And then they will buy a lot, right? So that's the manner. Also, price increases we do in every country, but somewhat in India, an annual price increase is not possible. So here it goes only one way down. But joke aside, I think that is something what, of course, is important, yes. We try, as I said earlier, with our own innovation that we generate and foster and leverage in India, for India, to be on the tops of what is needed in the market. And of course, with that long experience we have in India, it is important to us that we know how the Indian market, how customers, how market behaviors, what is expected also. And that is what we try to address in the best way possible. And then we are surprised by service, not only by features and benefits, but by service and the whole surrounded. Also now, Indian companies, bigger Indian corporations that have outsides of India operations. We are a global player like Mann & Hummel, and that is what we also tend to leverage to say then, hey, we are not only an Indian company or German company, we are a global company. So if you move to Eastern Africa, Middle East, that is where we focus on now with better ties here. We are here already for you, so leverage lab also on your way abroad, and that's what we follow.
Right. So, Christian, it's not just that the product is changing. Obviously, the product is changing from IC engines. We are going to EVs. There are newer technologies that are coming in. Germany was actually the pioneer when it comes to Factory 4.0, the Industry 4.0. From your perspective, how successful would you say German companies have been adopting the smart factory or the Industry 4.0 module?
Yes, I really appreciate that question, because it's a very crucial point for us. So we made progress, and we conduct yearly a study about Industry 4.0 barometer. It's called barometer, and yes, we made progress. But there are still obstacles like data silos and all the legacy systems. And so the responsible person for production, like let's say the chief operating officer, are looking for not only a small step, a small improvement. They're looking for a quantum leap, or in terms of efficiency and flexibility. And yes, we are talking about smart factories. And yes, we see many factories called smart factories, but they are still, and they look very modern and very, very beautiful also, and with a high degree of automation. But there's still a lack of flexibility regarding all the infrastructure and the OT systems, the operations technology systems. So what is our approach as MHP is that we follow, we call it the software-defined manufacturing approach. What does it mean? We decouple the software from the hardware, the brain from the body. And by decoupling software from hardware, it becomes effortlessly possible and easy to plan, to configure, to monitor a factory. And I think, and we are convinced about that, and this approach is a great opportunity to achieve a really smart factory. And it's a little bit like operating your factory like a smartphone. A new feature with a click, a new application with a swipe. Sounds a little bit like a vision, but what we are doing with our clients, some of our clients, is that we realize this vision already. And so it's also a step, when we think ahead, it's also a step to a real dark factory.
Right. Now, Thomas, coming to you, what I find remarkable about the Mittelstand companies is that although they are largely family-owned and even managed to a great extent, the innovation that they are able to come up with is surprisingly amazing. If I look at just Mann & Hummel, for example, you have more than 4,700 patents, right? How critical will this ability to keep innovating be for your competitiveness going forward? And in that, how important role is India going to play, especially in the context of, let's say, the digital transformation, the GCCs, the innovations that are happening? So from an innovation perspective, how are you looking at India to maintain your global edge?
It's very interesting. We start redefining innovation or patents or whatever, because in the far it was technology driven. And now we have to come from the customer and say innovation is customer driven. And you mentioned it before, we still have in Germany a lot of legacy which slows us down to overcome, and Mittelstands firms are better than the large ones because we still keep our values, but we somehow drop the legacy a little bit faster. But for me, India coming, and that is where your people are so great, you think far more, let's make a customer-oriented innovation, and it needs to be a business. And this kind of mindset, especially in a digital world, where to adopt AI solutions and maybe not be 100% perfect, but improve while you are going. These talents, that is something we need in Germany, and I really hope that we are good enough, or I'm not only hope, I'm fairly convinced we are good enough to adopt. Yes, we will have some difficult years to go through, but, and it was addressed today more often enough, if we combine these two capabilities, then we as a company, I cannot talk about Germany or Europe at the moment, or India, we as a company with all the talents of India and Germany will be better.
Fantastic. Matthias, a gentleman earlier today in one of the panels talked about how almost 30% of your workers will retire in the years ahead, which means there'll be need for creating digital twins, which is something which I'm sure MHP will want to elaborate later. But how are you coping with this shortage that is very visible, and it's like going to probably get worse? Are you looking at getting more skilled workers from India, engineers from India? How are you approaching this issue?
Yeah, good question. I think that is what many companies, or all companies, have as a topic, the skilled labor shortage that we know will happen, and we knew already 10 years ago, but nothing happened. So now I always tend to say we don't have a knowledge problem. Also, what the governments have to do, it's an execution problem. And here for us is very clear that we take the talent where we find it, and what is new basically, we try to also make use of that talent regionally or globally if needed or possible. So if we find the right person for sales controller, I don't care anymore where the person sits. It doesn't need to be located in the headquarters. So if we find the appropriate person in Bangalore or wherever, in Delhi, if we have an office, the person should sit there but can work in a global international team. I think that is one thing. So we look for the talent where we can find the talent. And secondly is obviously also that we make use and try and push hard in order to get skilled laborers that we need here in our factory, for example, in Germany or in the surrounding of Stuttgart, to get then in close collaboration with India, skilled labor also from India, because we see here also that as explained earlier, the willingness to work is a much higher one. And that is what we are fun to really grasp, that we need people that have fun to work. And that's what, of course, some people lost over the last decade, let's call it, the motivation of the young generation.
Right. If I may add one thing, and the third thing, and I know you do this too, we look together with Indians engineering into robotics, because we do not only want to import Indians, but maybe we want to import Indian robots.
Fantastic. Christian, that's a challenge for companies if they have to make sure a global workforce works on the same page and delivers the quality that they expect back in Germany. How is technology helping companies, especially manufacturing companies, deal with this whole skill shortage, especially with the advent of AI and newer technologies of manufacturing? What is your point of view on that?
First of all, nothing should happen without AI in the future. And regarding the factories, then digitalization, robotics, as you mentioned, automation are the key to cope with this problem or with the situation. And as I mentioned before, software-defined manufacturing means that you can organize and plan and moderate the factory in, let's say, a software platform, and you don't need the technical guys, which are often already retired, and you have to bring them back. In some companies are only the technical guys fly business class. So you don't have to bring them back. You can organize a factory with less people via software platform direct to the hardware. This is one way factories and the production responsibility can cope with this topic.
So I have two more questions before we run out of time. The first question would be around the disruption that we're facing in global supply chain. That obviously poses a lot of challenge, especially for companies that are dependent on multiple manufactured products, components that have to come from different markets. Maybe it's not a very big challenge for Man Hummel, I'm not sure. But speaking in general, Thomas, how do you see this global uncertainty impacting manufacturing itself, your ability to make decisions and do even capital allocation, like where should I set up my plant, where should I source my products from? How big a challenge is that going to be going forward?
It's challenging us too, and we don't want to go for reshoring. That is a decision we made because Europe will not be the growth base for the future. So we are focusing where our markets in the future, and if we get sources there, then we take this for our supply chain. That's the best. But nothing with our AI, as you said. I think overcoming what we had in the past, this disruption in the supply chain with good AI and more flexible production, and with a smart factory you go down to a lot size of 1, or we hope to get down to the lot size of 1. These two combined should help us to overcome these difficulties we had in the past.
Right. Matthias, your views on the disrupted supply chain globally?
Earlier I mentioned that we are set up in regions and very local by local. And this was already, in the first generation, the goal and plan. We have continued that in the second generation. I will continue in the third generation with my cousins to do that. So we have quite an okay location set up right now, but this will have to continue even further. So that is important. And then again, if there is something you can grasp, like knowledge that is generated in one region or country, because it's running great here, that is also with the use of AI or processes to copy fast and learn. And that's what we have to improve in Germany, because as you know, we are Germans, and we are Southern Germans, we are Swabians even worse. We like to invent everything ourselves, and it is 120%, right? As we always tend to say. So we are not good at admitting that something else can be as good as ours. And that is something we can maybe also, we have to open up here a little bit.
I'll call that pride, so it's fine. The final question, if we were to look 10 to 15 years ahead down the road, what are the emerging industries where you think German companies, especially the Mittelstand companies, will be able to maintain or become global leaders again? There are a lot of new areas which are emerging, including green energy, EVs or different parts of the EV system, autonomous driving. There are so many different technologies which are there. Where do you see German companies being able to maintain their global edge 10 to 15 down the road? I'll want all three of you to answer. I'll start with Thomas first.
Besides what we have now, and I don't talk about automotive, in the future it will be mobility, and we will be able to find mobility solutions. But I firmly believe that in the pharmaceutical area, in the medical devices area, and in clean environment. If you only look in Baden-Württemberg, how much companies we have who are working on clean water, and companies like ours on clean air and whatever, that is a need which will not go away fast. And now I'm living in India, especially in Delhi or other places, there will be a long need where you need environmental support from German companies.
We need a lot of clean air. We need a lot of your stuff. By the way, when I was growing up, Purolator was a very big brand. So I think you've done a great job anyway of reaching us in India. Matthias, what are the areas that you think will be Germany's strength, global competitive edge that you can retain? Not speaking specifically of the lab group, but for German industry on the whole.
I'd like to add to that. So there's already something said. I hope in the future, I don't know yet whether this becomes true. My wish is it is at least that we play a certain role in the automotive industry. Having said that, I think what we are really good is at factory automation and all that goes around it, with all the connectivity between the robot and the machine and all of that. Not maybe the software, but the hardware and the possibility to manufacture at scale. That is something I think we are very good at with our huge export volume. And that will remain. And then on the other side, the renewable energy, hopefully we have had a very strong foothold in the PV manufacturing, and as such we were front runners in that area. So maybe with the other possibilities you might have in new generation of power, let's call it, that could be something also where we have our footstep a little bit ahead of the rest of the countries.
Right. So Christian, last word to you. We're saying German manufacturing never failing, always strong. So 10 to 15 years, where do you think Germans will still be the world beaters? Like they'll have the best technology that the world can bet, and they'll have to come and shop from Germany?
Really good question. So, first of all, quality and innovation will remain non-negotiable for German industry. I hope we will, as a German industry, will focus on special sectors and industry, as you mentioned, not doing everything. So what is our focus is also a little bit from the political side interesting, but focusing on the future industry and then go back what makes us strong and what has made us strong in the past: engineering, innovation, talents, and flexibility, and at least we have to cooperate worldwide. Cooperation is also important for German industry.
Strategic alliances, and don't forget India, absolutely. So thank you, gentlemen, for a lovely discussion. A big round of applause for our panelists. Sakshi, back to you.
Thank you, Shri. Thank you so much for that lovely conversation, gentlemen. Please wait with me, and please bear with me for a few more minutes as I invite Mr. Vikram now on stage, CEO South TV9 Network, and also Ruben, please. And while the shawl felicitation is happening, ladies and gentlemen, let me again remind you all that we will be leaving from here at 7 p.m. to New Year's Schloss, and I will see you all there for the dinner at Newcastle. Those who have come by their own vehicles can drive by. Otherwise, there are buses outside as well that can take you to New Year's Schloss. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining the conversation here. All right, moving on. Speaking about something extremely important, we have spoken about innovation tonight, we have spoken about defense, we have spoken about culinary arts as well. Now it's time to discuss education, which is of course the strongest bridge between the two nations. Tonight, we will explore how Germany continues to attract Indian students and what challenges, opportunities, and trends are shaping the global academic challenge. Let's decode this in our next playoff, which is on study in Germany, challenges and opportunities. Can we have the video playing here?
Every year, thousands of young Indians chase a dream.
To learn, to live, to lead abroad.
Germany has emerged as the new frontier.
India is the talent engine.
Students move, professors collaborate, ideas cross borders.
Together, the two nations are building a new axis of education diplomacy.
Dual degree pathways, skills-based programs, academic bridges that build futures. Education is no longer local.
Germany seeks skills to fill its demographic gaps.
India offers one of the world's largest talent pipelines.
Together, they create global citizens.
And win-win employment outcomes.
It's a pact for the future.
The playoff begins.
All right, so the players will feature Professor Dr. Dietmar Tilpert, Professor of Strategic Management and Business Policy, Mr. Jonas Margraf, MD Fentiba, Ms. Marion Hockey, Director of International Office, University of Stuttgart, Mrs. Anandi Iyer, Head Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, India Office, Dr. M.P. Sham, President, RV Institutions and RV University, Bengaluru, and Ms. Mary Christian Hoffman, Head of International Team in India, Task Force Bavaria. May I please request you all to kindly make your way to the stage as referee for this playoff. Shweta Kothari takes up the center stage next.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes, you can hear me now. Mark is also joining us from Burma. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know we are 2 or 3 more panels to go before we end this evening. And I have 35 minutes on the clock. And I believe 8 panelists here in front of me. So bear with me. I'm going to make it very quick. But at the same time, this is an issue that concerns all of us. We are talking about studying in Germany. Why has it become an imperative today? So while we look at changing global order, for Indian students today to be in Germany, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And it's become an imperative to look for alternatives as the global order changes. And I'm speaking specifically from what's happening in the US, where students are finding it increasingly difficult to either get a post-study work visa or even get a visa when they've enrolled into a college. Many of those examples have suddenly started cropping up. So in that context, let me begin with you, Jonas. It's been a year since we spoke. Last year in India, in fact this year, February in India again, and you were very hopeful on more number of people coming into Germany. Where do we stand today with all of these changes coming to light in the last 6 months?
Yeah, thanks, Sweta. Exactly. We talked over the last years, I think, over time, and we constantly track these changes. We're from Fintiba. We're helping international students coming to Germany, and we see every year a couple of thousands or 100,000 coming through our platform. So we see this trend. And I think we are really one of the industries in Germany that is really booming at the moment, and especially thanks to India. So I would say our hopes have always been exceeded. So we had more than 25,000 new students coming in from India, and we're building the diaspora. So we have more than 50,000 students in here, and I think it accelerates because more and more people know about the opportunities here, especially of finding a job, building a career, and Indians becoming really the nationality in Germany with the highest salaries. So I think it's a story that multiplies, and from our side it can go on like this.
So are you preparing for more than 60,000 now? To what extent? What is the growth that you're looking at from this year onward? Given that, perhaps EU-India FTA will be signed, and then more Indian students will look for alternatives to the US. Do you have an estimate?
I have no estimate, but I know where the bottlenecks are. So I think people are lining up in India, but they don't come here. So the better we become in sort of processes like bureaucratic processes, in visa handling, in the APS in India, the more we will actually host here. And I think this is where we need to improve in Germany. And then the growth will continue like this. And I mean, it's double digit, so it's very nice.
Very nice. Getting better. Professor Hilpert, you gave a very strong sales pitch this morning. You said, and you were speaking directly to Indian students this morning on the red carpet, and you said, why go to US? Come to Germany. Germany has everything to offer.
Yeah, I think.
Yes.
It's already on, yeah.
I've been responsible at the European School of Business for over 23 years for the German-American links. And I actually saw all American top 100 universities. And I think the time is over of the Anglo-Saxon dominating the world in education. And here in Germany, we are at the same level. Sometimes I found out that we in Germany are much better than they are over in the United States. Actually, if you look in the United States at the undergraduate programs, and compare them to German undergraduate programs, you find out the quality is much, much lower. Everybody goes over to the United States into master programs, but in the master programs, there are about 10 to 15% Americans, and the rest is coming from the rest of the world. And they are paying so much money, $100,000 a year at least. And here in Germany, our big advantage is we have high quality, and the price for studying in Germany is incredibly low. In the master's degree, something like 1,500 euro in the state of Baden-Württemberg. So to the students, come to Germany, come to Baden-Württemberg.
Well, yes, that deserves a round of applause, yes. But Marion, when I spoke to her earlier today, said, don't just fall for the charade of low money, low tuition fee. There is a lot more that Germany has to offer beyond low tuition fee.
Exactly. I mean, you mentioned it as well. We have a very high quality in our education. Even though most of our universities are public universities, the best ranked universities that we have in Germany are public universities. So they have huge opportunities for research and also going on to the labor market. So what we do at universities nowadays, I mean, we help students when they arrive, we help them to integrate into the study programs, into the German education system, but we also help them to go on, and we try to prepare them for the workforce, for the labor market. We inform them about how to apply to a German company. What do I need to know if I go into a German company? There's a different culture in German companies than there might be in India. So we try to prepare them for that. And we are looking forward to have more of them, especially Indian students tend to go into the STEM field. And these are the fields that we definitely need in Germany. German students, it seems, tend not to go so much into STEM fields, and that's why we count on international students.
All right, you know, I have to come to you at this point, Mr. Sham, because you have basically said in a lot of your speeches earlier as well that there is now a new opportunity for more students to come to EU and more specifically Germany, because it's not just low cost of tuition, it's also the research and the innovative environment that you don't usually get, you know, beyond fundamental research, you don't get in Indian universities.
Over the last couple of years, Indian students coming to Germany has increased multifold. I think the Indian diaspora in Germany is the highest, beating the Chinese a couple of years ago. So there are a number of Indian universities and colleges which have study in Germany program. 1 year they study in India, where they're taught A1, A2 and B1 languages of German, and then they have a good foundation of mathematics, physics and other STEM subjects, and they are welcomed in Germany, and they have been doing exceedingly well in German schools because Indian students are very passionate to learn, very hardworking, and you know, they're career oriented. And Germany opens up, not a good German degree, opens up a number of job opportunities in the EU region. We've also been doing a lot of industry related programs with German companies in India. You know, we have an advanced diploma in automotive mechatronics, we have IoT centers with German companies, so which helps them directly after a program of 10 months to 12 months, which are skill based, to come directly into the European industry and the German industry here. So I find more and more students looking at Germany because the career opportunities are high and the quality of education, like some of them in the panelists were saying, is extremely high. especially in engineering and STEM subjects.
STEM subjects. Ms. Iyer, do you agree with that? The quality of education when compared to India is extremely high, and that's an advantage that Indian students have when it comes to research, innovation, opportunities. What Germany offers, perhaps right now, India is lagging at the moment.
Well, I think it's not just the quality of education, which is of course brilliant, and you can see that's a very variated kind of ecosystem where you have applied universities of applied sciences, you have full universities, you have research centers like the Fraunhofer. But I think what's really impressive about Germany is the seamless ecosystem that takes you from education to the market. So you have universities of applied sciences that give you dual training, where there is more training than education in terms of theory, but you also have universities that give you more theory and also multidisciplinary subjects, which is the need of the hour today. But more importantly, for example, a Fraunhofer Institute, which is in the field of research, is directly connected to the university. Those students doing their docs and PhDs they register at the university but do their PhD with us and then move into the industry. We have a broken ecosystem in India, which kind of, disconnects the student from the education to the industry. And that's where we are having the issues of not being a product nation and not moving up the value chain. So I think students coming to Germany should really look more at this huge opportunity of a seamless education that gives them the right kind of skills, which are depth and breadth to deal with the new learning environment, rather than just look at the low cost, because that would be the wrong focus, I think.
Not just the low cost. Ms. Hoffman, are you worried that perhaps more international students are coming to Germany and taking up STEM subjects? Because that's what Marion and I were also talking about prior to the panel, that more international students are now enrolled into STEM subjects as opposed to the local talent, German students.
Yes, so we established our India task force because we recognize that so many people from India coming to Germany and they need support with the onboarding, support with...
Could you hold your mic closer, ma'am?
Closer? Yeah. Support with the onboarding, support with mental health, because they come to Germany, it's a new country, new people, new language, and we want to support them to have everything ready when they come to Germany and don't have something else to do and chill and concentrate on studies.
All right. And in your assessment, have the barriers reduced compared to, perhaps last 2 decades since India and Germany established a strategic partnership? The barriers for Indian students who want to now enroll into German universities, have they reduced now substantially? And what remains?
So we have a specific onboarding process for students. So we support them if they are still in India. So we share with them all necessary documents that they can register for health insurance before they come to Germany. And then here they have everything ready for the embassy, for visa and so on. And we also support universities regarding international or intercultural teams and trainings and so on. So we recognize that this process we have to optimize regularly, but it works very good.
Yeah, and that's where I think, Mark, also the struggle is. A lot of Indian students coming to Germany perhaps not really integrated with the culture in Germany. The language continues to be a barrier, although, it's getting better day after day. In your assessment, what are the bottlenecks still for Indian students?
Well, you mentioned the language, and the language is really a thing that is key in Germany, because when I think from my perspective, I represent a health insurance, and let me say how important it is that today the 2 largest health insurance companies in Germany sit up here and discuss that matter, because it shows how important it is. And when it comes to language, that is important, because in Germany we are the land of red tape. We have a lot of bureaucracy in place. And language is still key, because we as a public company send our letters in German. So when you understand the language, you really understand how to navigate the system, how you get everything you have to get, and how you can cope with challenges. So speaking the language is really key to stepping into your new life here in Germany and starting your new life
All right, so Jonas, language, blocked accounts, lengthy process, everything in German, Indian students finding it hard. You also come in there. Fintiba is doing great work in trying to bridge that gap.
Yeah, but I would also add that if there's one language who knows, one country who knows how to deal with languages, then it's India. So I don't think there's...
Yeah, we take a lot of pride in that.
Yeah, exactly. So I think there's nothing to really worry about it, because I also make this comparison. If you take the percentage of English speakers in Germany versus India, I think the percentage is higher in Germany, of course, even if you have in total numbers India is leading. So I think there's nothing to be worried about, because in Germany you will get along with English in your daily life. But of course, over the time of studies, it's so essential that you pick up German if you want to pursue a career and then live here. So I think it's worth taking the effort for what Germany offers. And this is quite an opportunity to start a career here and enter the labor market.
All right, well, worth taking an effort, start learning German, and great many opportunities await for you. Mr. Sham, I think, apart from learning the language and going beyond language, one of the things that Indians, young students keenly eye is an opportunity to be employed, to get money, to make money. And now Germany offers 18-month, if I'm not wrong, of post-study work visa. Post-study work visa. And lateral entry is also relatively easy.
Yes.
Right. So in your assessment then, what are the challenges that Indian students have at the moment for those who are coming especially for post-graduation, where I believe German language is not necessary?
I think post-graduation is really not a problem. We have a lot of students coming to the TV9 universities. Okay, they do come on the Erasmus scholarships, and they also get the other kinds of scholarships which are given by the government of Germany. So we have a lot of Indian students coming for their masters and PhD programs, and they quickly pick up the German language, and that's not an issue. It's with the undergraduate students who need to learn German. Like if they have to get employed in the SME and the MSME industry, knowledge of German is very important, because like my panelists were saying, that letters are still written in German language. So if the knowing of the language is extremely important, I think more effort has to be done by Indian schools and Indian universities in popularizing learning of German. That would help them, because there are something like 500,000 jobs in Germany alone, which is available.
Ready to be taken. Okay, 500,000 jobs, that's a lot. Ms. Iyer, what is basically at this point hindering Indian students to take fill some of those positions, take some of those positions? I know that there are cultural issues. We've heard often on social media, we don't know how true that is. Perhaps you can enlighten us of cultural issues that Indian students face, of the language barrier that we talked about, among a host of other issues that currently exist when it comes to being employed in Germany. What, according to you, are some of the challenges that international students and Indian students in particular are facing?
See, I don't think there are too many cultural challenges, because like somebody said, Indians speak 5 languages and they are very different from each other. It's not like just a dialect. So learning one more language, and that which belongs to the similar Sprachfamilie, as they say, language tree, is not really a big challenge. And what you need to know is basically communicative German, so that you get integrated in your daily life. But I think the challenge really, what I hear from students, of course, I don't meet too many of the graduates, I'm talking about the PhDs and the postdocs that come to Fraunhofer, is that they are confronted with a very heavily practical way of teaching. And that takes a long time to learn. So very often I hear from my professors that Indian students are brilliant in theory, but the minute you put them in a lab, they are flummoxed, because they've never seen a machine, right? And the second
I think
thing
we can all agree with that.
Correct. So that's a process, it's a learning, and frankly, they adapt pretty well. But the other thing is that a lot of us coming from India are used to Anglo-Saxon countries, where it is more welcoming. It's easier to settle in because there is a larger Indian community. And so the feeling of being away from home is more in Germany. Of course, it's changing, but you do feel that it's a little less welcoming than it would be in an English-speaking country. And the fact that you did not have for so many years your Indian community to back on. Of course, today you have cricket clubs and Diwali parties and everything else that goes with it. So I think it's an evolving situation.
There's an entire ecosystem now to support you in case you're in Germany. If you're homesick, then you have an entire ecosystem. Professor Hilpert, coming back to you, as we were discussing, some of the subjects that Indian students are interested in mostly is STEM subjects, and the maximum we ever go out of our classrooms is go to a park with a blackboard to study, which essentially means there is very little practical knowledge that is imparted on us during our undergrad and even during post-graduation. What are the challenges that you see when you are teaching Indian students?
I see one problem here. We already have a typical German discussion. We talk about the universities of applied science, and importing students from India. I think we should export a system that we have in Germany, which is the corporate state universities. And we have so many companies that are over in India. Why shouldn't they start together with the Indian university a similar thing as these corporate state universities, where you are 3 months in the company, 3 months studying and doing this for 3 to 4 years? I think this would be wonderful. And talking to Indian students, just as mentioned, they are very clever, especially in mathematics. It's incredible how good they are. And therefore, again, I go for the Duale Hochschule Baden-Württemberg. This is a great idea, and this should be brought a little bit more to India.
Could you translate that for us, those of us who don't understand German?
No, the first thing would be another thing. When I've been over to India, I visit nearly all the Goethe Institute, and I found out that they are doing a great job. And again, here in Germany, we don't look who comes to Germany, what they are expecting. I think we should ask Indian students what do they expect when they come to Germany, why they would like to come to Germany, and when they are here, we should ask them how successful is what you expected when you in those days wanted to come to Germany. And I think these are some really big problems we haven't addressed really good at the moment.
All right, Marion, we were also briefly talking about public universities, private universities. Any person who studied here in a private university in India can tell you that it's expensive, but it's worth it. And we don't want to take our chances unless they are very well known, like the Delhi University or Mumbai University in India. We want to avoid public universities because the quality of education is just not good enough. But that's not the case in Germany, is it?
No, it's completely different. As I mentioned earlier, the highest ranked universities that we have in Germany, they are all public universities. You mentioned the TU9, all of them, we're also part of the TU9, all of them are public universities. We rarely have private research universities, there's only a few. Most of the private universities would be universities of applied sciences, so they are more practically oriented. Maybe they have more specialized programs, but if you're looking for high quality, if you go with a public university, you're on the right track. They have a lot of very good research. They have a lot of international programs. They have international students. There's a lot of support there for international students. So you can definitely go for a public university. You don't need to go for a private university.
I think that clears the air for a lot of people here in the room. I'm not sure if anybody wants to enroll in a German university. I hope they have kids who want to enroll in universities.
They could come.
So that's good knowledge. That's good knowledge because there is clarity that public university is to go for, perhaps a better choice. Mark, I want to come back to you. We were talking about some of the processes that continue to be a hinder, and you work in insurance sector, and that was also one of the things that Indian students often found very difficult to navigate. Has it become easier now?
Yes, it has, because we as German companies start to address those people better. And what we really noticed sometime after like 2 years where we are really strongly focusing on India is that we understood the Indian mindset, because the young Indian people often come to Germany and are used that their parents do everything for them. And that's what we in Germany usually are not used to, because we grow up in that system.
Because our parents still pay for our undergraduation.
Exactly. And in Germany...
that's such an important point. I think all those Indians in the room, how many of your parents have paid for your undergrad and postgrad? You see?
Yeah.
Everyone, almost everyone, because our parents still pay for our education.
And that's what took us about 2 years to understand that we have to address that issue. And that's why we want to talk to the people and say to them, hey, we know how it goes in your country, but when you come to Germany, you have a little bit to adjust to it and work with the system. You have to understand it yourself. And that's what we do with our partners. That's also why it's great that we sit here at the panel in that great team, because we all need to join our strengths and work together to make exactly that possible, to address the people and make them understand the system.
All right, so as it gets easier, and Fintiba is also playing a very important role in all of this process, Jonas, I have to ask you, what according to you is still an impediment? What stops Indian students from considering Germany as an important study destination, where perhaps the government for both the countries can come together, collaborate, and make it work?
Well, I think, first of all, it's still about knowing about Germany. I mean, I think this is the biggest opportunity to make it more visible, because we have hardly any marketing. If you go to conferences in India, for example, you see all the big countries, like the Big Four, the Anglo-Saxons, they have massive marketing investment. The Germans are in one small corner most of the time. So I really think we need to communicate this opportunity. And then on the way, of course, this is why Fintiba has been founded, is really how do we make it as easy as possible to go through visa processes, to all the requirements that you need for enrollment and all these kind of things, where we've built a digital platform, because I think digitalization is also something that is often or has been missing in Germany, and we're now catching up. I think we should also be open about, we can learn from some, for example, private universities in terms of service, for example. I think not everyone, like East B. Reutling has worked with a lot of individualized service. This is not the norm in many universities, and I think we need to improve a lot on the university side, also on the authority side, to really help people go through the process much more smoothly than today.
All right. Professor Hilpert, if I were to enroll today for an additional I already have a post-graduation degree, but if I were to enroll today for a postgraduate degree in one of the German universities, what sort of scholarship am I eligible for? What are the opportunities? Firstly, as Jonas pointed out, that there is little knowledge in the world, so, I don't know a lot of scholarship opportunities, a lot of fellowship opportunities that will bring me to Germany.
Yeah, this is a big problem, as Jonas he knows it very well, has also been at the European School of Business and encountered students from about 20 different countries. You have to have universities with which you work together. And another important thing is you have to establish in each of these universities in Germany and abroad champions, people that stay for a longer time. And this is a big disadvantage with the Anglo-Saxons. They do job enrichment, and every half year you have somebody new. And I found out that in Indian you have the same mentality. You stay with your job, and this is a big chance. But we need money, and where does the money come from for promoting in Germany? It should come from the ministries, but they don't have the money. Perhaps there are some companies around that think that would be a great idea, supporting promotion of Germany and studying in Germany in India.
That automatically brings me to my next question, and that is the market economics, Marion, is not working quite in favor of Germany, is it?
Pardon, sorry.
The economics, the market situation, the inflation, the economic development of, the GDP numbers are not looking very great. The job market is shrinking at the moment. So that does make a lot of Indians worry whether they should come to Germany when it has its own internal problems right now to deal with.
Oh, that's a tough question.
Well, so let me make it easy for you. Have any of your students, international students, come to you worried about possibility of being jobless at the end of their course?
Not necessarily. I mean, we try to prepare them as good as we can. We try to prepare them on how to find jobs. And yes, the situation is a bit difficult, but we also tell them, well, usually they want to stay in the area. They want to stay in the region, they want to stay in the area. But sometimes we tell them, you have to maybe go a bit further. Go to some other state, see if they have jobs there. So this is something that we try to tell them and show them what opportunities are they. What we also do is tell them that during their studies they can also learn some they can get some practical experience. They can do an internship, you know, and that might help them also find a job later on. It can be difficult, and I know the situation at the moment is not the best, but I would say there's still a lot of opportunities for international students, for Indian students, and I'm going back to the STEM fields. They are still sought for.
Okay, just STEM? And any other field? For people like us who are in the arts field, what happens to us?
I would say, I don't know, maybe medicine is something. I don't know, maybe the others can help me out here. So this might be also something.
Okay. STEMs and medicine for now. Sham, you're agreeing with that?
Yes, I agree with her.
All right. And so before I end, Ms. Hoffman, coming to you, finally, as I said, you know, a lot of Indian students perhaps who are going to watch this panel, and all of you academics, founders, people who are trying to assist more students to get a job, to find better opportunities by the way of education, research, so on and so forth, are also looking at the possibility of making it easier to enter into Germany and have a life in Germany. And so you said you've been helping a lot of Indian students at the moment. What sort of queries are you getting when it comes to Indian students? What are they most worried about?
The most worries are where homesickness is a big worry. To find a community in Germany. This is why TK is also supporting companies that they can build a good international team. So we support HR with trainings and also help the expats to settle in Germany. And they also have a direct contact person at TK. So in our team, they always have an ear for every questions coming up. And we also communicate with them in English, and I think this is also a very important topic. And we want to make Germany attractive, so we want that they stay in Germany as long as they can. So we work together with universities and companies very closely.
All right, thank you very much for that. I think I'm going to hand it over back to my colleague now. Thank you very much, all of you, for taking time out, for being with us this evening. Studying in Germany is not a question, as I mentioned earlier, a question of if, it's a question of when. All the more given how difficult student life is and how world is changing very rapidly. Thank you all of you for making it easier perhaps for Indian students to make a choice this evening. Thank you.
Requesting all of you on stage to please stay on stage because it's time for the shawl and scarf presentation. We have a big surprise for you as far as the scarf presentation is concerned. To present the shawls, let me first invite Mr. Amit Tripathi, Chief Revenue Officer of the TV9 network. And for the scarf presentation from 4FB Stuttgart, we have a big surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Stuttgart legend Kakao, who will be presenting the scarf. Huge round of applause for Kakao. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. I'm going to request Mr. Cacao to please stay on stage. Stay on stage. Stay on stage. The rest of you, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Cacao, please come to center stage. Mr. Amit Tripathi. Mr. Amit Tripathi, please quickly come on stage. This is from the TV9 network side for the legend, Mr. Cacao. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. Cacao, who's taken time out to be with us here at the News9 Global Summit. Thank you for being a part of the playoff over here. Thank you so much, Mr. Cacao. Time now to quickly move on to the next session, and this next one is my favorite. It's all about women. It's all about trailblazing women who have broken barriers and continue to inspire change, because when women lead, the world transforms. Take a look at this.
Half the world is women, but power, still not half.
Not in boardrooms, not in parliaments, not in paychecks.
This is not just a moral question.
It is economic.
Unlocking women's leadership could unlock trillions.
For nations, for businesses, for futures.
Tokenism is over. Real change needs policy, culture, systems that support.
And courage that leads.
From corporate towers to grassroots movements.
From boardrooms to classrooms, women are rewriting the rules.
And showing what leadership looks like.
Women in leadership is not just balance.
It is strength.
It is society.
It is the future.
The playoff begins.
All right, and for this playoff, we have a very, very special panel. Let me please request Dr. Sarita Elawat, the MD and co-founder of Botlab Dynamics, to please take the stage. Ms. Vanessa Bachhofer, Managing Director, Mack & Schneider, please requesting her to take the stage. We also have Captain Zoya Agarwal, Senior Commander, Air India, please take the stage. And Ms. Evelyn de Gruyter, MD, Association of German Women Entrepreneurs, to please take the stage. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much for taking time out to be with us here at the News9 Global Summit Germany Edition 2025. And for this very special women's panel, we have a very special woman referee. Sakshi, take it away.
Thank you so much, Krishna. It's always empowering to have an all-women panel. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining the chat here. Dr. Elawat, let me first begin with you. I want to ask you why presence of a woman in the boardroom is not enough anymore, and what can we do to move beyond that, to have the actual presence?
Hi, first of all, I want to say thank you to the organizers for having me here. Since morning, it has been wonderful experience, lot of learning, and it's a really great mix of German and Indian counterparts. A lot of good experience for all of us, so I would like to say thank you, and one big round of applause for the organizers. They have worked tirelessly. The work actually shows in how many panels and talks you guys have organized. Thank you. So before I get to your question, just a little bit about us, what we do. So I am a co-founder of a startup called Botlab Dynamics from IIT Delhi. We are in robotics. We build drones. We are among the top 5 companies in the world now. We can fly thousands of drones simultaneously. Last year, we set 5 world record by flying 5,500 drones. But the unfortunate part is, in my team of 250, which is mostly engineers, number of women representation as engineers is less than 10%. And if you look at it, since morning, we had more than 60 members speak here, and again the women speakers were less than 10%. We're talking more about 5%, and it is really representing in when you talk about founders, boards, and unless we have that number come close to equal 50-50, you will not have that representation. Now coming to your question, what women can do. So if you look at, so there is a great opportunity, not even just for women, but overall for economy. So if you look at all the tech companies, whether it's Google, Meta, Nvidia, the number of women are less, and as a result, products that are women-oriented is less. One big example is when Apple Watch came, they forgot the user would be women, and a lot of parameters were ignored. So if you have women representation in tech world, you can have products which are represented of women, and the economy can grow. Diversity, not just for the sake of diversity, but it could actually make great products and a lot of money for the countries and society.
Also, Vanessa, if I could ask you on that note, what could be some of the strategies that maybe we can inculcate in, the management aspect of it, of course, to move beyond tokenism, according to you?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here, and I'm really happy to be here on behalf of Mark & Schneider. That's my company, and we have Indian customers and automotive OEM, so really glad to be here, and also on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry here in the region of Stuttgart. Well, here in the region we have the situation that almost 75% of women are in the workplace, so that's a good news. But 50% of them are working part-time and not full-time. Closer? Okay. So, but only like 50% of them are working full-time, and the rest of them are working part-time. So, from the perspective of our regional economy, we need more women in the workplace because we have 40,000 jobs vacant at the moment due to demography, and it would be more. So within 10 years, I think we have 100,000 that are the estimations of job vacancies here in the region. So we need women in the workplace, and we need them to work full-time. So from our perspective, what's really important is, number one, the social infrastructure, so that you have daycare that you can rely on. That's still sort of a problem. And at the workplace, we need to have more flexible work schedules. So at my company, we have, I don't know, maybe 80 different work models, especially designed for women and for people who need to take care of their parents or their relatives or whoever needs care. And also we need to promote leadership in women, because if you look at the numbers, you have 50% of women working in my company, but they are working in low-income professions, and this is not what we need. We need women that lead teams, that lead companies, that study something like STEM, like technical engineering, something like this, and not only the social professions. And as well, we need people, women, men, whoever, who are working in the care sector as well.
Absolutely. Captain Zoya, let me take my next question to you. But before I do that, I just have to highlight that I was speaking to Vanessa and Evelyn earlier before we began the session. They were really excited to see you in your uniform. Sadly, that could not happen. But I think a power suit would do too. So, Captain Zoya, let me take my next question to you. It's not only about gender battle anymore, because we have race, sexuality also running in the same race. With all those aspects being in the very similar race, finding their own position in the boardroom, how do we tackle all of those challenges for us, for women?
Okay, thank you so much for having me here, to all the organizers. It's a wonderful themed event where you're highlighting a lot of things, but I'm sorry for disappointing all of you because I didn't show up in my uniform, but I promise I'll show you a picture of it before I leave. To start with, I want to ask a question from the audience. How many people over here either own companies, OWN, own the companies, or work for an organization, or invest in stock market? Can you just raise your hands? Okay, so quite a few, right? And would you want 25% more profit for your company, for your organization that you're working for, or the one that you own, or maybe 47% higher return on equity? Yes? No? Yes? Yes? Okay. So there you go. You need to hire more women and give them a higher leadership position. As per the study of McKinsey, as well as a Harvard case study, they reported that if you have women in key leadership roles, not the middle management, but key leadership roles, you can boost your financial projections by 25%. That's the McKinsey. And as per the Harvard study, if you have women in similar roles, your return on equity is 47% higher. Can you beat that? So I think the whole struggle is we have tokenisms, we have the reservation, quota, positive action, so many names, right? But what we don't have the ability, once we hire those people, to follow through, to really listen to them, to see the value they bring on the table, to see beyond the makeup and the power suits and the looks, and not label them. I think that's where the challenge lies. And so long as we can move beyond that and see women for the actual value they bring, the skill, the professionalism. For example, when I joined my organization quite some time back, I was the 5th pilot in the whole ecosystem. And I was the youngest. And I was this really bubbly girl with earrings and makeup on. And somebody asked me, like, we're not used to seeing girls like that with makeup on. And as stupid as it was, call it dumb or call it naive, I don't know what it was, I told that person, get used to it. And after that, I had to prove myself for my work 200% harder than my male counterparts. But once I did that, the respect was permanent. But why does a woman have to do that? Why don't we start with status quo? And for that, I think if we come back, trace the steps backwards, is the problem is with us. It's not with the system. We often want to blame. The problem starts with us. That's the root. And unless we don't change the way we think, unless we don't change the way we perceive our children as boy or girl, things are not going to change. Because remember, dreams do not have a gender, neither do aspirations. Thank you.
That's a beautiful answer. That's a beautiful answer. Evelyn, do you agree with that? Because after having proven ourselves, we are still asking for a better space. We are still asking for a broader space.
Yes, I can only echo the words all three others said. My name is Evelyn de Gruyter. I'm heading the Association of Female Entrepreneurs in Germany. And the association was founded back in the 50s. Thank you. Back in the 50s. And our founder, she was the owner of a big steel mill. She tried to get access to other associations. The DIHK, BDA, BDI, those big industry associations here in Germany. And they said, oh, you should love women, but you shouldn't do business with them. And also, it's just a permanent thing after World War II. So she founded 30 other women, very well-known families here in Germany, like Barun, the cookie company, and other very famous names. And they founded this association. And you know, back in the 50s, women in Germany still needed the permission of their husbands to go to work or to open up a bank account. So a lot of things changed, but there are still barriers to break. So I can echo what you said. I mean, we have to work on it, and it doesn't only help if we have women on the boards, but they also, the culture in the companies have to change so that they can really get through. And we need the female perspective in, especially in startups, because I mean, how can you leave out 50% of the population? And also what Vanessa said, we need also structural changes in the system, especially what when it comes to the combination of family and work-life balance. Thank you.
That's really interesting. And I take immense pleasure while I highlight that, you know, this is not just based on the gender that we are asking for better opportunities or more opportunities in the boardroom, but I will speak on the behalf of every female present in this newsroom. In fact, that we are asking on the basis of merit, right, Dr. Elawat? We are not asking you for the opportunities just because we are female. We can prove it to you. According to you, how can we also groom the younger women, the young girls for those bigger opportunities?
To bring equality, I think the numbers are not in our favor. So, I mean, if you look at stats in India, especially after 12th grade, a lot more girl students pass the exam, overall number, and even the number of girls who are topping exam 10th and 12th are a lot more than the boys. But as the girls are graduating and then take post-graduation, then PhD and postdoc, and each stage we are losing certain number of female candidates. And when they show up in the jobs. So to begin with, we have a very small ratio to work with. And then expecting that you have this 3% workforce or 5%, and I'm only talking about STEM. In that, expecting that these number of girls should become CEO or CTOs, then it's kind of putting that kind of expectation is not fair on your behalf to that girl, because she may not have the kind of exposure or the skill set that you need as an organization. And now, in fact, to the lot of credit to the organization and academic institutions, even at IITs, in terms of opportunity, there are a lot equally female students and male students or engineers are treated equal. So I think the struggle is not at mentoring or giving an opportunity. The struggle is the entry point, the ratio is very skewed. You're talking 90 to 10 or 80 to 20 and expecting those 20 will outshine everyone, and there are very few Indra Nui or Kiran Majumdar. So those are less examples because you're dealing with smaller numbers. What I feel what can be and should be done, as my colleague talked about, making the work more encouraging, where women can work according to their needs, because there is a family and other things. So if the work start accommodating female, social requirement or responsibilities, and I think those problems can solve. I mean, this is a very serious problem, and Europe has been developed for a very, very long time, and still Europe, US are struggling. Like how many CEOs in US leading the tech companies, and same goes in Europe, and same is in India. So it's a very serious problem, and it has to go beyond this conversation at a root cause level. We need to address, starting from school and addressing why women are falling behind, and then making it a norm that we address it.
All right. Vanessa, any word of advice for the gentlemen in this room? Any word of advice on the systemic advocacy for them? How can they be an ally to us?
How can they be an ally to us? Okay, so let me think about it. Well, first of all, women do not want to be in the boardroom just...
Main conference hall. We will be beginning in a short while from now.
Decide even in the technical departments, because, well, our perspective is different and you have a market to win. So, how can we make them allies? Sometimes it helps if they have daughters, and so they start to understand how the world is for a female, for a woman. So that helps. And I had a very encouraging experience just today with one of my team leaders, because we had a conversation with a worker who was a bit uncomfortable with a male colleague, because she had some doubts. And it was very cute and very encouraging that my team leader said, okay, we have to take this serious. So this is nothing that we can just under the rug sweep. So no, we have to take it serious. We have to take care of this issue. And so this is what we need, that men are really allies to women, that they understand our struggles, and that they propose solutions, and that they solve the problems together with us and not against us.
Captain Zoya, how do you think women leaders today, as you being one as well, are actually shaping the future for women leadership?
So representation is super important. Like, I regret not wearing my uniform today. Not that I can possibly inspire any one of you to become a pilot anymore, but maybe I can actually. You never really know. But representation is important, because I think if you don't see me, you can't be me. So it's important, very powerful for role models, women who are already the CEOs or the CTOs or the leadership XYZ. Those women to go out there in schools, in places where they can create an impact on those young minds while they're still developing. and say that this is what you can be. So I'll give you an example. While I was doing my MBA at Columbia Business School, New York, a city like New York, which is so diverse, and you would think like women would be so further ahead, but no, not really, not at all. So we have our nonprofit in India, which basically focuses on training young girls from disadvantaged backgrounds for aviation careers like pilots, air traffic controllers, maintenance engineers. We had similar thing over there. And for that, I would go to a lot of schools where you would have people from disadvantaged and marginalized backgrounds. And once I was giving a boring lecture to young girls over there, like a room full of them, and they were listening to me. And I asked them one question. They were probably so bored of my chatter. And I said, what do you want to become when you grow up? And they told me, I want to become Kim Kardashian. I want to become, this model and that model, because that's what they see. That's social media. That's everywhere. That's a representation for them. And then the school played my big picture in a Boeing 777 flight deck with me in the uniform. And they were like, oh my God, I want to be like you. And all of them were so fascinated with that thought that they can possibly do something like that and still look like a girl and still be fine, because that representation, I'm a pilot. You have her. If we go out there, this is power, and that represents change. I think this representation is important to change the future of tomorrow. Thank you.
Beautiful. And last but not the least, Evelyn, let me come back to you and ask you about, the role of government, of course, and the civil society in shaping a better landscape for women.
Yes, it's interesting because internationally it's all the same all over, and we as an association have the big honor to represent Germany within the W20, which belongs to the G20. And I had the honor to visit India back for the big G20 summit, and it's very important. I'm a little bit like you, Vanessa, that I say don't put women topics aside to an extra process, but it's so important to keep up the things we gained already, because we are facing a major backlash in the moment. I was attending the biggest UN conference in New York City this March, and the representative of the Vatican State, she said on the stage that women finally get back to their designated role of raising kids and caring for the family. And I mean, this is shocking. So we have to stand together also, that we don't face this backlash and keep on fighting.
Beautiful. And unfortunately, I have completely run out of time on this discussion here. I wish it could have gone a bit more longer than that. But thank you so much, ladies, for joining us here for the conversation. I will just quickly steal the line that Mr. Barun Das said yesterday, that all you beautiful women are the jewels to our crown. So thank you so much to all you jewels. Krishna, back to you.
As usual, requesting everybody, all the wonderful women on stage, to please stay on stage. And we have a couple of surprises. First up, I'm going to invite Mr. Deep Upadhyay of the TV9 network.
But I believe, Krishna, Captain Zoya wants to say something.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. Sorry for interrupting Captain Zoya. Captain Zoya, please go ahead.
I just want to request every single one of you, and to all the social discussions and networking sessions that you may have in future, please encourage every single person to treat the woman in their house as with the utmost of respect, in terms of an equal, because that's what your children are going to see. Please treat the children the same, the boys and the girls. Teach them the same value system so that they can grow up and be a good human being and not a girl-oriented or a boy-oriented role. Because if women are respected at home for breakfast on the dining table, they will be respected for a boardroom lunch later on in the boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Zoya, for that very strong and important message that needs to be heard loud and clear all across the world. Thank you so much for that, Captain Zoya. Thank you for that. And requesting all the wonderful ladies to stay back. I'm going to invite Mr. Deep Upadhyay of the TV9 network to please take the stage and present the shawls from the TV9 network first. And then we have a massive surprise from Stuttgart after that. Let's get done with the shawls first. Thank you, Deepji. Also stay back with us, Deepji, on the stage. Okay, right, time now for a massive surprise from 4FB Stuttgart. The man who's going to present the scarves from Stuttgart side has been a legend of 4FB Stuttgart for 50 years. He was also the Europameister back in the year 1980. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Hansi Müller. Requesting our favorite Hansi to please present the 4FB Stuttgart scarves. Right, quick photo op. All right, yes, and that's the shawl from our side, from the TV9 network side for Hansi Müller. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for the legend Hansi Müller. All right. Quite the star-studded evening, isn't it? Thank you, Hansi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to my colleague, Sakshi Litoria. Sakshi, all yours.
It was good to be a referee for a short while, indeed. But let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. Germany's industrial prowess has long been admired across the globe. Now is the time for our last Code Speak keynote of the evening that offers a seasoned perspective on how legacy industries are evolving through innovation, digital transformation, and of course, cross-border collaboration. Let's quickly take a look at the video.
Germany has long been the engine of Europe. Of industry built to last. But today, industry is more than production. It is sustainability. It is resilience. It is collaboration across continents. At the forefront of this transformation stands a leader, chairman of the board of Lapp Group, a voice of German industry, shaping partnerships, powering progress. Please welcome Chairman of the Board of Lapp Group.
And for a Germany industry keynote address, I would like to invite Mr. Andreas Lapp, former Chairman of Board, Lapp Group. Mr. Lapp, please take the stage.
Namaste. Grüß Gottle. Seid ihr alle noch wach? You're still awake? I cannot hear you. You are awake? Okay. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends from India and dear friends of India, welcome to this session. Hey, behind there, if you are loud, my speech will take 20 minutes. If you listen, it will 5 minutes. Your hands. I am between you and the dinner. Thank you. I make it very short. This was written by a woman, by a lady, the manager of the Consulate of India in southern Germany. I promise you, I don't read everything what's written here. I skip 80%, but a little bit I have to do because she is still present. Yeah. Okay, I skip with the fantastic people we are here. But what I have to announce is the TV channel News9 for the Global Summit. Second time here in Stuttgart. Now I will take the last page of my speech. Thank you very much, the family of the television News9. Stuttgart for you is not anymore the most beautiful city in Germany. It's now your home. I announce your fantastic name at the end, okay? So now in between, we need some meat, right? So I work for India since 45 years as a businessman. And Madame, I take your words. My mother was a founder of our company. And this was, you won't believe it, at the 50s of the last century, not easy. A woman in industry was very exotic. And a woman telling the industry what to do right was very, very exotic. So just to give you one simple example, we are the owner of the brand Öflex. And Öflex is the brand for control cables, #1 worldwide. And my mother ordered it not from our own manufacturing because we didn't have the money. We are starting. It was invented by my father. But my mother ordered it by a company. We outsourced it to a company to do it. And imagine, this was the late 50s. There was not a supplier, there was a demand market, it was a supplier market. And then the cable came to our home, our house. Ground floor was office, the garage was the warehouse, and first floor was living room for the family. This is how we started. And the cable was technically okay, but the outside didn't look nice. So my mother sent it back to the manufacturer, which was at those times unbelievable. But with this decision, she designed worldwide, and believe me, we have a lot of competition, the outer sheet of a control cable. Our brand is Öflex. Still today, there's no bubbles. It has to be wonderful, clean, and clear. This is a standard by Ursula Lapp, was that. So I skip the wine festival because I expect you there, end of January, no excuse. Lord Mayor will come. He sends a lot of regards. I skip this too. So just some remarks. We talk about culture. When we talk about culture, I'm in China, they say we have 5,000 years of culture. Then I go to India, not United States, this would be unfair, but India, 6,000 years of culture. I hear it, I make my compliments, but then I lay back and say, you know, here in Stuttgart we have 30,000 years of culture. I can prove it. The first music instrument, a flute, was found close by to Stuttgart in a cave. 30,000 years we play music here. So please, in India, we respect your culture, but when it comes to age of culture, we have also to give something on the table of the world. Sport. We did in Bangalore the second activities to build a football ground. Because we do once a year a tournament, all the men play football and the girls play volleyball. And with football in India, this was very exotic. So I wish you all the best from VfB. It's a huge market to be built up with football. If you see how they are enthusiastic with cricket, just 10% of this in football, you will have hundreds of millions of participants. Yes, we did. When it comes to tourism, a big segment in India and a big segment here also in the state of Baden-Württemberg. We did not achieve our goals yet, but we work on it. When it comes to science, we heard a lot today. Yes, we did it. We have now more than 100 schools working together with India and German schools, especially in Baden-Württemberg. About the universities, I was told a lot before me. When I come back to medicine, I think it was a bit lighted, but not enough for the audience, the German audience here. You remember the pandemic. Europe was inventing the vaccine, but it was produced in the United States and Europe for the Europe and United States. India was producing the vaccine for the whole world. And they helped millions of people to survive, which is not talked about in our media so much. But India is the apotheke of the world today. Then to come almost to the end, the morning session, we heard that India at the moment is number 5 in the world economy, becoming number 4 end of the year, maybe. 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road, maybe economy number 3, bypassing Germany. But in the lab group, India already achieved position number 2. So when I look back, when my brother and me make the decision to go to India, it was very exotic. But now it has proven it was the right thing to do. And believe me, my mother was there and we inaugurated a temple in Bangalore, donated to Lord Ganesha, to Lord Ganesha, and her name is written there. And believe me, maybe the production building, they will tumble down, but the temple will remain for decades or centuries. So to summarize what I said, let us remember diplomacy is not only done by governments. It's done by entrepreneurs, by artists, students, and citizens. Each of them can build a bridge. And I'm very happy that we've seen today to having a lot of bridge builders here. And one of the best person is Mr. Barun. Thank you very much. Your bridge is wide and very strong. Namaste, thank you, and Dhanyavad.
Dhanyavad, sir. Can you please stay with me for a couple of more moments as I request Mr. Barun Das and Rowan back here on stage to felicitate you with shawls.
Of course, I love to stay with you here, but you know, I'm a married man. Not more than 1 minute.
Dhanyavad for that as well, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, diplomacy is the cornerstone of international collaboration, right? It is important to understand how regional partnerships and cultural diplomacy are redefining the Indo-German alliance for the future. A special video on that as well.
Beyond national capitals, diplomacy is finding new pathways. City to city, state to state, industry to industry. This is the rise of para-diplomacy. From Baden-Württemberg to Maharashtra, from Karlsruhe to Bengaluru, regional alliances are driving innovation, investment, and trust faster than ever before. Leading this conversation is a seasoned diplomat, former ambassador of Germany to India, now president of the Indo-German Society, a voice championing collaboration beyond national borders. Please welcome former Consul General, Federal Republic of Germany, Mumbai.
All right, so let's explore how this bilateral relationship will offer us a fresh diplomatic perspective through the lens of an expert. For that, we have our next diplomacy keynote address. It's my honor to introduce retired Ambassador Dr. Jürgen Morhardt, President, Indo-German Society. Sir, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Dear host, thank you for having me, Mr. Lapp. You really woke everybody up. Yes. It is always difficult to talk about you. Thank you for announcing me here. I think it's very appropriate that I'm the last speaker today, because I will make some very, maybe not politically correct statements. Para-diplomacy, what does it mean? It's obscure, right? Like parapsychology and things like that. You think it might be something esoteric. And we heard this morning many statements. We saw in the movie about diplomacy, strategic partnership between Germany and India. We listened to greetings from foreign ministers, ambassadors, and other distinguished representatives. Every 2 years, our heads of governments are meeting. We have high-level visits, policy dialogues, well-prepared communiques. We heard here about the partnership between Maharashtra and Baden-Württemberg, with official meetings, all of important, of course. It reflects a strong aspect of bilateral relations. But let us be honest, such meetings are carefully prepared by civil servants like me once, right? The press releases are drafted even before the meeting. The participants in the very end, they might like each other, they might have sympathies, they might have a good relationship when they meet up for an hour. But do those meetings really, those formal encounters really create friendships? I doubt. And that's what I want to explore with you. Friendships that last and how that can endure and challenge and change. In international relations, there is a fascinating term which we call paradiplomacy, which is what we call Nebenaußenpolitik. That is what we do, like Mr. Lapp is doing, having a festival in India, right? This paradiplomacy means cross-border relations that take place below level of national or subnational actors. These are the relations between cities, between universities, schools, associations, and just normal citizens, also tourists. This is not conducted when ministers meet. This is not conducted when we have official workshops on multilateral meetings. What I mean is the diplomacy when humans are meeting, when people connect where they live, work, and learn. Those bridges through those experiences are more stable than those created by official political meetings. And that is what I like to stress. The growing importance of these human connections across borders, the diplomacy that begins not in foreign ministries, but in communities, in private homes. And after more than 30 years in the German Foreign Service, postings in Africa, Europe, and Asia, I have learned that real understanding never starts with government. It starts with people. Diplomats can open doors and create frameworks. But what happens inside the doors depends on societies, in the cities, on school chambers of commerce, and ordinary encounters. Just think of the example, I just mentioned the wine festival. Stuttgart and Mumbai partner since 1996, Bremen and Pune since 1976, Karlsruhe and Pune dynamic link today. These are not ceremonial relationships. They are living bridges built by schools, sport clubs, and citizens who meet, share, and cooperate. allow me personal reflection. I come from a region in Germany which is on the border of France. Everybody knows what happened in not only in 2 world wars, but more. But I saw, as a young man, how city partnerships between France and Germany helped to rebuild trust. School exchanges between choirs, football matches, exchanges and visits by volunteer fire brigades. They brought people together in ways that governments never could. And this experience shaped my life, that most lasting diplomacy is lived, not negotiated. You can sign peace treaties, but you must live friendships. In all my postings I saw and I met young people from countries, exchange students, teachers, volunteers, and their eyes always lit up when they talked about how it was staying in families, learning new languages, for example, celebrating Diwali or Christmas together. And all of them said the same thing: living with people changes you. That is what today I stand for as chairman of the Inter-German Society. I try to promote school and youth exchanges as one of our most important tasks. Because friendship begins early, in classrooms, in families, then it becomes natural, effortless, and lasting. And that is exactly, as I said, what the German societies all over Germany are doing in 25 regional chapters. We help professionals and students to settle in, to make them feel home in Germany. We help Germans to discover India's diversity, warmth, and optimism right in their own towns. This is what I call diplomacy of daily life, quiet, steady, and profoundly human. So my invitation is simple. If you share this belief that true friendship between 2 nations begin with people, then join me and Mr. Lapp with our efforts. Become a member or support Mr. Lapp and be at the festival in Mumbai. For every new member, every school exchange, every club cooperation that adds, we adding another thread in this strong inter-German fabric. Together, we turn official partnerships into lived friendships. I like to highlight in the very end, again and again, what I learned in my young life. Governments can sign agreements, but only people can build trust. And friendship, once created, is the most enduring form of diplomacy. It is built when a German family hosts an Indian student, when an Indian engineer finds not a job but a community, when a young teacher returns from India with new eyes and perhaps a lifelong friends. That is the real meaning of paradiplomacy for me. It's not a secondary diplomacy. It's the soul of diplomacy, the human dimension that makes everything else possible. Government builds framework, even if I was part of it, but people build bridges, and bridges build people will always endure. And I hope that we're going to see this event to continue for many, many years to come, that you will be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please stay with me here on stage. Mr. Barun Das and Ruben, can I please have you back here on stage for shawl felicitation? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that... You have another present? Yeah, all right, sure. Final conclusion. Yes, yeah.
So that's not in the plan, but I have a final present, because we hand over the whole time any presents to all speakers and special persons here. But somebody is missing, and this is you, Barun. We were working hard the last 9 months on this summit. For me, it's a real success, more than we expected together. and therefore not everybody should have a shirt. You as well should have one, or TV9. The first one is for TV9, so please give me one. And that everybody knows that you're the MD and this is not your personal, this is for your company. We have a second one because we know how much you love running in the streets of Delhi, and therefore you have now the right shirt and that everybody knows who you are. Barun, thank you for your support and coming and bringing everything to Stuttgart.
Thank you very much, and thank you for helping me out so that the Delhi streets recognize me when I run around. And now for you also. So we have the same shawl for everyone. So you got one for VfB Stuttgart. Thank you very much. It's been a great partnership. And the next one, Ruben, is for you.
Sorry for that, I'm not yet finished, because we are the people standing here in the faces, but there are 4 persons who managed everything with us together. So this is Shemaya. Where are you? Shemaya from... Shemaya, please come over from the land, Baden-Württemberg government. And my Nadine Egner, who was managing everything here. And Kartik and Shri, please come over to the stage. And a very big thank you to you. You managed this whole summit, and we hope doing this the next years all together.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
I'm done. Okay.
We did it.
Hooray! 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 Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that we have reached the conclusion. But not just like that. We will now depart for Schloss, which is the Newcastle, where you can, of course, continue networking and enjoying a delightful dinner. This concludes our formal program here at this location, and we invite you to savor the evening ahead. Let's wrap up this remarkable journey, another successful year. We'll see you hopefully next year with more knowledge, collaboration, and cultural exchange. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation. We look forward to seeing you at Newcastle. Good night. Au Wiedersehen. Namaste. Alright, so those who have come by their own vehicles, they can start departing for Newcastle yourself. Otherwise, we have buses parked outside and the exit is right behind you. From there, you can, where you have hung up your coats, you can exit from there and depart through the buses.
Ladies and gentlemen, just reiterating, we have arranged a few buses which are parked downstairs. From exit number 5, anybody who wishes to take a bus to Schloss is most welcome to board the bus downstairs. Thank you. Good night, everybody.